All right, all right. If you can hear me, if you're out there, please drop a one. Let me know that my voice is coming through to you, right? So if you're out there, drop a one. Let me know that you're there. Um, in the meantime, let me give you guys a little idea what it is we are doing tonight. But let me just make sure I see a one or two before. I see some people are here. I guess those are the lurkers, right? It looks like I'm coming through. Let me test it and see. Okay, good. Yeah, I'm coming through. All right. So what are we doing tonight? Tonight, now that I've returned, tonight we are going to be discussing the black farmer in Colorado who's being harassed to force him off his land. We're going to talk about the Tyree Nichols death again, but this time from the standpoint of the woman who's heading those police officers, the woman who's above them. I think she's the chief. And we're going to talk about her and whether or not she deserves some jail time too. We're going to talk about this situation where Tariq Nasheed slapped a dude named Taharka Bey. I made a short about it that folks was laughing at. We're going to talk about that a little bit. We're going to also talk about, let me see, political leaders and why they wait until they're out of office to have good ideas, like Obama. Obama did that type of thing. We're going to talk about the sad origin of Nigeria. We're going to talk about why old Pan-Africans go off script and start preaching nativism. We're going to talk about Putin's brain and other things tonight. So we have a lot of good topics for you guys tonight. I look forward to having these discussions tonight. The pinned comment, you can donate to the show. You can join the panel. It's pinned to the top of the chat. There's also a little silly poll attached to the top of the chat as well. So you guys respond to that too, right? Much appreciated. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to officially start the show. And on the other side, Tanzania's out there saying Amani to Tanzania as well. Nice to see you here. We're going to start the show officially. And on the other side, I will drop Shoot the Breeze topic number 1. Hopefully we have some panelists that join us. If not, I will do it myself. It'll be a short show. We'll go to bed early tonight. All right? So those are the topics that we have tonight. You guys stay tuned. While I do the intro, you guys head over to the Shoot the Breeze Clips YouTube channel and subscribe to that channel. I've been dropping some clips during the week, more to come in the near future, a lot more to come in the near future. All right, you guys stay tuned. We'll be back on the other side.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio. Welcome to the Bitter Medicine Podcast, where it's all about Black empowerment. Our show focuses on Black news and entertainment, arts, science, economics, history, people, and strategies that uplift, empower, and motivate Africans within the diaspora. And now your host, whose favorite color is black, Goku.
Welcome back to the Bitter Medicine Podcast. I am your host, Koku. Just want to remind you guys before we get the show rolling that this show is part of a podcast network called KWAZ Radio. There are other shows on the network you are invited to tune into.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the Pro-Black Perspective, where black problems are addressed with black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the revolutionary matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
All right, make sure you're also tuning in to Tanzan African Mind, Brother Bakari Podcast, the Forecast Radio, and the Consider Cheek Show. All right, make sure to check out all those shows. Check out the website, kwazradio.com. The merch store is just about up, but you could check it out already. Make sure to check out the website, subscribe via the website as well for the newsletter that's coming later on in the year as well. All right, so hold on here. Let me grab Shoot the Breeze. I see Daily Affirmations by Pauline is here saying good evening. I see Janelle is here saying good evening. Good evening to both of you. Thanks for coming through. Let me grab Shoot the Breeze topic number 1 tonight. Shoot the Breeze topic number 1. Crap, hold on. I'm already making mistakes, huh? You would think I was drinking or something. STB number 1. Shoot the Breeze topic number 1 is Black farmer in Colorado is being harassed to force him off his land. Before we start looking at the attachment with this, let's welcome in Tanzan this week. Tanzan, how are you this week?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Glad to hear your voice. I'm good. Thank you for being here. Let's welcome in Brother Bwana Hagaziki. Bwana, how are you this week?
I'm good, bro. How are you?
Good. I'm good.
Good.
Glad to see you all this week after 1 week off. I see Forecast out there in the chat saying what's up. What's up to Forecast as well, brother. Good to see. I know Forecast was going to a game today, and I know some people mightn't show up today because it's the All-Star weekend for the NBA and the dunk contest and all that stuff. So I appreciate those of you who do tune in tonight. Shoot the Breeze topic number 1 tonight is Black farmer in Colorado is being harassed to force him off his land. This came with a link. The link seems to be taking us to Twitter. Let me make sure I share my screen with you guys. There you go. The link is taking us to Twitter. Says the tweet is from Tizzyant. It says it looks like the husband was arrested last night. Please boost and share. So what we'll do is we'll watch the video. It's a 3-minute video. I'll play it twice just so that we get all the deets. And on the other side of that, we'll have a discussion on it.
Hi, everybody. I want to share with you about what's happening to 2 ranchers in Colorado. Courtney and Nicole Mallory own 1,000 acres in El Paso County, Colorado. And despite Nicole being a U.S. military veteran who waves her military flag on their ranch and being part of the church community, as well as feeding the residents in El Paso from their food from their ranch, they are being terrorized by locals who want their land. As seen here in the footage, locals have been jumping the fence. They have slaughtered their livestock, poisoned their dog, and has driven by their house waving guns. Nicole was ran off the road when she was coming back from church. Courtney states that there was a woman that pulled up in his driveway and said that she was supposed to own the land and made threats about unaliving their dog. What's worse is that the local sheriff isn't doing anything about it and is being investigated now for being a part of this terrorism. And they have actually issued a warrant for Courtney and Nicole because of their complaints against the local community and the sheriff. So they're actually facing criminal charges for reporting everything that's been happening on their land. So here's my thoughts. They told us to pull ourselves up by our bootstraps. They told us to stop using the race card because, racism doesn't exist anymore. One of the largest lawsuits that ever happened in the United States was against the USDA for discriminating against Black farmers. We know that Black farmers make up a very low percent. I think it's less than 2% of all farmers today. What racism does, it puts fear in you. And that's exactly what they're trying to do to Courtney and his wife. His address has been leaked in a local Facebook group to where now he's in a witness protection program. And this sends shockwaves out. So now so many other African Americans are saying, you know what? I don't want to farm. I'm scared to go into these areas. But we can't let fear stop us. Here's the call to action. There's a protest that's going to happen at the Denver Capitol coming up, pause to read, in support of the Karen Act, as well as numbers to call.
I'm going to play it one more time because there's a lot to unpack there. I'll play it one more time, and then we'll have a discussion on it.
Hi, everybody. I want to share with you about what's happening to two ranchers in Colorado. Courtney and Nicole Mallory own 1,000 acres in El Paso County, Colorado. And despite Nicole being a U.S. military veteran who waves her military flag on their ranch and being a part of the church community, as well as feeding the residents in El Paso from their food from their ranch, they are being terrorized by locals who want their land. As seen here in the footage, locals have been jumping the fence. They have slaughtered their livestock, poisoned their dog, and has driven by their house waving guns. Nicole was ran off the road when she was coming back from church. Courtney states that there was a woman that pulled up in his driveway and said that she was supposed to own the land and made threats about unaliving their dog. What's worse is that the local sheriff isn't doing anything about it and is being investigated now for being a part of this terrorism. And they have actually issued a warrant for Courtney and Nicole because of their complaints against the local community and the sheriff. So they're actually facing criminal charges for reporting everything that's been happening on their land. So here's my thoughts. They told us to pull ourselves up by our bootstraps. They told us to stop using the race card because, racism doesn't exist anymore. One of the largest lawsuits that ever happened in the United States was against the USDA for discriminating against Black farmers. We know that Black farmers make up a very low percent. I think it's less than 2% of all farmers today. What racism does, it puts fear in you. And that's exactly what they're trying to do to Courtney and his wife. His address has been leaked in a local Facebook group to where now he's in a witness protection program. And This sends shockwaves out. So now so many other African Americans are saying, you know what? I don't want to farm. I'm scared to go into these areas. But we can't let fear stop us. Here's the call to action. There's a protest that's going to happen at the Denver Capitol coming up, pause to read, in support of the Karen Act, as well as numbers to call.
All right, there you have it. That's a story many of you have probably seen in the news. I kind of picked it up last weekend in passing. I didn't really look at it too tough, but I saw someone talking about it this week, and I want to talk about that briefly before the end of this discussion, because there's a hypocrisy that goes on in these parts that I don't like. But we'll talk about that in a second. Tanzan, did you hear about that story? And if not, what were your thoughts about that story just now?
I saw the headlines. I can't say I know too much about it, but I saw the headlines, and I think I saw like a short clip about it, that they were being harassed, and I'm actually shocked that this. No, I shouldn't be. Nobody should be at this rate. People always say, "Oh, it's 2020, this or whatever," as if the year just changes people's minds in some way. But I think that it's good they're doing a call for action, and this is one of those things that every Black people, if the Black people who are here about protecting their land, the descendants of slaves and so on. These are the kinds of causes that people should be rallying towards. It's a positive thing. It has economics. It has politics. It's something that people can actually make change. And I don't think people will fight too much about it. We can't unify under under ideas, but we can unify in action, because even when they're talking, even the boycotts of the old, it was a concerted action. It was people coming together and saying, this is what we're going to do. We're not going to let our people just be harassed and without consequences. So I think that this is, one of those causes that people should come together and say, go and then show their support, physically, instead of protesting, because protesting does not really, its effects are debatable, but something like this, actually showing support for the local people, I think that would go a very long way in, first of all, combating the fear, because as she said, if you're just fighting alone, it's very difficult. Even if you have protection, those people, you can't sleep knowing that there are people outside your door who want you to be gone. So I think that's what people should come together, rally behind them, and say, we're not going to have it. And yeah.
I appreciate that, Tan. Let's welcome in Azuli this week. Azuli, how are you?
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah, Azuli, in the future, the link is pinned to the top of the chat, man. Just click the.
I did. I didn't pin to the top of the chat. Where? On the web part.
In the chat. It's pinned. It's just right there. But anyway, you saw this story before, Azuli?
No, that's my first time seeing this story.
Okay, what are your thoughts?
My thought is stop crying, begging. You're a man. Why you don't got no guns?
Yeah.
I don't want to hear that shit rally behind you. Ain't you a man? What state is he in? This is Colorado. What's the gun laws over there? Empty the clip out. What are we doing?
Right.
Call to action to what? To sign petitions? You got this woman here begging for y'all? Ain't you a man, Courtney?
Yeah, folks, stop naming these men, these boy children Courtney, by the way. Please stop doing that stupid shit. But Azuli, continue.
I'm saying, ain't you a man? Don't you have gun laws? What's the gun laws in Colorado? Those are people trespassing on your property. Light them up. Like, this is a disgrace, man. And you have a woman coming on here fighting for you. Now you're going to beg? This is a disgrace, bro. You was in the army? Who was in the army? Him or the lady?
I want to say both. I know she definitely was. She definitely was in the army.
Come on, man. So you're not defending your land, bro? Nah, man. This woman, this is just sad. I'm not signing shit. I'm not paying attention to shit. Defend your land, bro. What is this? Come give me death threat. Come over the land, bro. See if I won't empty this clip on you.
I think in another part of the story, because I caught someone talking about this weekend. Again, I'm going to talk about it in a few. But in another part of this story, I believe she did. I believe the wife pulled a gun on a dude who was on the land. I think she did, but I'm not certain.
What are you doing, brother?
Yeah.
Why is your wife pulling? Yo, these men. This is. I don't know if this is sad. Yo, a bully's supposed to punch you in the face. Yo, where's your defense system? Issued a warrant for making multiple. What? Yo, I'm tired of this crying, men crying, begging. Yo, the laws said the Second Amendment is yours. I wonder what the gun laws are in Colorado. This is a disgrace, man. This is, again, to pull heartstring and make people feel bad. I'm not feeling bad for you. You're a man, bro. Defend your land.
I feel like Colorado is an open carry state. Usually those states that have farms and stuff, you have the gun laws are in such a way that you can protect your property.
I feel that's weak. That's very disheartening that you on your own land, you're letting them come kill your animals. Put your security camera up. Empty the clip. I don't know. It wasn't in Colorado. No, that wasn't in Colorado. Yo, let me see if Colorado is an open and carry state, because this is crazy.
All right. Look it up for me. In the chat, I want to shout out to Coach Pete, who came in, and Sister Raw, who came in as well. Daily Affirmation by Pauline says she heard that the AG is the wife of the local sheriff. So the complaints were basically going unheard correctly.
Yo.
If I'm wrong.
Goku.
Yeah.
Yo, this guy's weak. This shit is an open and carry state. You don't even need a permit, bro.
Yeah, I figured that.
Nah, man. Yo, stop crying, man. Maybe if you put the Glock up, maybe some people will drop over here and help you.
Yeah.
You're not doing nothing. You're gonna go sign a petition for what?
Black people like to sign.
Say that again.
Black folks love to sign a piece of paper, boy. They love a petition for some reason.
Which it has proven that this country, the colonizers, have never respected a signed treaty or petition.
Right.
What are you talking about, bro? And Coco, when you was listening to those people, what were those people talking about? You said
yes. So, well, you know what? Let me go to Bueno first, and then I'll talk.
Go ahead. Yo, Bueno, man, I'm gonna send you that email. Don't hit me, man. I've been busy.
It's cool, man. It's cool. Yeah, I heard for this story. I didn't hear all aspects of the story, but I know the story is not as black and white as this particular lady is claiming. You know, there are other versions of what this story actually entails, because you know this lady is coming on and is acting as if the people who own this land are victims, but they would have done some things that take them out of the scope of being victims and really the aggressors. You know, so this conversation.
Careful now, Buena. Be careful.
Yeah, I'll be careful.
No. I mean that sarcastically. Be careful, folks will say, you know, you have all the smoke for black folks only, and that's the thing I'm going to talk about next after you speak. But go ahead.
Well, I'll speak to that. I'll come back to that. Stick a pin with that. but it seems like this conversation goes further than what this lady is suggesting on the screen. There's other versions of the story, and as far as this couple being arrested, I saw, so I could speak to the evidence of this because I saw it on another channel. Someone was trying to serve these landowners, and there was a whole distance between the lady, one of the ladies, the lady who owned the land, and the process server, and she started busting a gun in there. She started, I don't know if she was busting a gun at him or in the air. Okay, now yes, he did come on her land, but as an officer of the court, as an officer of the court, he has the right to serve her papers, what I mean, to come to court. And if she's busting in the gun in the air, that is a crime. That is a crime. And there are some other things that she would have done. Not only her, but the couple themselves, in terms of, I think that there's a land dispute going on between neighbors sometimes in this particular instance, that you're not hearing those versions of what is actually going on. And I don't want people to be mistreated based on their color, but I also don't want us to be starting to cry wolf. I don't want us to cry wolf where there is no need to be crying wolf. In fact, where you may be doing, maybe, or allegedly may be doing something. See, they say when you come to the court, you should come to the court with clean hands. What that means, that you should be above being reproached by the law. You know what I mean? You would have done nothing, and someone would have done something against you, so you could go to the law free and clear of ever committing any kind of acts, that the court would hold you liable or responsible. I don't know if that's the situation in this case. You know what I mean? Like I said, I'll wait for the facts. But for people who would say, well, you're all always jumping on black people or whatever, listen, there are times when black people are in the wrong for the things that they do. They're not always right in the things that they do, not only in America, but globally. So I'm supposed to close my eyes to the things that we do as well? No, if you can't clamor for justice, if you yourself are not being just, that's the position I stand for. And then when she says that they told us that we are supposed to pull ourselves from up by our own bootstrap. Oh, wait a minute. When I hear a person say this, in my mind, I look at life where no one owes you nothing. No, this is my starting point. No one owes you nothing. So nobody have to tell me that where I need to pull my strap up from or whatever. I am a thinking man. So I need to do the things that's necessary to provide for myself and my family, despite the fact that someone have to come in to tell me what I need to do. You know what I mean? In ensuring and taking care of and providing for myself. So they could tell me whatever the hell they want to tell me. I'm supposed to pull myself up. Yes, I'm supposed to get up every morning and put in place the things that I need, as a responsible human being, as a responsible male, to ensure that I am provided for and that I can take care of myself. No other man have to tell me that. I have a problem with that. I don't want to get into a rant, this idea of perpetual victimhood, or this idea of someone owe me whatever. I don't want to get into that discussion. I just think that there's more facts to this particular incident, and I'll have to wait before I conclude, or determine who these people actually are, because I don't want to jump on no bandwagon, or I don't want to back up no people if I ain't 100% sure what you all about. That's where I am with this.
I actually agree with you, and I imagine the channel that you were referring to, that you saw other parts of the story. I imagine, I'm going to say the channel name. I think the brother means well. This brother Brandon from Pan-Africanism Strikes Back. I saw him talking about this story. This is why I got most of the information that I had prior to this story here. I got it earlier this week, and I'll be real. The rawness that Brandon was talking about the story and the way he was painting the picture of the couple, the black couple in the story, it made me think about Gas Them Up. Gas 'em Up comes here on a Saturday. I heard Gas 'em Up quit the internet now. But Gas 'em Up comes here on a Saturday night. And he calls it how he sees it. And folks jump all over the brother for that. But you tune into Brandon, and Brandon was going all in against this black couple. All in. If you guys in the chat saw or heard that episode of Pan-African Strikes Back, drop a 1 for me in the chat. Right? Like, he was going in, and I was curious to know how folks may have thought about that. You know, because there is this mindset that we are supposed to ignore bad actions from our own folks because they're our own folks. Now I'm going to hold you to a standard. I don't care what's going on. I'm going to hold you to a standard. You understand? And that's just it. That's just my take on that. So yeah, this is an interesting story. I guess it's KW Don 7. Saw Brandon talking about it. Actually, I think I saw KW Don 7 in the chat that day too. But yeah, there's more to the story, and I really wish we could get more. I wish the one who posted this on the Discord was here to expand a little bit more and give us more sides to the story. Is there anything else you guys want to add, and especially in light of what I said about Pan-African Strikes Back? Go ahead.
Want to say something?
Yeah.
If the people are wrong or whatever the case is, but the way this story's been reported right now, as this lady told it, I'm gonna ride with the people if it's going the way she told it. And I'm not riding with them so I'm gonna go petition. No. Stand up for yourself first. And I'm not saying talk about stand up first or let me go petition. But if there's a underhand thing going and there's something wrong, then okay, then I get it. Only thing I want to say is, Bowana, you keep talking. You said something about you not for people. You pulling yourself by the bootstrap. Nobody in the world ever pulled themselves up by the bootstrap, and it's very un-African for you to say, "Oh, the world, the community does not owe you anything." Let's stop with those European talking points and then act like we are Pan-Africanism. That talking point talking about pull up yourself by your own bootstrap is not an African, is not a Caribbean, is not an indigenous people thing at all. So you rob people of everything, and then now you tell them to pull themselves up by the bootstrap. I'm not saying that you should not work and help yourself up, but that blanket statement, I don't want nobody to tell me I could do, but please, everybody, no one is an island, and our motto is the family. It takes a village. So I don't understand how a lot of black people be on this pull yourself by the bootstrap using European talking points. And then the next breath, they're Pan-Africanism. Come on, man. But I do agree with you saying that we should hold everything accountable. If the story is not what they said, and it's the way that Bowana is talking about it, hey, I agree. We should not jump up to help everybody just because they're crying wolf. So I do agree with Bowana on that point too. But I've never heard the story, and the way they're reporting it, of course, they're tugging at your emotional response to go all him. Me, I'm not doing that. I'm just saying, if you're a man and people are coming to take over your land, vandalizing your property, killing your stock, your livestock, what, you're gonna write petitions? I'm all the way in New York. I'm all the way in New York City, baby.
I'd like to add too, to be clear, for clarity. Me saying that I'll hold you to a standard and whatnot doesn't mean that doesn't mean I'm siding with white folks against you either. Two things can happen at the same time. Two things can be true. I'm going to hold you to a standard. I'm going to scold you about the shit that you did. I'm never going to stand against you in front of this white man, but I do reserve that right. I'm going to tell you about the nonsense you're doing too. Does anyone else want to add anything here to this point?
Yeah, I want to add something. You said that gas quit the internet, and I hope, because I know you say you used to jump on that, man. I hope that it's not because you know, he felt like he was getting like some pushback in some of the points that he was making. That is the reason why he quit the internet. I hope that's not the reason, man. You know, I feel like, well, I feel like I've always been open to whatever dialogue. Me and Gas disagree all the time. Me and my bro right now, we disagree all the time, and it's okay. But I don't feel like the solution is to just leave. And I feel like the solution sometimes is to try to work it out if you can, you know. And I don't think that I don't think that he should have quit the internet. I think that his voice is one that's needed, you know, especially, you know, sometimes the internet can get very chaotic, you know. And I don't think that he should have quit the internet based off of nothing we would have said. Sometimes we disagree. Sometimes, see, even Razuli disagree with one sentence and he agree with another sentence. That's just how the nature of the conversation goes sometimes. And I feel like we shouldn't always take it so personally. It's because it's not personal. You know what I mean? It's not personal. I don't take it personal. And I think that the brothers sometimes, in particular the brothers, should develop a degree of rhinoceros skin, you know, because you shouldn't always say everything some guys say to you personally if you don't think that about yourself. So, but I'll leave it there though.
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying. I don't know, and I doubt it has anything to do with us per se. I think he had his own reasons. I'm not certain because I didn't hear from him directly, but that's what I heard. And yeah, you're right. I think it's good to have conversations. I think it's actually good to disagree sometimes. I think it just it sharpens your stance or shows you if your stance is not as strong as you thought it was, right? So I think folks should definitely, you come in this week, maybe someone's opinion was a little stronger than yours. Okay, cool. Next week, you'll come back and yours will be, you know, more powerful than others or whatever. But I think folks shouldn't just quit for that. Any other last words here? I see we have Lero in the chat saying peace, loved one. Peace to Lero. Seems like we did all we could do with that.
Well, I don't think he's quote unquote quit because of what people say. Because I think Gas skin is very tough. I think what Gas really feel that we are not going to change. That's why.
Right.
I don't think it's because of something I said or something other people said. I think sometimes I feel the same way too. But I think he's like, yo, there's no point. It's like going around in circles. He said talking to some of our people. And it's very disappointing. I think maybe for now he's very disappointed in a lot of the situation. But I don't think it wasn't because of like he felt a way about anything. It's very just disappointment. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, I feel it too. I feel it.
I feel like sometimes I feel like saying the hell with the internet too. But
Yeah.
I have to remember there are times when it's not just us talking to one another. There are people who are listening who may take some of the things that we say and transform themselves, you know. And because I look at the comment section from time to time, and there is an effect based off some of the ideas that we push towards the people, and the people are listening. So this is the reason why I can continuously come back, even though the panelists are going to believe what they got to believe. But it's the listeners sometimes who we affect the opinions of as well. So I have to remember that in this whole idea of Pan-Africanism and pushing our ideas forward.
Yes, sir. Let's go to Shooter Breeze topic number 2 tonight. Shooter Breeze topic number 2 is we blame the 5 black male police officers involved in Tyree Nichols' death. But what about the woman that gave them the power to do all that? Doesn't she deserve jail time too? This came with a link. Let's check it out.
Now, this chapter of Sarah and C.J. Davis's history is really insane. Davis was also fired from Atlanta police in 2008 after becoming embroiled in a child pornography case involving another officer. She was involved in the botched investigation of Sergeant Tanya Crane's husband, Terrell Marion Crane, who later turned out to be guilty. 2 detectives on the case accused Davis, who was a deputy chief at the time, of urging them not to dig into the claims against Crane after the unit received pictures of him with underage middle school girls. Crane's wife, who was a sergeant working with Davis, also admitted to finding and burning some of the child porn photographs her husband had taken of the victims. Davis was demoted from major to lieutenant before ultimately being fired, before challenging the decision and being reinstated. Amazing. After that level of corruption, Atlanta PD reinstated her and put her back on the force. Wow. During yesterday's live stream, where we had a conversation surrounding why the media was covering and hiding the identity of the 7th Scorpion Unit officer that was involved in the death of Tyree Nichols, many of you were in the live chat telling me, TD, you need to look into the history of Saralyn CJ Davis. You have to look into her past. This was a comment that I repeatedly saw appear over and over and over again throughout the duration of the live stream. And once the stream was over, I did just that. I looked into Saralyn Davis's past, and all I have to say is wow. The top cop behind the Scorpion Unit disbanded after its officers were charged in the death of Tyree Nichols, previously led another controversy that too was shut down. Memphis Police Chief Saralyn Davis launched the elite team Scorpion Unit in 2021, which was made up of 40 officers. Davis was previous dog unit while working at Atlanta Police, where she was also embroiled in a child pornography scandal. It was disbanded over accusations of excessive force and police brutality. The Red Dog Unit, which stands for Running Every Drug Dealer Out of Georgia, was one of at least 11 run by Davis when she was a commander. It has many similarities to the Scorpion Unit in Memphis, which was made up of 40 officers split into 4 teams who patrolled high crime hotspots throughout the city. Red Dog was disbanded in 2011 by Mayor Cassim Reed after officers raided a gay bar and used excessive force, while others were accused of assaulting a man they pulled over in a traffic stop. Wow, now that sounds a lot like Tyree Nichols, doesn't it? During the raid, those at the bar complained that they were treated with aggression and forced to lay on the floor for over an hour as officers swore and used racist and homophobic slurs. The city of Atlanta settled a federal lawsuit with those affected by the raid in December 2010 for $1 million, which included reforms to Atlanta Police Department's operating procedures. Now, what people have to understand about these specialized units is that these specialized units are allowed to conduct themselves in a fashion that most police officers are not allowed to. They're given a longer leash to abuse the people in the community in order to weed out the bad ones. But what happens with this metaphorical leash is that these units become the equivalent of a rabid dog that has now been let off the leash. And once off the leash, he is running around, barking at and biting everyone until eventually that rabid dog mauls someone to death. And then you will see that's when the owner will now all of a sudden make the decision to say, well, you know, I guess we should actually put this dog down. And this is commonplace with these specialized units, as I'm going to show you here with this quick CNN video, where it just shows you a very quick and brief history of how these units always exist up until they kill someone unjustifiably. Then now all of a sudden, hey, you know what? I guess this unit was a bad idea after all.
Specialized units have existed in most of America's 70 major cities, often driving police arrest stats and generating PR opportunities for politicians eager to appear tough on crime.
I'm glad to hear that the unit's been disbanded. I think we should probably be taking a serious look at these specialized units, both in Memphis and around the country.
This kind of so-called elite police squad is not a new idea.
So some cities are taking on drug dealers with urban commando teams with intimidating names like Crash, Dart, TNT, and in Atlanta, Red Dog.
Show me hands, get on your knees. Atlanta's Red Dog unit started in the 1980s. Officers went on high-risk raids and patrolled public housing. It was politically popular, but was disbanded in 2011 after years of complaints over its tactics. In 2021, facing a new spike in crime, Atlanta PD launched its latest specialized Titan unit.
We believe that the direction that they will have to be more aggressive aggressive as it relates to what street violence that we are up against, but it is no way to replace what Red Dog was.
In New York, the NYPD's street crime unit was launched in the 1970s with the motto, "We own the night." The unit faced controversy in 1999 after 4 plainclothes officers fired 41 shots at Amadou Diallo, an unarmed 23-year-old student outside his apartment building in the Bronx, claiming he fit the description of a man wanted for rape. The officers who shot Diallo were found not guilty. The unit was disbanded in 2002 after a federal investigation uncovered racial profiling. In 2020, the NYPD disbanded all of its plainclothes anti-crime units, the kind responsible for the chokehold death of Eric Garner. New York City Mayor and former police officer Eric Adams told CNN on Monday, specialized units aren't inherently bad.
Units don't create abuse. Abusive behavior creates abuse.
Nearly 25 years later, Amadou Diallo's mother is still fighting to change police practices.
I have to hold my heart and I have to let them know that this is a club that we wish we'd never had to welcome them. And this is a club that no families want to be part of.
From Philadelphia to Baltimore and Indianapolis, Memphis is the latest example of an all-too-common cycle. Crime rises, police create an aggressive unit that delivers an increase in arrests. Then comes scandal or tragedy.
Now let's get back to what happened with the Red Dog unit after their raid at the LGBTQ bar, where they harassed everyone, put them on the floor for an hour, and beat people that were in their car, claiming that it was just an innocent traffic stop gone awry. So here's what happened after the lawsuit came down. It demanded that there should be no more illegal search and seizures and an internal investigation into all officers involved. At least 10 complaints were formally lodged against the department alleging misconduct during the raid and turned over the agency's Office of Professional Standards or Internal Affairs unit. Activist Hunter Dempster, who is an organizer with Decarcerate Memphis, said that there were many similarities between the Red Dog Squad and the Scorpion unit. He told DailyMail.com, and here's a direct quote, "They are literally an oppression force. The trust between the citizens and the police in Memphis is about as bad as you could ever imagine in a metropolitan city. They are unchecked doom squads, which can do whatever they want. Davis's Red Dog unit was disbanded. So how are you going to take the same premise of a disbanded unit to your new job? Davis is doing her best to say all of the best social justice buzzwords and accountability, but she is just giving lip service and empty promises and trying to make herself look good. It shouldn't take someone dying for something to happen. They are violent bullies who pull you over, wave a gun in your face, and beat you up. They terrorize poor Black and brown communities." Now that's where the brother lost me. Once again, I don't know what it is about anytime something happens to Black people, we automatically turn into a Black and brown issue. I really wish we would stop doing that. There is no such thing as Black and brown issues. This is clearly a Black American issue in Black American communities. Brown has absolutely nothing to do with this, but I digress. The Red Dog unit was created in 1987 and named after the football movie of blitzing a quarterback, with the intention to pressure drug dealers, users, and criminals associated with drug violence. Davis was promoted to deputy chief in 2014 after Red Dog was disbanded and oversaw strategy and special project division. The unit was also responsible for the death of Katherine Johnston, 92 years old, who was shot dead during a no-knock raid in 2006. Sounds a lot like Breonna Taylor now, doesn't it? Police officers from the narcotics unit, which was later rebranded, burst into her home and shot her 5 times after reports of drug dealing at the property. It is unclear if she was in charge of the unit at the time in 2006, with 3 former police officers charged with voluntary manslaughter and making false statements. Wow, now that really sounds a lot like Breonna Taylor. Prosecutors have said that the officers regularly presented false information to obtain warrants and that they cut corners to make more time for lucrative side jobs, providing additional security to businesses, often while on duty and receiving cash payments. The Scorpion team was created in November of 2021 as part of a crackdown on violent crime by Davis. So Sarah Lynn Davis took a failed oppressive unit that was disbanded in Atlanta and brought it over to Memphis. And now here we are with the death of Tyre Nichols. If you ask me, I think that Saralyn C.J. Davis needs to be held accountable for this as well, because the history behind these kind of units are very clear. And the thought that she would take an oppressive unit that already was disbanded in Atlanta and bring that over to Memphis that now led to the death of Tyre Nichols, in my opinion, means that she should face some sort of punishment for this. In the statement announcing the unit's deactivation, the Memphis Police Department said it remains committed to serving our community and taking every measure possible to rebuild the trust that has been negatively affected by Nichols' death. They added, while the heinous actions of a few cast a cloud of dishonor over the title Scorpion, it is imperative that we, the Memphis Police Department, take proactive steps in the healing process for all impacted. Lawyers for Nichols' family said in a statement that the disbanding of the unit was both appropriate and proportional to the tragic death of Tyre Nichols, and also a decent and just decision for all citizens of Memphis. Now, this chapter of Saralyn C.J. Davis's history is really insane. Davis was also fired from Atlanta police in 2008 after becoming embroiled in a child pornography case involving another officer. She was involved in the botched investigation of Sergeant Tanya Crane's husband, Terrell Marion Crane, who later turned out to be guilty. Two detectives on the case accused Davis, who was a deputy chief at the time, of urging them not to dig into the claims against Crane after the unit received pictures of him with underage middle school girls. Crane's wife, who was a sergeant working with Davis, also admitted to finding and burning some of the child porn photographs her husband had taken of the victims. Davis was demoted from major to lieutenant before ultimately being fired, before challenging the decision and being reinstated. Amazing. After that level of corruption, Atlanta PD reinstated her and put her back on the force. Wow. She then retired from the force in 2016 and took up a role as police chief in Durham, North Carolina, calling for sweeping police reform despite her previous botched job in Atlanta. Now, this is the characteristic of a truly wicked person, right? Because when you look at the level of controversy that followed her from Atlanta, from her covering up a child porn scandal to heading Red Dog units that were actively oppressing the very people that they're supposed to be protecting in their community, she then retires from that police department, takes on a role as police chief in Durham, North Carolina, and reinvents herself as someone who's calling for sweeping police reform. That's called covering your tracks. Let me get out in front of my past by acting like I'm the police chief that's all about police reform. And she's literally doing the same thing now with the case of Tyre Nichols. Given her past and given how corrupt the Scorpion unit was, the police cam footage was released the very next day. She was all about accountability and sweeping reform by disbanding the Scorpion unit and looking deeply and intensively into the officers who were involved, because that's just who she is. No, that is not who she is. This woman is as corrupt as the very cops that beat Tyre Nichols to death. Now, at the end of the day, those 5 officers that beat Tyre Nichols to death deserve the absolute worst punishment that they can possibly get under the law. But if you ask me, in my opinion, a woman as corrupt as Saralyn C.J. Davis deserves a little punishment to come her way as well. Because if it wasn't for her creating this oppressive unit that was disbanded in Atlanta, that she headed over there, then Tyre would still be alive and would have never been attacked by this Scorpion unit the same way the Red Dog unit in Atlanta was attacking people, pulling them out of their cars and beating them up as well. And with all that they are. And with all that being said, that does it for today's video. So please make sure you hit the subscribe button as well as the bell notification next to the subscribe button so you can be notified whenever I release a new video. All social media links will be pinned in the comment section below. And also, please make sure you text TD Hip Hop to number 3.
All right. Yeah, we blame the 5 black male police officers involved in Tyre Nichols' death But what about the woman that gave them the power to do all that? Doesn't she deserve jail time too? So you guys on the panel and in the chat, you just saw this expose on this particular woman. What say you? You guys post your thoughts in the chat. In the meantime, Tanzan, I saw in the chat you said specialized equals militarized, right? They kept talking about these specialized groups. Tan, what are your thoughts on that whole story?
Yeah, this is just the fallout of what started happening a few years ago when all this, the police have always been a group of mostly people who are bullied and now they want to bully. Not saying that all of them are, but a lot of them, have that mentality. So, when you give that kind of power to people who had never have power before, it really messes with their heads in so many ways than one. So, but the regular police was still under the jurisdiction of the courts. They were still, subject. They were still, regular people after they took off the uniform. But when you militarize the police, the army does not have to answer to anyone. And Lero made a really good point when she said, who can hold the police accountable. Before it used to be the courts, but when you have like and I'm not saying that it is like a military junta or junta, however you pronounce it, but in countries where the army has a lot of power, Americans only know about the power of their military when the military goes abroad, when they flex their power to the rest of the world. The rest of the world knows the military power of America. Americans really don't see it. So when that power starts to seep into the local police force, this is what happens. And this started even in LA when they had those doorbusters. They would just come and just break the whole door down and just rush in and do like this SWAT military sweep out of the house as if you were like high level. Yeah, so they like to play these games. They like to play these video games in their heads and make it real life. And they call somebody walking, oh, a suspect is traversing from point A to point B and so on, and you using this military words to even describe situations. Oh, we have visuals on it instead of just saying regularly, I can see somebody walking down the street. I have visuals instead. So this military and then military lingo and language gets into both video games and into real life for these policemen, because some of them actually feel that they think that they're playing some kind of video game where they're the heroes and they're Rambo style going into it. So when you give them even more power, that now they don't even have the power of accountability. Now they would have, before they would have to answer to someone. Now they really have this mentality in their heads. What should they have now? Before they had the power to either, take you in or, let you go. Or if you get a ticket, either you got a ticket or you were given off a warning. Now they have the power of life and death. Like an encounter with them could mean you going home that day. So it's more power than even the courts have. The courts can only sentence you or go through this whole procedure, but for them it's made your life, your destiny is made it's decided in a couple of minutes, sometimes even just seconds. So giving these kinds of people that much power, it will just increasingly just make these incidents, it's not going to go away. Basically, it's like when they started using robots. I don't know whether they've continued that or they've left it alone, but there was a case where they even sent out a robot. Now, once they send out those machines, then it's just, over. At least a human being, you can maybe, catch them on a good day. But in any case, but this woman, let's get back to this woman. I saying that she looks like the female face of it. No, she is. Like she's not human anymore. I don't even think that this woman has a beating heart. I think her heart has just been replaced by a hole or something. But the evil, for me, that this is what a mommy is. People say, oh, mommy will. Yeah, when you're willing to do anything to protect the worst of the people, then this is what you be, and that word should not even be used, because mommy, mother is supposed to be a good thing, but this is a witch. This evil thing of a woman. No, she should not even be called a woman. She should be stripped of everything. Like what kind of a monster can you be when you have no feeling for children? Like what is left for you to be? Like how does she even, how does she even see herself not even in the mirror? How does she just wake up and still know that she exists? Like she should cease to be. Ugh, just disgusted, on all levels. She's and she has learned to play it so well, and this is what they do with the worst. It's not people think, oh, you should be good at your job. No, you should be the worst at doing your job. That's how you get promoted in these places. And she proved herself to be the worst of them, just willing to take everything that they gave her. Oh, you have this? Yeah, I'll do anything for that. Yeah, this woman, ugh, disgusted. Yeah.
Let me ask you something. I know Nigeria had this issue in recent years. In Kenya, do you guys ever have a police task force issue?
It depends. It's a lot of politics in that. The police have a funny way of, the police in Kenya, they mostly prefer to get your money than take your life. So
right.
Yeah, I mean, if you want me to elaborate, I can't, but they don't really just kill people randomly just to kill them. Usually you can talk your way out, you can negotiate with them and so on and so forth. So usually if there is some kind of, vicious killing, it's either a political thing or it's somebody who has terrorized the neighborhood and they know that this person is just, up to no good. And yeah, sometimes they do those extrajudicial killings of certain people, but they usually know who they're going for. So yeah, that's all I'll say.
Yeah, that's also to be noted when the conversation comes up of like, do you stay in America or do you repatriate back to the continent? One thing with being on the continent is people who look like you for the most part who are doing these local jobs. And so there's an opportunity there to be able to reason with someone. But in America, where the dominant society is not your group, there's none of that going on. That's life or death. There's no in between. Uzuli, what say you?
I was about to give you another video that this brother made again on this lady to see where she got her training from.
Okay.
So in the other video, she got her training from the state that America gives a lot of money to, that's in the Middle East. That's where she got all her training from.
Wow.
Okay. So again, how do you hide your hands? You hire figureheads. You hire people that hate themselves. This is what you get. This lady's been doing that in 3 states, and she still got a job. We have no friends. The people have no friends. The people, the black people, the people, regular people have no friends. This lady, probably her tax bracket is she's probably making like 500, 6 figures, 500K. She don't see herself like that. She's doing their beddings. She's working with them. How is this lady not brought up on charges? How could this lady do what she did in Atlanta, go to another state, do this another thing, and then rebrands herself? She was involved in a freaking pedophile case. How did she get another big job like this? For corruption. This is insane. And this is what people are talking about. Oh, we need to police our own self. The lady, she's black, then 5 brothers were black. So what are we talking about? This is just like in the police room. Yo, this is just crazy, man. I don't even know what to say. That other video is so powerful too, where they showed you she got her training from them, and then she comes to and that's not even Yo, this is just crazy. Like, how is this lady able to get another job like this? But that's what they do. If you look, the police chief officer in New York City is a woman too. That's what a lot of they hide behind. Oh, we're progressive. We're giving these people like this is the perfect example of that. A lot of people will be like, oh, we can't hold this lady accountable because she's black. Most of these people that were fighting were trying to get at these 5 officers. Nobody said nothing about her. But she the one that gave him all the power. Where was all that aggression towards her?
The Trojan horse.
She lowered the credentials to be to be hired on that job. So what's the kind of, how come none of these brothers that was coming at me and Gas and other people, how come none of these people held her accountable? Quiet. So I mean, yo, I just think we have no friends. Once they let you in the door, somehow they play with your mind. They make you believe you're not them people. You believe you're in a different tax bracket. You could cause that. So, hey, I don't know, man. That's it.
Thanks for that, Azuli. Shout out to Brother Bakari, who's in the chat saying peace on Black Power. He said he didn't get a notification. Yeah, I could see that. I see YouTube doing a lot of stuff with my channel. By the way, you guys should follow me on Rumble too. When YouTube takes down these episodes, like they did the episode before this one, episode 86, YouTube took that down. But the beauty is I have it synced with Rumble, so you could go on Rumble. If you miss an episode here or it's been taken down, you can go to Rumble and actually catch the episode because they don't have the same flagging system and all that as YouTube. With that said, let's hear from Buana Hagzi.
Okay, so I take a different view from the rest of the panelists. And let me take this by the numbers. Let me first address the fact that the 5 black police officers issue. I feel whenever people put on that uniform, they no longer claim black or white or yellow alliances. They just become blue. And behind that shield of blue is all colors involved. All of them collude together to do what they do. And all of them are actors. So I understand people on the face of it, they see 5 black men beating up a particular gentleman, but I see them as police officers. You know what I mean? So there's that. Another thing too is the question asked, does she deserve jail time? Now, I don't know what she would have done to cause her to have jail time in this particular incident. Even though she was the chief officer, and she came up with a program where they have this specialized policing, to do whatever they needed to do. Now, her as a chief of police, even though she is a chief of police, she has a boss. She has to answer to all the rules or all the programs she wants to institute inside in a police department. And those rules or laws or policies that she institutes in her organization, they have to come within the realm of state law and federal law. You can't have any program to where your actors are acting outside of the scope of the state law or federal law. If she would have done that, she could be held legally liable. And I have not heard any cases yet where she is being held legally liable for creating laws that says go out and brutalize this, that, or the other individual. Now, that's what she could, just to present the other side of the argument. She could say, okay, yes, I have a specialized group, and this is what our programs are. This is what we want to do in these particular heavy crime, drug, whatever areas, right? And these things have to come within the scope of the law. Now, she could also say, I did not tell these police officers to go out and beat a person to death or rouse somebody out of their car beat them up on the side of the road, beat them till they unconscious, and do the things that she wouldn't have allowed her officers to do. They was acting outside of the scope of their employment. She could always claim that. And she would be justified in claiming that because she is not an entity unto herself. Whatever programs she wants to invoke with her police department. In her police department she governs over, there's checks and balances. She cannot institute any programs outside of the scope of state or federal law. That's the second issue. As far as what she would have done in Atlanta, she was in terms of the child business. She was accused. She was accused of I guess covering up for whoever. She was fired, and then the case itself was relitigated because she went back before the police department or whoever her elders are, or the people who were her bosses, and they decided to reinstate her. If they reinstated her, they didn't find sufficient evidence to hold her accountable to what was being alleged against her. See, and that's the thing. You live in a country of laws, and if you don't know how to work the system gonna work against you. Now, we as a society want to protest, and in our way of protesting is going out on the street corners and petitioning government, walking down the street with placards in our hand, etc., etc., etc. But there's an other side to that protest. I feel like in terms of jury duty, in terms of more black faces inside the courtrooms, where if you are able to pull errant police officers into a courtroom, there needs to be more black faces in terms of on juries. It seemed to me like we obfuscate. We don't like to go and sit in juries where these cases are adjudicated to ensure so-called justice is being done in terms of convicting these guys. It seems like our protest only extends on the street corner, and at that point it stops. But I feel like sometimes it goes beyond that. You have to find yourself in places where they have matters of policing, and then the people go and explain publicly and explain what's going on in their communities, how the police is doing this. And I feel like not enough of us are there as well. This is the other part of the work in terms of what must be done, we must do. It can't just be protesting and holding placards and doing things like that. I think that it should extend beyond just doing that. And I feel like if you don't do that, this is where you're being taken advantage of at times. But I'll stop there just to be brief.
Oh, I appreciate that. I think I saw Real Black Gentleman in the chat earlier too, so shout out to him. Daily Affirmation by Pauline said the chief should be charged as well. She is indoctrinating these officers to behave this way. What do you guys have to say to that comment?
Like I said,
indoctrination is not a crime.
What are you talking, bro? When the Nazi general gave orders for the soldiers to kill some Jews, the Nazi general got arrested and got sent to death camp. Got sent to got capital punishment too. So I don't understand. What are you talking about? She should not be held responsible.
So okay, so show me the information or the evidence that says that she was indoctrinating her officers to specifically go out and kill people.
Bro, I can't deal with that because so you think this all what these officers are doing in the street? You think that commander, that the captain don't know what they're doing in the street? You think if that brother didn't die, that shit would not have been swept under the rug?
No, I'm saying that before I convict someone and condemn them to hell, you have to have evidence. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that you can't. I'm saying that you can't. You could accuse someone, but the accusation have to extend beyond accusation. You have to provide evidence before you say this person deserve
So
jail.
you think
That's
she
what
got?
I'm saying.
So she ran out of Atlanta. She went to North Carolina and left there and came there. You think that was by accident? Because she's a good person.
Where is it that states that she was run out of Atlanta? She retired and she went.
Okay. See, this is what I don't. This is the bullshit
The,
that you people
the
be doing.
details is,
You know what the
but
fuck
the
it means
details,
when somebody
the
retires.
details important. The details important.
Yo, bro, stop that shit. So I don't want to hear
The
shit about y'all
details.
niggas talking about.
I know you don't want to hear it.
I want to
I
change
know
shit.
you don't want to hear
We
it.
all know
Details are
when they
important.
say when an officer
Details important.
retires. You think she retired because she was 70? What do you think she retired for, bro? What do you think she retired for, Boana?
I don't know the reasons why she
All
retired.
right,
Do you?
all right, you're right. You got it, man. Okay.
I'm saying
you're right,
the
you got it.
details. I'm saying the details are important. I'm saying that I could accuse someone of doing something, but if I have no evidence to back up my accusation, that person goes free. This is how the laws of the United States work, brother. I understand that you don't like it and it's
This is how the laws
unfair
of the
and it's
United States. When the police officers are acquitted of the police officer that was acquitted of murder, do you think so? According to what you're saying, the brother that killed Trayvon Martin is not guilty, right?
don't let's stick to this. Let's stick to this.
No.
this particular-
It's the brother that killed Trayvon Martin. He's
No,
not
because
guilty,
we
right?
jump in. We jump in. No,
I'm jumping.
Trayvon Martin is a different set of facts. And it's a different.
Now it's a difference. Okay.
Of course, you
Okay,
can't.
of
Hold on.
course.
Oh, wait
Of
a minute.
course.
So every killing that goes on in the United States, you want us to lump all the different factors that come into play and say all of them are the same. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way, Zuli.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Okay. All right.
You guys stopped unexpectedly. Tanzan, you want to add anything?
Yeah, it just sounds to me like those priests were always transferred from one parish to another. Yeah, there's never enough, evidence. It's just hearsay, and they're taken from one place to another, but somehow they always manage to land on their feet. Yeah. Look, Bwana Haguziki, you don't have to look too far to know that, firstly, if somebody who is, has that much power, she has to have done something to get there. She's not just a nice old lady and whatnot. Just like what it takes to be in the music business, in the Hollywood business, and so on. You don't just get this kind of power just from you've seen how low level black policemen act. So imagine if you're given that power, and not just a supposed black woman, but a woman, a female as well. Do you know what kind of things you have to do to get there? Like, let's not be naive.
That's a big statement you're making, sister. That's a big statement.
No, it's not a big statement. First of all, for anybody who's involved in such a corrupt system, let's leave even the her being a woman out of it. Let's just say any black person who's in the police system. For them to be even there, it's you're joining a very patently corrupt system. So either you're going to say, oh, I'm going to spook at the door, or I'm going to be part of the system. Those are just your basic options. And obviously she was not spooking for anybody on this side. So where her loyalty lies. There's no, oh, I'm just doing my job and I don't know what's going on. She knew what exactly was going on. And you don't get associated with scandals just because you have bad luck. To be associated with two child, that's a sick thing. And even if she was not an active party, as a woman, and now I'm calling her as a woman, she should have blown the lid off the whole thing. She should not have put up with it. She should have used her power to try to protect children, not to protect grown men. So for that alone, even before. And for me, this is almost like, this person almost died in order to blow open, what was going on there. It was not just a random, a whole racist, or somebody just shot, somebody dead. It was a whole system. It was a squad. It was a team. It was a group. So this was a whole, people talk about conspiracy. This is the conspiracy. It was not just a random event. These people were known to be, this kind of, and why do you have to form a special squad. And that's what I was talking about, the militarization. When you give people too much power, they're going to abuse it, and they're going to abuse the most innocent of people. It's not just a coincidence that you see the most powerful people, abusing the most innocent of society. So no, I'm not saying, oh, we don't know the facts. The person who did this documentary or whatever expose, he went through the facts. He went through her records. He talked about all these cases, and this was more. But you are willing to more say, with the black farmers, oh, we don't know what they did. These are farmers. Whatever they did, it can't be that bad than a black police woman who's hiding, this degenerates behind the blue shield. So no, there are times when we have to call an evil spade, and this woman is an evil witch.
Okay, so I'll say this. I'll say this. In terms of why they would have the need to have specialized policing, I am not a police officer, so I don't know what is going on in terms on a street level of in at Atlanta or Memphis. But here's what I do know. I do know that the cartels right now, the Mexican cartels, the South American cartels, they are drug heavy. They have billions and billions of dollars invested in terms of sending drugs and guns into the Americas for different reasons. For different reasons. So, and the cartels, they are militarized in what they would have done in South America. And a lot of their markets are in North America. And how they get their drugs into North America is they appeal to the street level drug dealers. So their guns, where they used to have not necessarily militarized or real guns in the United States on the streets of America, now they using real guns, so it's like they buying it out in the street corners. So the specialized policing or the militarizing of the policing is to combat what is actually happening in the south of the border coming into the Americas right now. That's to combat that. And there's a lot of different specificities that's actually going into it. But like I say, I don't live in the streets of these areas. So the remedy for what's going on in the streets of these areas, I don't know if that's remedial. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. But I know from their end, they perceive it as a solution to what's actually happening on the ground in these areas. And sometimes, unfortunately, people are harmed. Innocent people are harmed, and they shouldn't be harmed for it. And I'm not an advocate of innocent people being harmed and people's civil rights being trampled on. I'm not an advocate for that at all. But I also do know there are some external factors that's happening in the streets of America right now.
All right. If there's no other words here, let's go to Shoot the Breeze number 3. Topic number 3 tonight. Shoot the Breeze topic number 3 says, what's the backstory here? Tariq slapped this old man and came with a link, I believe, takes us to Twitter. So here's a tweet from Tariq Nasheed. I have him blocked personally, but I'm glad they allowed me to see the video here. So this is a tweet from Tariq saying, lifelong criminal Tahaka Bay, who has been repeatedly threatening me, flew out from Baltimore to LA to confront me at our community museum. And in self-defense, I slapped him, ran him off the block, and neutralized the threat. It's interesting to me that Tariq is supposedly an author, and this is how he writes. This is wild to me. But I digress. So let's see the video in question. Crap, hold on. So I guess there's no sound. That's Tariq on the right-hand side walking down this guy, Tahaka Bay, who's on the left. Somewhere here, Boom. There's a slap. Now Tariq is backing up. And then they just stand up, I guess, looking at each other here. And now Harker's retreating again somewhat and going on his way. I'll play it one more time. If you're familiar with who Tariq Nasheed is, you could recognize, it's grainy footage, but that's Tariq in like a suit or something here on the right. That's the Huckabee backing his ass up. 3-4 car links. This is about time when Tariq hauls off and slaps the shit out of him right there. Tariq backs up a bit, as you would do after you slap a dude. Now I guess they're going back and forth verbally until Tahaka just gets up out of there with Tariq menacing him. So that's the that's the footage of this Tahaka. Now Tahaka is a character I didn't know about him. I may have heard about him before. Maybe I did hear about him, or I might be confusing it with Taharka of Kemet history. But this guy Taharka Bey is allegedly a Mo, I guess. Those fez wearing dudes, and he had been going back and forth with Tariq before online. Tariq did a video of Taharka Bey calling him a sex offender and violent towards women. And Taharka Bey says that's defamation, and he was allegedly in LA here in this video to serve some papers to Tariq with regards to this defamation suit. And that's when Tariq walked him down and slapped him there. So then he had a whole story afterwards about what really, what allegedly happened. It wasn't really a slap, but, he barely touched him, all this kind of stuff. And then Taharka did something that I really have no respect for, if I'm to be honest. Umar Johnson did something similar too. And in both cases, it had something to do with Tariq. So after Tariq hits this guy to slap here, Tariq goes online instantly emotional, goes online and says, I just had to slap the shit out of Taharka Bey, blah, blah, blah. So he admits to assaulting the guy, right? But Taharka Bey then comes back and says, oh, you know what, guys? Set up a pay-per-view MMA event. And it's like, dude, what are you talking about? Umar did the same thing. Let's get in the ring and box. Like, what are you talking? Like, this tells me how unserious folks are. And the fact that these guys have a following, like major followings too, even for small channels, they have good followings. It is absolutely ridiculous of our people that we support a lot of this shit. But anyway, I digress. Tanzan, are you aware of any of that I just talked about?
Yes, I had it. I found it hilarious. Firstly, that somebody would just fly all the way, leave his business, his town, all of this. What are you going to do? I'm flying out. To do what? To go confront another man. Look, even if it was a real libel case where, you're scandalized in some way or whatever, you can do all that. You don't, through the regular means, you don't have to go confront somebody. And what was he expecting? What was he, what was the best outcome? If you know how somebody is already, and then you go and verbally, physically confront them, what exactly are you going to do? You want him to say he's sorry, you want him to take it back, you expect him to do so. Like, it's such a ridiculous thing, a waste of your money, a waste of your time, a waste of everybody's time, and this old man should know better. Being older, like, he just, for me, this one is not on, Tariq. This old man just embarrassed the hell out of himself. You don't go out of your way, and especially going into somebody else's territory. If somebody came to you, obviously you have a right to defend yourself, But if you go into somebody else's territory, you don't know what you're dealing with. And if you do know what you're dealing with, why go at it that way? If it was he had a real case, then you should take it up to either public opinion or, take it up legally. So no, he could have and then in doing this, he could risk his life. What if somebody, who is perhaps, one of his loyalists come in and does something to him? He didn't know that he was going to be alone, or like just risking your effort for nothing, for very, very little. Like, people have to be more, circumspect about their lives. Like, are you just willing to throw this, don't you have anything to do, old man? Then go fly out from Baltimore and to go confront somebody you already know his character and his history and so on. Like, it's just ridiculous. It's funny in a way, but it's funny in a way that is just sad. And these are men, grown men. These are not boys. Like, well, if you see this with and even boys, they're stupid, but they'll actually, fight. But they're not even fighting. They're just, slapping each other like that old, Will Smith thing. Like, such a waste of time. But in any case, no, I don't feel, bad for either one. It's just, I guess, like a clown show for both of them. But yeah.
Yeah, Janzan made two good points there. To fly out, to buy a ticket and fly out and rent a car to get your ass cut is a level of foolishness that the best comedy shows couldn't capture that properly. You bought a ticket to fly out. Welcome to LA, to get your ass cut. It's crazy. I forget what the second point was, but that one I had to get to. I mean, come on, man. Razuli, what say you?
I'm not defending Taraka Bay. I'm not defending anything. But Tariq did say this is a public space. He didn't fly out to go to the museum. He flew out. I saw he flew out to file a complaint against Tariq, but in the court, he said after that or whatever, he went to see the museum because Tariq was talking about this is supposed to be like $1 million stuff, a big thing or whatever. Comes to find out, it looks like a little bodega, right? I'm not saying it is a public space. He didn't fly out to confront Tariq. He flew out to handle some court business, and then when he went to check out, he said he was checking out footage. He claimed he's a journalist or whatever to show the people what Tariq did with their money, and Tariq pulled up and did that. So for Tariq to go out and talk about I slapped the shit out of Taraka Bay, now you could get sued, bro. First, Taraka Bay was saying no, he didn't slap me. Now I saw a video where he didn't want to say that because I guess he's planning to sue Tariq. And guess what Tariq is gonna do if he gets sued for that little slap? So he's gonna raise the money from people who's gonna give him money. So at the end of the day, this is too like Taraka Bay was a jailbird. Tariq Nasheed is a grifter or / agent. All this could be a show for play, a created reality. So I'm not defending him, but I'm certainly not gonna be like Tariq Nasheed was. Why did Tariq Nasheed go slap him? There's no reason for that. You claim this is a public museum for black people. So how are you going there and then you're gonna do that? This is so disturbing. Grown men, and the worst part is people and the YouTube realm are really egging this on. Yes, Tariq. Yeah, I'm with you. Yeah, Tahaka, but yeah, like, are we serious? And this is what Koku just said. Pay-per-view to see you two old bats. Why would I want to do that? One man wearing a man weave and another man with his eyes bulging like he got thyroid problems. Like, this is ridiculous. This is the people that we look up to. These are the defenders. I'll pass the mic, bro.
Thank you for that. Urzuli in the chat, Yana B is here. She says they're all in cahoots. His show says hello to everyone. Before that, our boy Kyle Hezekiah is in the chat. He says Tariq is a never-ending source of embarrassment. how this guy has any standing in the community is amazing. With that said, let's welcome Carl to the panel this week. Carl, how are you?
I'm doing well. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir. We hear you loud and
Okay.
clear.
All right. Good. All right. I got my
Carl,
headphones on. Say what?
what say you to this prompt?
Oh, it's so funny. It makes me think of you know how in professional wrestling, you know, Hulk Hogan versus Ultimate Warrior, they fight and you know they set a pay-per-view for WrestleMania. That's all this is. This is just WWE nonsense. You know, it's sad really that Tariq has such a standing and so many people follow him and listen to him. Like he's a whole clown. You know, I think of something I heard in Star Wars. Obi-Wan Kenobi said, "Who is more foolish, the fool or the fool who follows him?" And every time I think about, you know, some people listen to Tariq and like him, like who is following this guy? He did his whole hidden history documentary, then he flip flopped, and now he's talking bad about black people, black immigrants, and it's just this guy is all over the place, and you know he just exists just to really to take advantage of our plight and make his money. And you know grifters are nothing new in the black community. We've always had people taking advantage of our situation. So he's just another you know link in the next generation of grifters and shysters and thieves and criminals that latch onto the black struggle. So that's what I see. I mean, I'm not familiar with the Harker Bay or anything like that, but I do know that you know, Tariq is just a clown. I'm surprised people still follow him. It's just amazing where we are as people. We really are down bad. And I'll pass the mic.
Thank you for that, Carl. So when this prompt was put up, there was another similar prompt. So let me post that right now. So the similar prompt that was posted was, why are grown men fighting in the street? The infantilization of the black male. And this second prompt came with a link. I'm going to play it. And then we'll continue the conversation.
The Harker Bay just came up here to the museum. Shout out to the security up here. Shout out to his brother here. I just slapped the shit out of Taharka Bay.
Carl walks towards me. And he said, "What you doing at my pay?" He got his keys in his hand. He got his phone in his hand. And he actually swings at me. He got his keys and his phone in his hand. I mean, he actually swings at me. You know what I mean? I dips and backs up. He's steady talking. He backs up. I backs up. And he's steady talking, cussing. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, man, you don't want to do that? All these police right here? I said, no. I said, you don't want to do that. You got security there, police right there. You don't want to do that? You sure you want to do that? You know what I'm saying? He said, your bitch ain't beat. I mean, and so I could have beat him easy. You know what I'm saying? He swung, I dipped, and I was like, and I did do like this. I was like, you really want this? You really want in front of my place? What you doing in front of my place? And I said, I backed up a little bit. I said, he jumped out the car. I said, man, you better go ahead. I said, man, you better go ahead.
Yo, that bitch Taharka Bay just came up to the museum. Shout out to the security up here. Shout out to slap the shit out of Taharka Bay.
He did. I'm not, for real. He swung really, really softly. You know what I'm saying? And I dipped. And
all right. Did you see me slap the shit out of him?
No, I got a body cam. Because I know how you weirdos are. And if I have to defend myself, I need to see what happened. People got to know what happened. People like, oh, you the police? Nah.
I just slapped the shit out of Taharka Bay.
What you doing at my pay? He got his keys in his hand. He got his phone in his hand. And he actually swings at me. He got his keys and his phone in his hand. I mean, he actually swings at me. You know what I mean? I dips. And up, he's steady talking. He backs up. I backs up, and he's steady talking, cussing. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, man, you don't want to do that? All these police right here? I said, no. I said, you don't want to do that? You got security there, police right there. You don't want to do that? You sure you want to do that? You know what I'm saying? He said, your bitch ain't beat. I mean, and so, because of the situation, you know, with the security and the police,
I just slapped the shit out of Taharka Bay and ran him the fuck up out of here.
I jumped in the V and got low. It is what it is. I mean, I jumped in the V and left. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I got nothing to prove to nobody. I came out here to file the case.
Yeah, I wanted to play that part. Something Yana B said a little while ago, man. Wouldn't it be crazy to find out 50, 60 years from now that all these guys were meeting up somewhere and writing out these storylines and stuff like that? And the reason why I like this follow-up prompt is because it uses that term infantilization. I talk about that a lot in the past on the podcast. These guys, when you look at Tariq and stuff, for example, this guy Tariq always uses little silly talk all the time, and his people don't pick up on it, on how he's treating them like children. When you play with a kid, you say peekaboo, peekaboo, and the kid giggles and stuff. That's what Tariq and them do. They say things like bussy, 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 and the folks in the chat just giggling. And our people are not realizing. This is why I made that short some time back talking about the babying of black folks. We got to stop that. We got to stop this babying thing. We fall head over heels for people who do this little sucker shit. But it'll be crazy to find out 60 years from now that all, when these guys have died and gone, that, all these guys were in an organization together. They was writing these storylines and coming up with seasons worth of storylines just to keep the people divided and make a little money. It's crazy. Buana, you saw and heard everything that was said and seen. What say you to this?
Yeah. In terms of the infantilization of black males, it's not only does he Tariq Nasheed, he has these little nicknames and things like that. He even has puppets. He understands the nature of his audience so much that he knows that grown men will be entertained by puppets and making fun of people through puppetry. You know what I mean? It's like we could take you straight back, not only to elementary school, but to Sesame Street, because he understands the level of the thinking of his audience. And it's sad in a way, because imagine John Henry Clark on the street corner slapping Dr. Amos Wilson for something he would have said he disagreed with. You know what? See, the thing is, the difference between grown men and children is men think with their minds and children think with their hearts. This is the reason why he could appeal his audience so much so on an emotional level, because he knows that his audience are grown children and he deals with them. He goes on the platform and he confesses to an assault. In the real world, it works as an assault, but in the mind of a child who wants to exert himself into manliness or being a masculine person, he has to confess, well, I slapped the Huckabee, which is an assault, and I ran him off of the block. In the eyes of a child, they would think, well, this is a manly thing to do, not understanding that his confession could cause him to go to prison, to go to jail. It's interesting the interplay with these brothers, man, and both of these brothers are over 50. But I would have played the situation differently, because if he had assaulted me, the next video you would have saw me in was in a neck cast, and I would have been saying that I was in fear of my life. I was only filming, and this man, Tariq Nasheed, came up and attacked me. So we would have that in the courtroom, because grown men think with their minds, children think with their hearts. I would bust his pockets up and ruin him financially. But he didn't. I understand that he didn't. In the heat of the moment, he wasn't thinking along those lines, because he ready to fly out. He ready to fly out to hand this man papers. But when you dealing with men play chess. We don't play checkers. We don't play checkers. And it's in the details that count. And in the details that he forward to his audience is he confessing to admitting an assault on camera. And any judge in the world, after viewing this particular film and hearing this confession, not only would screw him financially, but put him behind prison. It matters. The details matters. It matters. You know what I mean? But he, like I say, Tariq Nasheed understands his audience, and he appeals to them solely on an emotional level. You know, because they don't use their brains to think. They think with their hearts. you know. But it's unfortunate. Like I say, these are 50-year-olds, you know, guys who live half a century, and it's unfortunate they can't work at their issues in a different manner that they choose to. Two black men who say they love black people. I'll stop there.
Yeah, yeah, you expanded on that point excellently. Yeah, I mean, I don't care how much I like Tariq because he's charismatic and funny or whatever. Uh, I would have to question, why is this guy always coming around me? Number one, begging for money all the time. Number two, why is he always coming around me with puppets and cartoons and silly little terms that he keeps saying over and over to get a little chuckle? Plebiscite, bussy, Bucci Bear. You know, you're talking about Brandon. Like, I would have to pause one day and be like, wait a minute, what is this that's happening here? But like you said, this guy knows his audience. He knows that this is exactly what's up their sleeves, and that's a shame. That's a shame. I'm gonna say it directly to Black Americans who follow that shit. That's a shame that y'all will let some little childish shit like this, puppets and little cartoons and little mobile games, and all. It's a shame that y'all will let this shit guide y'all and actually make y'all anti other black folks, anti your ancestral homeland. Like, it's wild to me that this shit works, you know. And I brought up Brandon. Like I said, I think Brandon's well mean, but even Brandon and them are going heavy into the algorithms where almost every day these guys are bringing up Tariq Nasheed. Almost every day it's the same shit going back and forth. And my thing is, if you're going to shut the guy down, organize to shut him down. Don't organize MMA fights and all this old stupid shit. You know? Organize to shut him down. Organize to expose him. That's one of the things someone on, I think it was, no, it was on, I think it was on Brandon's channel in the chat. In the comments on the video, I was saying something. This guy was taking up for Tariq and all this kind of stuff. And my thing is, like, what do you really get from Tariq? You know, what are you really get? In fact, who is Tariq? So if you're gonna go up against the guy, man, go and shut the shit down. You know, in the chat, Yana B says Tariq's so-called museum was opening in a few days from that slap. He wanted the press or media for it. KW Don 7 says Taharka Bay was clout chasing. He didn't have to serve Mink Slide for a lawsuit. Yeah, that was the second thing I was going to say in the last prompt to Tan. You can get a process served. You can get someone to serve papers. You don't have to personally fly out there to serve this man papers. You could get the court through the court, you could get a person to go do that. You know, Provide Triggers is here this week. He says a good example as to why Gas Them Up has disengaged from this nonsense, which keeps our community in a state degenerative status quo. Does anyone else on the panel want to add something to this discussion? All right, seems everyone said what they had to say. Let's go on to Shoot the Breeze topic number 4. Shoot the Breeze topic number 4 says, what does this say about modern humans? So this came with a link, of course. I don't remember. Yeah, it's a YouTube link. Let's check it out, and then we'll discuss it.
This is the current accepted view of what Neanderthals look like. A bit hairier than us, and with a larger nose and thicker brow ridges. But apart from that, they're unquestionably human. In fact, it's been said that if you gave a Neanderthal a shave, a haircut, and dressed him up in a nice suit, he could easily attend Harvard, although he'd need rich parents. There's a couple of things wrong with this picture. First, it's not based on any sound archaeological evidence. That's because soft tissue features like skin, hair, colour, and eyeballs are not preserved in the fossil record. The other reason is that after studying Neanderthals for 10 years, I'm convinced they look nothing like this at all. I'm Danny Vendramini, author of Them and Us, How Neanderthal Predation Created Modern Humans. In this video, I'm going to draw on the latest archaeological, genetic, and forensic evidence to challenge all your assumptions about what Neanderthals looked like. There's a reason why all these forensic reconstructions end up looking like humans, and it's got nothing to do with science. I think it's about anthropomorphism. That's our tendency to attribute human characteristics to other animals. It seems to be part of human nature. We assume that because we've got smooth skin, protruding noses, clear eye whites, and full lips, then Neanderthals did too. And just because we lost our body hair, we assume they did as well. You can see examples of this anthropomorphic bias in television documentaries and in museum reconstructions around the world. The men are sometimes shown as quite handsome, and often they're even clean shaven. The children are nearly always quite cute, and some of them amazingly even wear diapers. The females occasionally sport trendy tattoos, and they always have breasts, even though not one of the species of primate has permanently protuberant breasts. So you're just left with the impression that we're seriously projecting our own tastes and values onto Neanderthals. Quite apart from the anthropomorphic problem, there's also a fundamental flaw in the technique used to reconstruct Neanderthal faces from their skulls. Now, this forensic process works fine on humans, but that's because we know the shape and position of our noses, ears, and lips. We know the thickness and texture of our skin, and we know the shape and size of our eyeballs. These soft tissue features are unique to humans. You would never use them to reconstruct the face of a chimpanzee or gorilla. And yet, scientists always use human facial characteristics and dimensions to reconstruct Neanderthal faces. So it's inevitable that you end up with something that looks like a human. It's spurious science. Television documentaries often use actors to portray Neanderthals. This involves hours and hours of meticulous makeup, which the producers assure us is 100% anatomically accurate. But it's not. And one reason is that Neanderthal eyes were in a different position in their skulls compared to humans. They were higher up, about where our foreheads are. And judging by the size of their orbits, or eye sockets, their eyes were also considerably larger as well. So if George Clooney ever had to play a Neanderthal, he'd need to have a serious facelift. And he'd need larger eyes as well. When you actually look at the hard evidence, you soon see that Neanderthal skulls and human skulls were fundamentally different. This is a Neanderthal skull. It's got a protruding face, large eye sockets, and very prominent brow ridges. Compared to a human skull, quite different. There's another reason why Neanderthals don't look like humans, and that's to do with the environment. Basically, we know from Darwin that it's the environment that largely determines what an animal behaves like and looks like. In the case of Neanderthals and humans, they evolved on completely separate continents. Humans evolved in the temperate, warm, fertile savannas of Africa. Neanderthals evolved in the frozen glacial wastelands of Ice Age Europe. In fact, the two species, when they met again, had been apart for over 500,000 years. It's inconceivable from a Darwinian perspective that Neanderthals and humans would still resemble each other after 500,000 years. All this suggests to me that Neanderthals did not look like humans. Which raises an interesting question. What did they look like? Actually, Once you get rid of all the anthropomorphic bias and the inherent flaws in the reconstruction technology, answering this question is not particularly difficult. And that's because, ultimately, Neanderthals were members of the order of primates. They were primates, and as such you would expect them to maintain the appearance of primates. The fact that humans no longer look like their primate ancestors is, I believe, due to completely unique ecological and environmental circumstances, which I describe in my book. These circumstances certainly didn't apply to Neanderthals. So in light of that, you would expect them to maintain the appearance of a tall bipedal primate. Once you acknowledge that Neanderthals were primates, you start to see similarities between them and other primates. For example, when I compared the profile of a Neanderthal with a chimpanzee, they seem to fit amazingly well. For my book, Them and Us, I commissioned one of the world's best digital sculptors to create a completely new forensic reconstruction based on my theories. We began by scanning the skull of a French Neanderthal. Then, over several months and hundreds of emails and phone calls between Spain and Australia, a creature gradually emerged. Now, saying that Neanderthals look like modern primates is an interesting clue, but it only goes so far. That's because modern primates come in all shapes and sizes. And there's a good reason for that. They've simply adapted to very specific regional, ecological, and environmental circumstances. And we would expect the same of Neanderthals. So to create a more nuanced picture of Neanderthal physiology, we need to understand the specifics of their environment. And we know a great deal about that. It was Ice Age Europe, a frozen glacial wasteland, described as the most inhospitable environment ever occupied by hominids. This was the environment that shaped every aspect of their physiology and behavior. Take the issue of body hair, for example. Were Neanderthals hairless like us, or did they have body hair like all the other primates? Well, if you look at the animals that lived in Ice Age Europe at the same time as Neanderthals, you see that they all had thick, dense coats of body hair. The mammoth, the woolly rhino, Eurasian cave lion, the cave bear, all had thick fur coats. And that makes sense as an ecological adaptation to the climate. So it makes sense that Neanderthals did too. In Africa, where humans evolved, there was a wide range of prey species that could be hunted. There was also an endless variety of edible plants, fruits, berries, nuts, fungi, and even shellfish. By comparison, in Ice Age Europe, where Neanderthals evolved, there were only about 5 or 6 edible plants. And those that did grow there were of such low nutritional value, they weren't worth the time and effort to harvest. This, I believe, forced Neanderthals to abandon their ancestral omnivore eat-anything diet that they acquired from Africa and adopt an exclusive carnivorous diet. In other words, they stopped being hunter-gatherers and became exclusive hunters. But this is where it gets interesting. The prey they were forced to hunt included some of the fiercest, largest, and certainly most dangerous animals on Earth. These animals raised the bar and forced Neanderthals to become adept hunters. My contention is that this transformed them over 500,000 years into the apex predator of Europe. My theory that Neanderthals were flesh-eating predators is supported by new molecular analysis of their teeth enamel. This reveals that the Neanderthal diet consisted of 99% meat. In fact, that's all they ate. And there's only one way to get that much fresh meat, and that's by hunting. It also seems that they didn't care where the meat came from. That's because we now know that Neanderthals were cannibals. The first evidence of this actually surfaced in 1906. Since then, literally hundreds of bones have been discovered right across Europe, bearing the unmistakable cut marks of cannibalism. My predator theory also explains why Neanderthals were so much stronger than humans. Their muscles were so large, they had to have extra thick bones to take the strain. It's been estimated that Neanderthals were 6 times stronger than humans. Even a Neanderthal child could toss a human adult around like a rag doll. It also explains their extraordinary intelligence. Neanderthals were unquestionably the smartest animal in Europe at the time. They mastered fire making, they constructed windbreaks, they made tools and weapons, including razor-sharp thrusting spears. And like other social predators, they hunted in packs and used sophisticated ambush tactics to maximize capture rates. But there's one last adaptation that helped transform Neanderthals into such a formidable killing machine: the dark. The vast majority of land-based predators hunt at night because it's easier to catch prey when they're resting or asleep. This theory predicts that Neanderthals acquired larger night vision eyes and pupils to see in the dark. These kinds of eyes reflect light extremely efficiently. It would explain why Neanderthals had such enormous eye sockets. If you think my Neanderthal reconstruction pictures are a bit scary, or the idea of camping alone at night out here in the forest is a bit disconcerting, there's a good reason for that, and it goes to the heart of my Neanderthal predation theory. That's because about 100,000 years ago, a group of European Neanderthals migrated into the Middle East, into an area currently occupied by Israel, Syria, Jordan, and Lebanon. Now, living there at the time was a group of ancestral humans. These were timid Stone Age hominids who'd moved up from Africa. And the evidence suggests that the Neanderthals began hunting them, but not just for food. I believe that Neanderthal males also began hunting human females for sex. Now, this horrific period of sexual and cannibalistic predation went on for in excess of 50,000 years. It's this and only this scenario that explains why the 2010 draft sequence of the Neanderthal genome found categorically that Neanderthals had interbred with humans. For our ancestors, being hunted by the most ferocious killing machine on Earth was so traumatic, so transformative, that even today we still harbour the genetic legacy of that horrific period of predation. Since the beginning of humanity, these fiendish creatures have haunted the human imagination. They are the stuff of nightmares. They are the monsters, vampires, and werewolves of myth, movies, and folklore. My research indicates that the only humans to survive were those born with modern human adaptations, things like high intelligence, creativity, language, and aggression. This allowed them to turn the tables on the Neanderthals. For the next 20,000 years, they hunted them to extinction. So the basic premise of my book is that everything we are today, everything that defines us as humans, is the result of that extraordinary 70,000-year conflict between them and us. It's what made us humans. I'm Danny Benramini. Thanks for watching. Check out the website.
That's interesting. Very, very interesting. One of the things they highlighted, particularly early on in the video, that I always find interesting, when they take these bones and these scans of bones and stuff, like they reconstruct certain people, like they'll reconstruct some pharaoh, and somehow when they do the reconstruction, this pharaoh is like a white boy. And I'm like, well, where'd you get that from? Right? There's nothing in the bone structure to tell you what hue this person was. Like, why is it you always choose that hue? Right? That shade of person and stuff like that. So it's interesting that in the beginning of this video, they talk about the idea that, the mistake that's being made, which I can understand, is that if you go at it trying to apply human characteristics to these scan structures, right? Because these scan structures don't account for tissue layering and all that kind of stuff. Then yeah, you're gonna go wrong. You're gonna make up, some image is kind of some image design that's basically wrong. So I do appreciate that part of it. The rest of it is interesting. I don't know. I don't know, but I'd like to hear what you guys have to say. Let's start with Buana this time. Buana, what say you?
I think that was hilarious. I think it was hilarious. There's first of all, I wonder, in terms of being peer reviewed, his information. When he put his information out publicly, whether his information was peer reviewed by the scientific community. I'm curious about that. But what I would say is, in watching this video, there are some shortfalls in his argument, because
just quickly, peer review isn't all that it's cracked up to be.
Okay.
It comes down to where you're publishing. What journal are you publishing in? Some journals are like, little small journals and stuff, so everyone kind of gets published in them. You know what I mean? So peer review isn't that big of a deal. Now, if you're trying to get in Science or Nature or something like that, yeah, you're going to go through the rigors of some rigorous peer review.
Yeah, and I'm wondering what the scientific community would say to his information, but there are some faults in his argument, though. And I'll leave the peer review discussion with y'all in academia. Y'all know better than me. But as in terms of what he would have stated as the Neanderthals to be, he said that they were carnivores and they are cannibals. I thought cannibals mean human beings eating other human beings, and this man is saying that they were not human beings. So I don't know why he would use the
Cannibals are not people who eat human beings. Cannibals are people who eat their own kind. So a lion could be a cannibal. A cat could be a cannibal. Cannibal does not have to be human. It's just that you eat your own species.
Okay. So the issue I have is, if these humanoids or whatever they was cannibal eating carnivores who were hunters. They were strategic in their hunting and things like that, and they developed this skill because they was living in a very harsh environment. When they would have met the Homo sapien, the thinking man, the so-called monkeys that we came from, what I come from, when they would have met them, they were not only would have eaten them, they would have completely destroyed them, because they were much stronger. This man said it was 6 times their strength. You know what I mean? They didn't care. They wouldn't care about what they ate in terms of being meat eaters. So in their encounter with Homo sapiens, they would have eat them completely.
No, I think there's an issue that you're overlooking. The issue the issue would be climate. When they were that way in their climate per se, but they wouldn't have been able, like, for example, they wouldn't have been, those humanoids or whatever, wouldn't have been able to penetrate Africa.
But he said,
go ahead.
No problem. But he said that the Neanderthals migrated to the Middle East area, and they would have met Homo sapiens, and these Homo sapiens would have been docile and however he described them to be. So they would have been much weaker in terms of being able to defend themselves against these carnivorous Neanderthals coming out of the environment that they came out of. So in that scenario, it would have been more likely that you would see more Neanderthals walking around as opposed to Homo sapiens sapien, just based on his description of these hunters, these methodical hunters who was able to strategically conquer all the things that existed around them, and the fact that they were carnivores, flesh eaters as well. So they would have been more dominant. I don't understand. The jump is how the weaker Homo sapiens sapiens was able to dominate over the Neanderthals coming from their environment or where they would have come from, and the contrast of the Neanderthals, who was much stronger, who was much more strategic. They defeat the elephants, the bears, all the things that they would have counted in their specific area. So that the leap, that gap, I don't understand why the Homo sapiens sapiens would have won and the Neanderthals would have been extinguished. We don't see them anymore.
No,
That's that.
I think the issue is he mentions that the Homo sapiens sapiens were in the Israel area of modern
Yes.
Israel area.
Yes.
That was a group of people. That's not all of the continent of Africa per se, right? They were able to actually, from what he's describing, they were able to mess with them pretty significantly. They was hunting the men and hunting the women for sex, according to him. But they weren't able to go and dominate the continent because, again, I think the limitation for them would be the environment. They wouldn't be able to take it.
The other jump for me is why would you want to have sex with your food? You see, because if you say that you was fighting against the elephants, the tigers, the lions, or whatever in that particular area, and then you come down to a territory where you encounter these humanoids, whatever, your instinct would have been to eat them, not necessarily have sex with them. When I put a chicken on my plate, the last thing I'm thinking is to have sex with the chicken that I'm eating. They're my food.
That's you. That's you as a rational.
Maybe.
These savages was like, I'll fucking and eat it too.
Maybe. But I consider that to be a jump. But let's just say, for instance, that that's what in fact happened. They had sex with them and whatever. So at what point did the Neanderthals become decimated and the human beings that is able to exist on this planet right now is Homo sapiens sapiens? So where did the Neanderthals go? That's the question I have. And because the scientific community is how I understand it, and I'm knowing that there's people who are much more scientifically literate than me, but how I understand it is Homo sapiens sapien mixed with the Neanderthals, and that's where you get more of the Europeans or whatever. But the Homo sapiens sapiens, the Africans, you would see the higher genetic gene or line or however you would describe it to be in terms of Africa and the Caribbean, etc. The black people of this earth. So I would like someone to explain to me how did this theory come into account in today's society? How do we get to this point right now? Because where did the Neanderthals go? So that's my question.
Yeah, that's a part of what I've been trying to say. There's a couple of theories on that. One of them being that climate and climate change. One of them being that the Homo sapiens sapiens did become more aggressive over time. One of it is that the Neanderthals were outcompeted, again, adding to this idea that the Homo sapiens sapiens defeated them. So there's a mix of things. That there's that the climate, general climate change, also the climate change that occurred when they migrated to certain parts like the Middle East, North Africa, before it became a desert and all that kind of stuff. So there's a lot of factors for potentially why they disappeared. That's what I'm trying to say. They was able to overrun those folks in the Israel area and steal their women and rape them and eat people and all that kind of stuff. But over time, they wouldn't have been able to go down in the continent proper. and really take over the people like that. The climate was too much for them. Let's go to Tanzan. Tan, what say you to this?
Yeah, and for me, every new information you have to really take it, with heaps of salt. But what I can say is it's funny how when Neanderthals are supposed to be nice, they're portrayed with the white skin, and when this guy is saying, "Oh, they're vicious, they're rapists, they're this, all that," suddenly, huh?
They're dark as ever. Go ahead.
Yep. Yeah. So now that they're suddenly, back to their old bad reputation, now they're dark and yeah. But in any case, whatever they looked like, whether it's true or not, like some of these things that we think we know will be disproved, 100 years from now. So we're simply working on the information that we have. But the information that we currently have right now, how it goes is that, non-African people who left Africa, they all got, a taste of the Neanderthal. But in terms of just behavioral wise, when Aguzeki was saying, "Oh, why would I want to eat the same thing that I'm, the same thing that I'm hunting?" Like maybe some of the behaviors that got into humans when they left is something to do with that, because 70,000 years, if that's really the case, it could be more or less, but in any case, it was at least 30,000 years from different sources, 30,000 years of this constant, this siege of these creatures. However they looked like, whatever they looked like, we know that they were hideous, and that the skull itself, I can see, is very significantly different from a human being. Now, the face, I don't know, but the skull is definitely different from a human being. So, if they existed at the same time as humans, they must have been just these terrifying creatures to those humans who encountered them. And having to live with them for 30,000 plus years, that would have been an unending nightmare. So, it might count, because even if you look at some of these, habits of human beings, you don't find a lot. There are some, like this violence towards, excessive violence towards women, the R word, and, some of this cannibalistic and other aspects of it, those are traits that you find amongst, certain peoples. And, you're talking about, oh, you wouldn't eat the hunt or have sex with the thing that you're hunting. Well, you don't have to go too far away to see those kinds of behaviors where, people would actually sell their own biological daughters into servitude and slavery and worse, and still, some of them even, did that with their own daughters. So the depravity of human beings, you cannot look at Neanderthals and think, oh, they were just so much worse than, the modern humans, because you can see some of those behaviors reflected in their actions. This whole idea of, forced mating between people. But you just imagine what kind of, if they were these monsters, however they are, and they reproduced somehow, I don't know how, but they reproduced with the humans. Imagine that offspring, what it looked like, this half human, half Neanderthal. Because now we're only seeing, creatures that are 3%, 3% or less. I think the highest is maybe 4 to 7% of that Neanderthal DNA. But imagine a 50%, a recent Neanderthal. That would have been quite a thing, that would have. And by the way, Bona Haguziki, also one of the ways, and Koku say this as well, is environmental. There was a glacial age. This was also another theory. We're only working with theories. There's another theory that one thing that also wiped them, it was also humans, those kinds of humans becoming progressively more, not just intelligent, but also, I would say, not so much intelligent as sneaky. Because you have to remember that every one of those supposed human beings that survived, every single one of them had Neanderthal blood in them. So basically everyone was, forced into it. So that's the first thing that you remember. So these were partial Neanderthals. So they would have had that survival instinct. They learned how to survive based on also their the relation with so they're no longer human anymore. They're humans infused with Neanderthals. So they were stronger than regular humans. They were also, more intelligent and also more meat eating than, the humans that they were before they mixed with the Neanderthals, apparently. So that their hybridization is actually what helped them to survive, not their humanity, but their ability to be hybrids of both, the humans and the Neanderthals. So by the time one of the major ice ages, I think it was around 10 to 12,000 years ago, and that created a population bottleneck in a lot of countries in Europe. With the Sahara Desert, it increased the Sahara Desert, but there wasn't an ice age in Africa. But in Europe and other places, the ice, crept forward, and then it finally receded. So that also led to the population for the Neanderthals decreasing greatly, and the humans as well, but they were more able to survive it that way. So yeah, so in any case, I don't know about the physicality of them. That cannot really be, fully, accounted for. You're still working in the past, but some of those behavior, that forced breeding, that, meat eating, those kinds of, aggressive behaviors, I think we're all familiar, with them in modern times. So yeah.
Thank you for that, Tan. I will say that that bone density thing is true. If you look at a Ukrainian today, even you look at the bones in their arms and stuff like that, they have very dense bones. So there's some truth to that. In the chat, Bakari says, Tanzan, if you look at our distant relative in Australia, you can see black people mixed with Neanderthal. So he's saying that's where you can find an example of that. Well, they pretty much wiped those folks out. So you have to go back and look at the archival pictures and you'll see those folks. Carl came back. Carl, what say you to this?
I think it's an interesting. I was following the chat. I think it's an interesting story. I'm kind of familiar with human evolution somewhat. We do have a little bit of knowledge about Neanderthals and what they came from. How they were able to evolve. But one thing I think is important that Neanderthals lived in a ice age climate, so they were shorter than humans. They were more robust than humans. They were muscular because as a way to conserve their body heat. I don't know. It's just such a. I think Neanderthals mostly deal with Europeans. They have more Neanderthal DNA than we do as Africans. But I think it's interesting. What he's saying is how we anthropomorphize the Neanderthals and make them look more like us when they weren't. But Neanderthals weren't the only species of hominid on Earth at the time. They had Homo erectus. There's been many species of hominids that have existed, throughout history, but we're the only ones who survived to the present day. And that could be because of Homo sapiens intellect and our ability to work as a group together. So I think it's just interesting thesis he's coming up with, but I do believe he's accurate in that we really make Neanderthals more human than they actually really were. But I do think they were close enough to humans where they could interbreed with us. So at some point, there was some closeness between the two species, and I wouldn't even want to say they're a separate species, or they're just a subspecies of human. Just like we have dogs and wolves and foxes and other type of canines. They all still belong to the canine family, even though they can't interbreed with one another. They still have similarities. So I kind of look at Neanderthals being along the same pathway. So I'll pass the mic on that.
No, I appreciate that. I think it is an interesting conversation, and low key, what the guy is trying to really say, low key, he's really trying to tell you the origins of this European. And when you see what the European does today, it links back to where they came from. That's really what he's trying to tell you here. He's trying to tell you that the European is a savage. But Bakari in the chat corrects me. He says the Aborigines of Australia are not wiped out. Okay, I stand corrected. I thought they did wipe out the Aborigines. And aren't the Aborigines the Tasmanian people? I thought they did wipe them out.
The Tasmanian Aborigines are there's no full-blooded Tasmanian Aborigines, but there's still Aboriginal people on the continent of Australia. But the Tasmanian Aborigines were wiped out. There's still some people who are mixed blood, but there's no full-blooded Tasmanian Aborigines left. I don't know how we can really determine the behavior of the Neanderthals at this point because we don't really know how they behaved. We do know they buried their dead, but I think most of their behavior may have been linked to their environment. I don't know if you've read. There's a book called Iceman's Inheritance. It talks about the prehistoric sources of Western man's racism and how Europeans, white people evolved in a glacial environment that lacked resources, that was scarcity. So there was a competition, as much as there was a need to survive. Whereas African people, they lived in relative abundance. The environment was more favorable to growing crops and sustaining life, and you can see that in their religions and the beliefs. I think Sheikh Anta Diop also talked about his two cradle theory of civilization in his book about I can't think of the name of the book right now, but he also mentioned that as well. The evolution of humanity in harsh environments leads to harsh behavior, and we can see the European, how they behaved since they set foot on the world stage, how they behave towards each other and towards people they have met. So I think that theory does have some credence.
I appreciate that, Carl. Let's hear from Uzuli. Uzuli, what say you?
What I get from this is all that what this person is saying is that whole evolution theory shit is bullshit. They're really talking about he said that their skull matches the skull of gorillas and shit like that. Yo, all the shit we're talking about is theories. So this man, like he said, he might be talking about himself, about his peoples, where they come from. Because the brother said something, coyotes and wolves could interbreed with dogs. They're the same thing. So whoever created these people, maybe they use some of the human chromosomes to get to them. So, like, you see when they tell you their story, all the Neanderthal have straight hair, and they telling their story. So, for me, this just proved maybe he's taking shots at the whole evolution theory, talking about Neanderthals were humans. Nah, they were just overgrown gorillas. That's what he said. So, I mean, I don't believe in the evolution theory either way. So, because I wasn't there, and I know there's a lot of manipulation that's going on in the world and stuff like that. So, basically, what he's saying, all this ice theory, people got caught behind the ice theory. We've been living in this earth for like 1,000 years. I don't see no evolution from any other humans. We're still the same. Show me a human that was different from 1,000 years ago. The problem is we will never see evolution in our lifetime. But all of y'all want to believe, this shit is true. Now this man is saying that the Neanderthal were not really human, were primates, were just big gorillas or whatever, bigger gorillas or related to them or something. This man is talking about his people. So I don't even know what to say. All I could say is I know there's a crack in that evolution theory that he just said, but of course nobody's gonna go back him up because they don't want you to know the truth. According to some Homo sapien, no, Homo sapien cannot be different species if human if they made it together. Just like a wolf could have babies with a dog, just like a tiger could have a baby with a lion. So I don't know, man. Like all this to me is just comic. It's just like people who want to create a reality and have me live by it. I don't believe none of them because I wasn't there. So it is what it is.
There was a story a couple of months ago, maybe maybe as soon as, as recently as 2 months ago, perhaps 3, there was a story, I forget where it was, but there was an instance of like a coyote and some dog or something somewhere procreating. And I found it interesting that I forget where was it, China? I forget where it was, but they sent a task force in. Speaking of task force, they sent a task force in to wipe out any potential mates and stuff, because and there's a ecological reason too. It was damaging to the environment to have these hybrid species and stuff like that. The thing about evolution is that,
but Koku, not cool. They create those species because if you put a tiger in an environment with a lion, and there's another tiger there, that tiger is gonna gravitate towards the tiger.
Yes.
It will not gravitate towards the female lion because they do unconsciously or whatever how they were programmed, they know who to mate with. So that one that you were talking about is probably human forcing the shit to happen on purpose and destroying. That's what it is, man. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, well, there's instances like you mentioned, lion and tigers. There's something called a liger, which is a cross of a lion and a tiger, right? These things do happen, and they do happen in nature, actually.
No. The liger and the tiger, that never happened. That's a human thing. Tigers and lions don't live in the same habitat. Tigers are in the jungle. Lions are in the savannah. They don't meet.
Tigers and lions do live in one place and it's together. That's India. That's the only place they exist together in India. But to your
in India.
Yeah. But to your point, there is an example of evolution we see every day that we don't really take accountability for. But you ever notice how certain drugs become resistant to antibodies over time? So that is an example of evolution. These antibodies that's not wiped out by penicillin or whatever drug, they have evolved a resistance to antibiotics. So that is a form of evolution that we see often that we don't really take accountability for.
Show me that in a grand scale in humans, animals. Show me a dog that became something else. Show me a lion that became something else. You're talking about, that's what they said. Then you could say that. Then you could say the same thing with a roach. Once you stop spraying them with the ray, and sometimes they build an immune to it. I guess that's what, if you want to say that's evolution. I guess okay. Show me
that is evolution.
It is evolution. Do you have a dog? Because if you have a dog is an example of evolution. Every domestic dog has a common ancestor, which is the wolf.
That is not evolution, bro.
That's exactly what that is. What do you mean?
All dogs don't come from wolves, bro.
I said all domesticated dogs have a common ancestor in the wolf. So you can chase back the evolutionary. No, it's continuing. It's continuing. It's continuing.
Y'all be so bad. Y'all fought the same people that killed y'all and destroy y'all people. Y'all still want to carry on their reality. That's the crazy thing to me.
You know what? The thing about science is that it's not a belief about science.
Show me where the ancestors said a wolf turned to a dog. Show me that. Until then, I'm not gonna believe it.
So you don't believe that the domesticated dog came from wolves?
No, I don't. That's
so where do you think it came from?
Maybe he was there before. They have the oldest dog in the world is the Zixo dog. It's a dog from the dog that represents Anubis. The dog that represents. Show me somewhere that the ancestors said that a hippo used to be a whale. That's what they say, right?
Well, they said the whales and hippos have a common ancestor, and that's kind of what the way evolution. It's sort of like a tree. You have a common ancestor, and then it branches out from the different families. So dogs and bears have a common ancestor. Tigers and lions have a common ancestor. These horses and goats and all the other, bovine animals have a common ancestor. So over millions of years, they adapt to their environment.
the common ancestor to me is the people who made them, who the force that made them. That's the common ancestor. I made a
Who, God?
lion. I guess if that's what we want to say, the creator, that's the common ancestor who created us. All this shit talking about a human came from this and that. You stop. It's been thousands of years. I've never seen an evolution on a micro level, macro level.
No, but you can't see it. That type of evolution.
Of course, that's when we will never find the truth.
No, but that's just how that's just what it is. You're not gonna sit around.
What it is. That's what they told you it is.
No. You're not gonna sit around here and see a creature because they're in an environment where it'll be advantageous to have wings. They're just gonna develop wings. Like bats didn't just have wings; they develop wings over time, right? It takes a long time for that to happen, right? But like Carl said, Carl brought up a great example. The antibiotic resistant microbes that are out there, that's an example of evolution. They have learned to create proteins and certain mechanisms that circumvent the penicillin and the broad spectrum antibiotics. That is an example of evolution, and you can force some evolution actually in simpler animals, so to speak, like the fruit fly. You could force fruit flies. In fact, there was an example we looked at. I think we looked at it on Shoot the Breeze, where you put fleas in a jar, and after 3 days or so, they'll learn not to ever jump past the height of that lid. Like you can do it, but in terms of mammalian evolution, it's harder to see that. That takes a long time, and there's a lot of factors.
Of course, it's gonna take a long time. Of course, it's gonna take a long time. We will never be able to prove this theory that you're talking about. It's all a theory that we evolved from this. The giraffe neck got longer because of this and the third. So how come black people still ain't evolved to get themselves out of freaking slavery? 2,000 years. Niggas still niggas.
You know why? Because they've made the environment such that a lot of black folks don't think they have a need to fight against what's going on. That's the problem. You understand? That's the problem. Marcus McGee in the chat says the human immune system is an example. You know, it's a real big example of that. In high school, you guys should have learned about the cell. And there's a structure in the cell that's defined as the powerhouse of the cell. That's the mitochondria. You know where the mitochondria comes from? The mitochondria comes from a microbe. Millions of years ago, this microbe entered into the mammalian cell. And this microbe, because microbes tend to be able to kind of power themselves, so to speak, this microbe then evolved into the mitochondria that we have in our cells that gives us the energy to carry out the biological functions in our body. So like there's examples, but for the most part, you're gonna have to sit around here for a long time to see those changes, right? Anyone else want to add something to this topic? Did I get to everyone? Time's on everyone?
Yes,
So,
I had my say at the beginning. Yes, thank you.
If so, let's go. And you know, the last thing I'll say too is listen, real talk. We aren't doing the work, man. Like if you listen to Oni's show last Sunday, I was in the chat and I mentioned that every time I go to Manhattan out here in New York here, I have to sometimes, almost every time, I marvel at what these folks have done. Like these folks have built like skyscrapers, and of course they have impact on the ecology and all that kind of stuff. I get it, but I'm saying that these folks put in their work. You got to give them that credit, right? We haven't put in the work. We don't put in the study, the independent study, to study these things ourselves. So we got to go with what information we have. That's just the reality. Until we get to that point of self-determination to say, you know what, it's time for us to look at this shit ourselves. You know, Let's go to Shooter Breeze topic number 5.
Yeah, when
Go ahead.
No, when I hear the discussion on evolutionary science, for me, I am humble because I know that I am not studied enough on the topic, and I know that there's more work to be done. You know, my focus is on you. You have different kinds of focus and fields of interest, and the information out here is so voluminous. So it's like, you know what I mean, to really get some understanding the world that exists around you, man. It takes so much time, and a human being life is only limited. You only could really get a good grasp or master so many different subjects. But I am humbled by it, and it's information that I really need to have better understanding of. You know what I mean? Man, know thyself. So that's an important thing. But I'll take that under advisement. The things that you would have said.
And Marcus McGee, yes, you're correct. The human immune system is an evolutionary response. We today have a stronger immune response than people 100 years ago.
Who told you that? How you know that?
You know why? Look at the lifespans.
That's what they told you. What are you talking about, bro?
Okay, well, Azuli, where's your facts?
So you telling me people living up to say they got so what I'm saying is whatever they told you right now, you can't verify and say that's facts. People were.
It is a fact that people live longer now than they did back in the. That is a fact. That's a fact.
In Africa or in America?
No, in America. I'll give an example.
I'm talking about
around
in
the time. I'm talking about the whole world. Around the time of the U.S.
Do you have the data on that? Indigenous people.
So let me say this: around the time of the U.S. Civil War, all right, the average life person lived to see maybe 50 years old. Now the lifespan, at least in the U.S., is 78. That's an advantage of technology, but it's also the evolution of our immune system, being able to withstand disease greater.
There was a time in human development, you got the flu, you were done.
Right now, you are eating the worst type of food ever. So how are you better at fighting diseases than you're not eating the best food that your ancestors used to eat? So how are you better at fighting? Yeah, please.
Food does well. Okay, let's move on. Shoot the breeze topic number 5 tonight is, in light of last week's conversation, or the last time we had a show, is this what's up? That's an interesting prompt because I don't know what it really means. Let's go to the link that came with it. Takes us to a tweet from African World History. The tweet says, Pan-African Federation between Mali and Burkina Faso. Quote, both nations are battling jihadist insurgencies and are run by juntas who have turned away from France, the former colonial ruler. So this came with a video. Let's take a listen, and then we'll discuss.
Burkina Faso's prime minister, in a visit to neighboring Mali this week, has suggested the two countries form a federation to boost their economic clout. His office said the two Sahel neighbors are battling international sanctions after military coups toppled civilian governments.
Sovereignty, liberté de choix de ses
sovereignty, freedom of choice of its partners, stubborn defense of the interests of the Malian people.
Je suis certain que ces principes-là sont partagés par tous les peuples.
I'm sure that these principles are shared by all the countries that want to take charge of themselves and our brothers and friends in Burkina Faso. I am convinced must have similar demands.
Des exigences similaires.
The two countries are also at war with Islamist militants and have cut ties with former colonial ruler France. A federation would see them forge closer security ties and reduce dependence on their neighbors. We're ready to share our experience, our ideas, and enrich ourselves with the ideas and experiences of others, especially our brothers and sisters with whom we have the same goal. A past effort to forge a federation in Francophone West Africa, a bid to bring together Mali, Senegal, Burkina Faso, and Benin in the 1960s, failed to materialize.
I'm going to play it one more time, as I usually do, just to make sure everyone catches it.
Burkina Faso's prime minister, in a visit to neighboring Mali this week, has suggested the two countries form a federation to boost their economic clout. His office said the two Sahel neighbors are battling international sanctions after military coups toppled civilian governments.
Sovereignty, liberté de choix de ses
Sovereignty, freedom of choice of its partners, stubborn defense of the interests of the Malian people.
Je suis certain que ces principes-là sont partagés par tous les peuples.
I'm sure that these principles are shared by all the countries that want to take charge of themselves and our brothers and friends in Burkina Faso. I am convinced must have similar demands.
Des exigences similaires.
The two countries are also at war with Islamist militants and have cut ties with former colonial ruler France. A federation would see them forge closer security ties and reduce dependence on their neighbors. We're ready to share our experience, our ideas, and enrich ourselves with the ideas and experiences of others, especially our brothers and sisters with whom we have the same goal. A past effort to forge a federation in Francophone West Africa, a bid to bring together Mali, Senegal, Burkina Faso, and Benin in the 1960s failed to materialize.
All right. Should be something. Number 5 is in light of last week's conversation. I guess the last week's conversation, I think we talked about France being run off. I think that's what we was talking about. Tanzan, do you remember the link here?
Sort of. I think they will say that Mali, or was it Chad, had kicked out had kicked out the French. So it seems as if there's more cooperation between the neighbors. I think maybe that's their link. If it's not, you may correct me.
I'm guessing that's what it is. So what did you see in this video in terms of the prompt?
Okay, so they're saying that it's a continuation. So when you kick, once you've built the cat, now it's time for you to work together. I think it's a good step. They should try to work towards building their
to boost their economic clout.
Yes, as you said, boost the economic clout. Yeah, they should start trading with each other firstly, because they know that the consequences of turning your back on any of those countries is there are going to be consequences, sanctions. They're going to prevent you from trading on the international market. So even before you do that, you have to start making repairing and promoting your connections with your neighbors. That's why even when I talk about Black Americans and Africans, we should start by making those kinds of connections. You're not just going to go into an empty space and build your life. You're going to go where people are, and those people, how you're going to relate with them and so on. How are you going to overcome your differences? So I think that African countries, we have respected the borders too much. We still pay too much reverence to what was given to us and not what we created. So we can't, necessarily remove the borders, but we can work, we can work against them. So if they're honest and serious about it, I support them. I think that there should be more regional cooperations amongst, all the different states, and they should have multiple, then multiple cooperations between regions. So once the EAC, has, enough unity or enough cooperation, then they can work with the KWAZ and with the South African. I don't know what's their federation, but yeah, I think that this is a great start, and they should start, reaching out and holding hands towards, each other's borders, rather than always waiting for, some people to come and rescue them on the international market.
Appreciate that.
And sorry, and just one last thing, and not just, the leaders making a show of it. I think they should also encourage the local people to also, travel, amongst the countries. They should have, teachers going to other places and students interacting and so on. And so this making connections and relations should be paramount for both, the leadership and the people on the ground. So, yeah.
Thank you for that, Tan. Carl, in light of last week's conversation, is this what's up? What say you to what you saw in the video?
Well, I definitely think it's what's up. I think to Tanzan's point, we understand that the African continent was divided by the European powers in the Council of Berlin in, I believe, 1885, and they carved up the continent to facilitate the exploitation of Africa. It wasn't for the benefit of the Africans, but to enable their exploitation of the continent. So the fact that we're sticking with the same borders that were imposed upon us by the Europeans to facilitate their exploitation is crazy to me. We need to redraw that map. So I think it's important that they are drawing closer together as people, but they got to be ready for the backlash, because France doesn't think anything of killing a president or a prime minister, or overthrowing a government, or even funding these Islamic terrorists, which I do believe that these Islamic terrorists are probably funded by the West to encourage destabilization in these African countries, just like how the Americans funded the Taliban in Afghanistan. They paid for their training, and they gave them weapons and everything else like that. How they funded the right-wing military juntas in Nicaragua and Guatemala. So whenever there is a movement of the people towards their liberation, you're going to have blowback from the Western powers, because they see this as a threat. The United States, the Western world, doesn't want any threat to their hegemony, so they're gonna go in hard. Even little countries like Grenada, how they went into Grenada. Grenada was not a threat to anybody, but the fact they can't stand the threat of a good example. So Burkina Faso and Mali drawing together, that's good. There needs to be more of that. We're not going to have any type of revolution, any type of improvement in our condition until Africa improves. Because like Marcus Garvey said, where goes Africa, there goes the race. Chinese people didn't get respected until China itself became a world power. And I think that until we see that, we're going to continue to get disrespected and stepped on as African people all over the world. So I think it's a good step in the right direction. They just got to be ready for the smoke, because it's coming. And I'll pass the mic.
Absolutely. Thank you for that, Carl. Zuli, is this what's up?
I don't know how to answer this because I wasn't here last week. So I'm gonna pass on that one. I don't know. I didn't see the one prior to the thing. And I really don't. Are they saying that they're gonna do business with each other instead of the West? Is that what they're saying?
Yeah, they're trying to federate those. They're trying to join into a federation between those countries, sharing resources, and like Tan said, hopefully allowing the exchange of labor for people to travel for opportunities between those countries. I mean, you could just comment to what you saw in the video. You don't have to talk about that.
If that's the case, that's what they want to do. That's always a good thing, to be able to trade and do business with your own people, but they have to be ready for the blowback, because nobody's going to take that lightly. So we'll see if there's a coup. If they're going to send the economic hitmen. Let's see what happens. If they're not just blowing smoke up our ass, we'll see 10 years what this goes to. So, but it's always a good thing to do business with your own people. Keep the money, at least let the money circulate in your countries for a longer period of time.
Going back to that Tariq Nasheed thing, one of the things Tariq did, which is always telling, O.J. Simpson did something similar. When O.J. got in a problem, he ran to the church and was seen up in the church worshiping and all this type of shit. Tariq ran to San Eder. And something Tariq does that I really hate, really hate it. I hate to hear, and Tariq's not the only one who does it, but he pushes it so much, right? This idea that the white man won't allow you to do anything. Like you can't get away from him. You can't do nothing without his approval. I think we got to get off of that, man. We have to get off of this idea that if we do this, this white man is going to come through and with the sanctions and yeah, you know what? A part of you doing these things, a part of you joining in a federation or whatever you're doing towards self-determination is understanding that yeah, these folks are going to try to muck it up, but you have to have your plan set up in such a way where they can't really do too much of that mucking up. That's one of the things the Caribbean has to do. The Caribbean really needs to sit down and come up with 100, 200, 300 year plan. How do we get out from under the shadow of this empire? Right? Like I mentioned it one day. I know there was a brother I've seen in different chats, Philip Lindsay. He said, well, they'll take you right off the SWIFT and they won't send the boats. Yeah, that's a part of it, though. A part of it is understanding that these folks are going to counter with their bullshit, but we have a plan for that, too. You know, we can't be so afraid of the boogeyman that if we do anything, we try to do something, this guy's going to show up and he's going to just destroy us. Like, that's a part of it. You're supposed to be planning for that, too. But I digress. Bwana Gaziki, what say you? Is this what's up?
No, I in terms of the sentiments of the panelists, you know, I agree. You know, for the most part, I agree with all the sentiments of the panelists. And I agree with their sentiments as well. I think that we should make plans for anything that may occur, because you're always going to have external enemies. You know, you're always going to have people who would not want to see the progress of Black people coming together to do something constructive. So I think that there are things that you only could put things in place, but you can't live in this idea of scarcity. Or what if this happens and these guys coming in was tried to over? I mean, Africa has seen a history of it. You know, if I was in front of these leaders, the only thing I would do is first I would remind them of Blaise Compaoré and Thomas Sankara. I would remind them of Mobutu and Patrice Lumumba. I would remind Francophone Africa or Africa these cases, or how the war strategy is set. You know, how they play is they're gonna appeal to someone at that dinner table. Then they're gonna go in his ear and say, "Hey, man, you want to be president? These clowns, you know, are we gonna promise you all the treasures and the gifts of the world if you were to, you know, take the place of this president?" That war strategy has not changed. That's been the case. That's how they play. So understanding that, you ensure your internal security and make sure that when they do come, even if they was to appeal to your best friend, you know, there are some things in place to ensure that this guy can't get to me. Even if that's the case, you know, you have a big target on your back and they're gonna come. But you still have to live. You still have to function. You still have to do things within your society. You have to have some balls about you. Be brave. You know what I mean? We need to exert ourselves in the world as men, you know, even if that means death itself. So, and you have to take chances. Any person who comes before an audience of Black people, know because of the condition that we under, it's a risk that you take, especially when you hold any kind of leadership position, because how we condition in our minds, we don't accept Black leadership off of the face of it. We all automatically see it as incompetent because of how we've been conditioned. So, you know, there are always going to be people who look just like me and you who is going to try to undermine that. So understand that these things exist, but still look towards building some infrastructure that will be able to supersede you, even if you was to die. The institutions that you would have put in place will ensure the progression and moving forward of your people, even if your external enemies was to come in to try to undermine that. And I believe that this is the reason why Black men should come together and converse and talk and plan and strategize. See, we always are fearful of external strategizing, forgetting the fact that we could have strategized too. We could play offensively on this global game board too. We could play defensively and offensively. Even as pawns on a chessboard, a pawn could be a very strategic and powerful chess piece if he plays the game of chess right. You know, global chess. So I think that it is something that I applaud, and I think that these men should think like men and strategize as men and moving forward and move boldly. You know, even in the face of harm and death, move boldly. You know, take the risk. You know, no big risk, no big reward. So, but I'll stop there.
I was talking with the mic mute. Yeah, I applaud what you just said. I share that same sentiment, man. This idea, again, going back to Tariq and Sarnetta, where you're talking about where can you go to get away from this white guy? Because the question was along the lines of heading back to Africa on some repatriation type shit. And this guy, true to brand, cowardly and all that shit, he says, you know, where can you go to get away? The white man has dominated Africa, so you just go. No, man, get out of here. Get out of here. We could plan too. We could strategize too. We could do some stuff ourselves. We ain't gotta always be afraid of the threat of this white boy. Does anyone else want to add anything to the conversation here?
Let me just say.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead, brother.
I was gonna say, you know, when I bring up, you know, the West, I don't want to discourage anybody because we got to confront this monster no matter how we look at it. It's not a matter of, you know, us being scared. Just to realize that this is a threat we're going up against. It's not going to be easy. It wasn't an easy situation to get in where we're at, and it's not going to be easy to get out. But it has to be done. If we want to see our people prosper and continue, we got to confront this beast. And that's all I wanted to say. I just bring up the threats only to understand what we're up against from a realistic perspective. You're not just going to move to Africa and we're going to build a superpower and everything will be okay. We got to be able to confront this monster. So not to say to be scared, just know what we up against, and just we got to be ready to do it. Like Malcolm X said, if you're not prepared to die, take the word freedom out your vocabulary.
Bonner?
No, I understand what the brother is saying, and for me, if man created the institution of globalism as he has done, there's an echo coming back for some reason. If man has created this institution that we function under, we could reinstitute this institution. You know what I mean? Because if a man created it, a man is not perfect, so there's always going to be flaws and cracks in his building of it. So whether we decide to go along, to get along, and be complicit, or we try to figure out a way to create something within this environment for ourselves where it could be protected, where it could be functional, and where it could be productive. We as men should have the ability to do that as well, because there's no man that exists on this planet who is greater than better than me. No man. You know, and I get that down to my core. And I think that all men should have that belief and thinking. You know, we are competitors. Point blank, period. You know, so this whole idea of supremacy and dominating, or woe is me and me, nothing I can do about it, I don't think like that. My brain don't work like that. I go find and figure out a way how I gonna get out of the situation. That's how my brain works. You know what I mean? And like, this goes back to the whole Gavi philosophy. If you have no confidence in yourself, you are twice defeated in the race of life. If you start from the premise ain't nothing could be done to solve this problem, then you lose already. And I don't start there. That's just me. Maybe I'm fanciful in my thinking, but that's the premise I start at. You know what I mean? No man is better or greater than me. And it all starts with self, and it all starts with your mind. But I'll stop there.
I appreciate that. You know what? I'm going to drop Shoot the Breeze topic number 6, but we're going to do a station ID break real quick. Shoot the Breeze topic number 6 is going to be, what would be an argument against this that is not hypothetical in nature? So someone wants us to be more grounded in this next topic. So I'll do station ID. We'll be back on the other side. Stay tuned.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the pro-black perspective, where black problems are addressed with black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the Revolutionary Matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
Yeah, shout out to the matron. I saw the matron on someone's panel recently. I don't remember who it was, but one of the KWAZ radio shows. I saw the matron. So shout out to the matron. If you're out in the chat, matron, shout out to you. Also, guys, tune in to Tanzan African Mind. Tune in to the Consider Cheek Show. Tune in to Brother Bakari podcast, and tune into the Forecast Radio. And check out the KWAZ Radio website while you're at it too. Shooter Breeze topic number 6 is, what would be an argument against this that is not hypothetical in nature? So first we got to figure out what is this. This takes us to YouTube. Seems like it's a YouTube short. So that print is kind of small, went by kind of fast. Let me try to read it to you guys. Let me see if I could do it. So it's atheism ain't African. So this first one says, atheism is a theological perspective that denies the existence of a creator while postulating that the material universe is the only reality. In African theological systems, all reality comes from a transcendent being, which is the realm of existence itself, right? Let's see what the next part of the image says. The next one says, atheism is a byproduct of the Indo-European world that was developed in ancient Greece among the atomists and in ancient India within the, whatever that word is, tradition. Atheism has never been observed among pre-colonial Africans. Let's go to the next slide. As soon as it loads, I'll read it. African people have never articulated a materialist view of reality and said matter, submatter, and antimatter, and everything that can be seen, felt, and thought of from the full spectrum of reality. This is an interesting image. I guess you guys could look this up more in the future. Next slide says, what's that? Biosemiotic thought and communication plays a primary role in African articulations about the purpose and destiny of human beings. These mental functions are deeply rooted in the historical evolution of Homo sapiens. Waiting for the next slide to come up. It says, in African society, in African science and historiography, cosmology containing inert sentience plays a central role in establishing equilibrium and coherence. An atheistic framework which ignores the inherent vital force in all entities is incompatible with the African mode of production. Within African civilizations, metaphysical propositions are developed into knowledge through logical inferences that can affirm or negate hypotheses with respect to the context that they appear. Atheism completely contradicts the developmental process of African societies. Let's see if that's the last slide. I don't remember. Yeah, so that seems to be the last slide. So I hope everyone was able to get it once I started reading it. In the chat, there's Marcus Garvey is the way is there. She says, when I say I'm atheist, I interpret it as no white God. She goes on to say, even if Africans thought of gods, still don't feel that they were right. I can respect ancestors who were real over animism. Okay. With that said, let's go to our resident continental African, Tanzan. Do you agree with the information in this short video?
Yeah, to some extent that Africans did believe in, something beyond, just this earth that we see, the material. But when we talk about what is African, we take so much that is not African. Religion is also, to me, not very African, because religion is at the heart of it about belief, about truth. One person saying, we have a truth based on a word. I don't think even in Egypt they have, their texts and so on. Most of those were for priests, and but religion for the people was still, direct. It was still transmissible, and there was not a direct relation between belief and morality, which for me is the one thing that distinguishes religion, is that you have to believe in order to be moral. And for us, your morality was your actions, and your relation with other people. So, well, for me, and for me, atheism is not so much, anti-religion as it's just a byproduct of religion. So if atheism is not African, then neither is religion. It's like Satanism is not African, but neither is, Satanism comes from religion. It's not something that is outside of it. So atheism is the same as Satanism, as nihilism. It's a byproduct of religion. So atheism and religion are two things that are tied together. And to me, they're both not African, but one thing, but not entirely an African, because the other beauty of African tradition is that we were adaptable. So we didn't have something in the book that says thou shalt not, believe something new if it's presented to you. We took things as they were. We lived in the present. We took things as whether they were good for us or not, we accepted, we or did it sometimes. So I would say that, atheism is, for the modern times, is just as African as religions, and it makes just as much sense as the other one. So I wouldn't, just say outrightly that it's not African. To me, if you have to say it is not African, we have to put religion in there as well. So yeah, but both of those things, Africans do not practice, a negation of the, of the deity, which atheism does. But also we did not seek to prove him, like, how exactly, what are the exact quality and nature of God, which is what, the religions try to do. Like they did try to figure God out. We didn't seek to, to not to understand him. It's almost like to break him down. Like even in religion is also very atomistic. It's like trying to figure out the mind of God. What does God want? And you ask him all these questions, and then you look at this book, and now you think you figured him out. So for me, it comes from the same aspect of trying to control, the outside instead of just trying to be a part of it. I'll leave it at that.
I appreciate that thoughtful response. Carl, what would be an argument against this that is not hypothetical in nature?
So I would say, he said it's African atheism, not from Africa. I would say, so what if it's from Africa or not? So what? Is it accurate? Is it an accurate analysis? Can it be proven? Can we prove the existence of any deity? And can we? And that's the question. Now, a lot of atheists say we cannot. prove the existence of any deity. We can't prove they exist. So that's what atheists would say. So to me, whether it's not African or not is irrelevant. Um, it's whether or not it's accurate. Um, and I think that with the harm and with the damage that religion has done, especially European religions, and I'm including Christianity, and even though they originate in the Middle East, Islam, Judaism, Christianity, all the monotheistic murder cults, as John Henry Clark would describe them. Uh, I don't see why we're still adhering to these beliefs. Even if you want to stick to a more traditional African spirituality, I'm not against that. Um, but I don't think it really matters whether it's not as African or not, because everything we do doesn't have to be African. I had tacos for lunch the other day. That's not African. But I'm just worried about the accuracy of the analysis. Is it a correct position to take? And I think when it comes to dealing with the religions that were imposed upon us by our oppressors, I think that is the correct institution to take. Idea to look at it. No white God. These foreign religions were brought to oppress us, to deprive us of our rights and make us less human. So I don't really care so much if it's African. As far as the metaphysical and the construction of reality, I can understand that because we can't prove everything through scientific. There's some things that we just don't know, and I think that we just have to accept that. I think that African people historically have had a better relationship with the unseen than other groups of people. This is going to be a little off topic, but me being a comic book fan, there was a story where Black Panther was talking to Iron Man. He was like, "I come from the most technologically advanced nation on earth, but yet I still true on roots to consult my ancestors. So even though I still have a technological advantage, I still consult with the unseen, consult with the spirit world to get my answers." So I think that Africans have a better connection with the unseen world than other groups of people, but that still doesn't make atheism incorrect, especially when it comes to monotheistic religion. So that's just my thoughts on that.
Yeah, I appreciate that response as well, Carl. I do. Erzuliism, what would be an argument against this that is not hypothetical in nature? What say you?
An argument against what? Atheism is not African?
That's what the video was talking about. Yeah.
Well, I don't have an argument. It's not. Most Caribbean people, most Black people believe that something created this. If it's a higher power, most, if not 99% of people, 99% of our people before, I don't want to say 99%, but from what I feel that most African or Black people believe in the creation, that somebody created this world. So I can't argue against that. It's not African to be an atheist. That's not part of the culture, to be honest. Or indigenous people all over the world believe there's a creator. The short atheism, being atheism, came from probably philosophers from Greek. Them people came up with that. I don't believe it's African, so I don't have an argument against that. I could see where they're coming from with that. So that's what I say. I'll pass the mic.
All right, thank you for that. Buana, you go ahead.
Yeah, my belief is, who determines what is African? Who determines that? Because if you are basing what African is, or what is the culture of being African is based on historically or traditionally what our forebears would have done, then I could see where there's an argument for that. But African history and African culture does not stop. It can, as long as African people exist on this planet, that the so-called traditions is continuous. So what Africans would have done 500 years ago may not necessarily be what would Africans do customarily and traditionally right now. So who's to say which is better, which is worse, or which is traditional and which is not? Because Africans on the continent, the ones who remain there, they continue the practices of their forebears. However, our history was interrupted, and the Africans who were beset on boats, they was praying to. Because what's interesting is what he doesn't say in this conversation is Africans traditionally we think as well. Not only do we practice our religion and culture, we also think. So them Africans who was taken on them slave ships, they was praying to them gods, and their prayers wasn't answered. Or if they was answered, they was answered in the most harsh way because the master lick you one beside your head one more time. So the African on the bottom of our boat say, well, maybe this praying to this particular African god ain't working for me. Let me use my brain and start thinking and trying to figure out my way out of the situation for myself. You know what I mean? Let me use my own brain and figure out how do I go about manifestly trying to get out of the situation. There are Africans on the bottom of that boat start to think like that. So forget this God. Forget this African God. There are also Africans on that boat who continued the traditions and brought these ideas to the Americas. And there were also Africans on the bottom of that boat who decided to take on new religions, the Jesus Christ of the world, the Islam of the world, etc., etc., etc. So, just because one group of Africans decided to do one particular thing, another group of Africans decided to practice another based on the environment, based on the conditions that was beset on them. So it's like one. So you are saying one is more legitimate than the other because one continued to practice, whereas one decided not to, based on his situation that he was in. And customarily, as a practice, I know black atheists. And me myself, I could say I'm agnostic. I don't know. So am I less African because I don't continue to practice an African tradition? Well, who determines that? This being African, I understand that I am a part of a community and a culture, but I am not a part of groupthink. I have my individual mind. I look at the world that I exist in and I come up with my own conclusions. If they are different from my forebears, I guess that's the case, and be it. But does that consider am I less African because I don't consider myself in form and fashion or put myself into that religious box, whether it be Islam, African traditional religions, or Christianity? Am I less African? I don't think so. I don't think so. I am just an African who believes that I don't know about this world beyond me, but I have to deal with the world that I exist in. So I try to use my own reason and ability to try to work out what's before me in the best way I know how to. And that's an African tradition and practice as well. So I don't know. The argument to me is it could go many, many different places and spaces. But for me, I'll just leave it there.
In the chat, Marcus Gavies Dewey says, what is our religion doing today to help our race? Goes on to say, where was the African gods 400 years ago? How did they serve us during slavery or today? Does anyone want to respond to Marcus Gavies Dewey's chats? All right.
Well, I'll respond to that.
Right.
He's right. He's right, of course. To quote that great white man Karl Marx, he said, a religion is the opiate of the masses, and nobody suffers more than black people. So, we find solace in religion, but it's not meant to solve our problems. It's meant to, soothe the pain. And we have to, once we take away that Novocaine, that ointment to help soothe the pain, we got to deal with the reality. So if anything, the religion is more of a hindrance than a help.
Yes, sir. I agree with that. I think that, and I don't really like to express as much because I know I love my brothers who are Christians and Muslims and things like that. But for me, I see it as a form of escapism. You don't want to deal almost like the whole FBA business, but you don't want to deal with the natural world or the problems that exist. You are finding difficulty to confront these things, so you resort to escapism. Well, Jesus gonna work it out for me one day, in the great by and by. but I feel like we have the ability to reason and think for a reason, and these are reasons why we can work out our problems, solve our problems, and move the race forward. And I think that it has to be, because we have the ability to reason, we have to be able to figure out our problems on our own. Because for me, and I really don't like to say this much, but it seems to me that this unseen being is an absentee landlord. So I have to deal with my problems as they exist. I can't get lucky and hope for something magical or supernatural to happen for me. I gotta make it happen. But I'll stop there.
I'm with you on all those cases. I'm agnostic as well. I don't know. I can't sit here with no confidence and say anything. But I will say if there is that Sky Daddy is a deadbeat. Real talk. Let's finally welcome in this brother here to the panel. Trigger Happy 262. How are you this week?
I'm doing good. First though, I would like to preface that, I mean, I don't want to be asked to come on the panel again because this wasn't really an obligation. This is probably the only time I'm doing this, or the only free time I'm doing this. So just as a request, I probably shouldn't ask me again or there's not going to be any promise of me coming and doing this again. Just to preface before I start. But what I was going to say on the topic, since I suggested it, is two things. One, when we're talking about the topic in regards to atheism, atheism is not it's not necessarily about who created it. It's about the cultural development of particular groups of people and how that development manifested the category of atheism. So it's like if you look at Indo-European cultural, their cultural development and the sort of like idea of how Abrahamic religions are a little bit more centralized as opposed to African spiritual traditions that are decentralized. African religions wouldn't have a need for atheism to develop because that development would, imply that they had a religion that was antagonistic to scientific developments or other developments. But with African spiritual traditions, the profane is intertwined with the spiritual or the sacred. So when I asked the question about whether it's hypothetical, or if there's any other argument against it that isn't hypothetical, you can't make the argument for atheism existing by just saying, oh, well, there's a possibility that it would have existed. That doesn't make sense. Like, that's not an argument. And I've seen atheists make this argument consistently. And funny enough, this is supposed to be the people who are intellectual with this topic, but yet they constantly make a hypothetical argument that isn't rooted in any particular evidence as to whether African cultural development would manifest atheism as a category among people. And secondly, the question about whether African people, whether this saved us, it's not really good framing to me because it's more about how this functions within a general society as opposed to a supernatural manifestation about God saving you or a big sky daddy saving you. That's not the framing of the conversation. It's generally just a cultural argument, and whether this particular manifestation helps a people culturally. So yeah.
Yeah, Trigger Happy. I had forgotten that it was you who had posted this prompt actually. But I with that said, I do appreciate you coming through. It was refreshing to actually hear you reason out that thought as opposed to me reading it off of the screen. So I do thank you for coming through, and I hope you will come back in the future. But there's no pressures, of course. With that said, is there anyone? Oh no, actually, did I get to everyone in this? I don't think I got to Buana in this yet, right?
Oh no, you got to me.
I have something to add. I don't
Okay, go
understand how people are equating this shit to the Abrahamic religion. And if I want to use part of my culture, if you ask somebody if they are voodooist, if you ask them what a voodoo, they don't say voodoo is a religion, it's a way of life. So I don't understand how people are up here only focusing on the Abrahamic religion to be like, oh, that doesn't mean Africa. What? No, why atheism is against the way African people describe their creator. For people to say, oh, I'm saying that if you claim, I'm not saying you're not African or whatever, but at the end of the day, being an atheist is not part of the traditional African dogma. There's a creation story that it may not be Allah or Isaac or Abraham, but each African culture or indigenous culture have a creation story. That whole Big Bang Theory, evolution shit, you don't find that in Africa. That's what I wanted to say.
Can I respond?
Yeah.
I mean, I'd argue people do equivocate African spiritual traditions with Abrahamic religion by the very reasoning of believing that it's like a supernatural sort of like miracle manifestation, which in my opinion, I'd argue this type of reasoning is because of Abrahamic traditions and how Abrahamic traditions have made it to where people think African spirituality is just like spirits or like some sort of omnipotent beings running around. It's like, no, this is just simply the psychotherapeutic aspects of people's culture. And this is why I attack the idea that African spiritual traditions are supposed to save you. That's not the best framing. It's not about people saving. It's not about God saving you. If you think that this is your conditioning as like probably a former Christian or whatnot, as everyone has that particular conditioning. It's not about that. If the European had to come and constantly erode the traditions of African people to weaken African people, then you can't tell me that these particular traditions have no use or have no sort of use in our liberation, because you're looking at it within a different framing. If it was the case that Europeans had to mold down and erode our tradition, so you have to look at it entirely differently. And I think it is disingenuous to say that that is no use, or that we're supposed to wait for like some spirits or some gods to save us. That's entirely an Abrahamic conception and paradigm.
That's definitely wrong because in voodoo, and well, I'm just gonna use the Haitian culture because I don't know about other African cultures. And in the voodoo, they say voodoo is a way of life, meaning it's not a religion. Sorry. It's not a. They're not waiting for Sky Daddy to do that. And if you ask any voodooist, they tell you, I do what I do because I do it because it's about reciprocity. I do this for this spirit because the spirit is gonna work for me. It's not about and then in the voodoo they believe there's a big God and all the other spirits work for that. So if we want to say we are all tethered to Africa, spirituality was before the Abrahamic religions. I don't understand why you're saying what we're saying that a spiritual person is not waiting for Sky Daddy. A spiritual person is telling you if he does what he's supposed to do, the spirits are gonna help him or her. It's a give and take. As you scratch the spirit's back and the spirits scratch your back. So if we want to say that's fake, that's fiction, blah 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 blah, okay, say that. But the African spirituality and the indigenous spirituality doesn't work the same way as the it might work the same way, but I don't think they don't. You pray to Jesus and Jesus do for you. It doesn't come from their spirituality. Doesn't come from the Abrahamic religion. Voodoo is older than that. African spirituality, indigenous spirituality is older than the Abrahamic religions. So I don't understand for you to say that. Oh no, it's the same thing as that. But hey, I don't know.
If what is really saying is true, and I believe it is true, because voodoo is much older than the Abrahamic religion, and what he stated is that the relationship is based off of reciprocity. You do for the lowest, and the lowest do for you. If I am at the bottom of the slave ship and I'm doing my 110s for my lowest, and my lowest is not doing any kind of reciprocal arrangement in terms of me praying to the lowest and putting out food and doing whatever I need to do for the lowest, and the lowest are not returning that. It's not beyond me, because it's a logical conclusion. Either I am not doing what I'm doing right, or maybe the lowest ain't listening to what I have to say. So that relationship gets canceled out. Why continue the behavior if I'm not getting a reciprocal exchange? And even if we take it out of the boundary of the bottom of the slave ship and even go back to Africa, or whether it's on the continent or even in the Western Hemisphere, if there's no reciprocal exchange, there's no I scratch my back and you scratch your back, then what becomes the purpose of praying to that lower? What becomes the purpose of it? So this is an exchange that it extends beyond the boundary of Abrahamic religion and faith, because as Azuli suggested, this is much older. And if that arrangement is not reciprocal, why should I continue it? Logically, reasonably, and he said it's a way of life. And if that way of life is not of benefit, as I see, is not of benefit to me, why continue it? Just because it's traditional? I think that a thinking man, which we all are, would say, well, we need to renegotiate this arrangement or relationship. That's just me.
Well, if you look at it, I scratch your back, you scratch your back. If we want to use an example, if we use the Haitian Revolution, as they told us, was the first, as they said in the history book, that it was the first nation that revolted against the slave master. And when you read upon the story, the legend or the folklore, they said that the Haitian people or who were on the island prayed to the ancestors, to the spirits, and the spirits was with them when they were fighting and getting their freedom. So now when you look back, now Haiti, a lot of Haitian people and a lot of Black people denounce African spirituality or indigenous spirituality. So now look, you could say that the reason that the country is in this condition is because after the spirit helped them and they just denounced them. So now you're paying for what you didn't reciprocate. Just like the one of those Christian men said, Haiti got its independence because it made a deal with the devil. Well, and Haiti's going through it because they made the deal with the devil. If you make the deal with the devil and then you turn around, you don't keep your end of the bargain, you get what you get.
Yeah, I feel it. But he was the person who suggested that they make a deal with the devil. He's a devil, so he would understand.
My liberator is that devil. So I'm not looking at this any kind of way. That's not no skin off my back. That's not the point I was focused on. I was focused on the point that he said Haiti is in this situation that it is after the earthquakes and all those people dying because he made a deal with the devil. What I'm saying is you made the deal with the devil to free you, but then you turn your back on the devil. So that's not a reciprocal relationship,
man. That's a bunch of nonsense. Haiti's in the condition it is because of European intervention. I hear you talking about Pat Robertson.
How do you know it's a bunch of nonsense?
Here's how I know some. I do know that.
Do
I
not
do
know
know
that.
that. And I'm gonna
No,
tell
you
you
don't.
why I know it. I'm gonna tell
No,
you
you
why I
don't.
know it.
Because you're not in the
Can I finish?
spiritual world.
Can I finish my point before you interrupt me, please? Okay. I'm gonna tell you how I know it. Because once Haiti got their liberation from France, what happened? France came back. France forced Haiti to pay them for their liberation. So Haiti is not poor because they abandoned the spirits. It's because France forced themselves on them and forced them to pay for their liberation. There's billions of dollars that could have been used to develop Haiti that was going towards France, which is why I understand now why people are against religion because, instead of looking at things in a material way, we fall back into spookism. So no, it's not no spirits. It's the fact that France forced an indemnity on Haiti. It's the fact that Haiti was invaded multiple times by the Americans, by the French, by their resources stolen, their people taken advantage of. So no, it's no we abandoned the spirits. It's because of Western imperialism, not no spiritual whatnot. That's how I know. History proves that.
In the chat, Marcus Garvey is the way is out there with a lot to say. She says if religion had use, being the creators of it and followers of it, why would we be waiting 400 years later to implement freedom if it was optional? She goes on to say, are we saying the impotence of our gods to assist us as a race is due to the power of the European to make them impotent? That's an interesting question. And then she says, so the Neanderthal heathen has proved our gods is useless. It reminds me of that Deontay Wilder fight with the so-called Gypsy King. Lastly, she says, so what punishment do Europeans get? Because we always see our common justice, but the Europeans remain blameless and in power. Do we say Turkey made a deal with the devil after their earthquake? Does anyone want to comment to any of those comments from Marcus Garvey's way?
No, but
Well, I would say that. Go ahead.
No, I was saying Barbados needs to come on and present arguments.
Go ahead, Carl.
Well, you know what? I just thought about something. I know I'm gonna probably get some smoke for this, but there's a large population of Jewish atheists, and they abandon their belief in God because they feel like if a God we serve and we worship him and he left us in a condition to where we're dying in gas chambers, what's the point of even serving this? So there's a large percent of Jewish people who are atheists who, when after their experience with the Holocaust, they just abandon their belief in God because what's the point of it's not working for us? If we can go through all this and get wiped out the way we did, what's the purpose of even believing in this God? So I mean, I think material conditions shape belief. So if any African people want to abandon their religion because it's not working for them, it's not serving our liberation, what's the point of having a God if he's not going to help you? What's the point? Like, what am I praying to you for? So for your own narcissism? Is that what I'm doing this for? No. So
Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, whether we okay, so some people can say, oh, we're suffering because we abandoned our gods. But the other point some people can say is we're suffering because, we didn't hold on to our gods. So if you look at Africans now, yeah, it's either that our gods left us and then we went on to these other people, or we left them and we're not able to practice. But either way, if our religious convictions is a testament to our spiritual beliefs, and if you look at Africans worldwide now, Africans are not practicing African spirituality. So obviously we are practicing the three monotheistic religions. And if we can see that that's not working for us, so whether we were practicing our religions or whether we were practicing these new ones, it doesn't seem to matter where we are, in the in the hierarchy of life, compared to other people. So the question is, what works for us, what would work for us. We've tried. We for the longest time we worshipped our own gods, our Shun and our traditional gods, and that did not save us from invasion and from being put under the foot or under the point end of the gun. And then we all massively converted. So we all tried the experiment of abandoning our religions, and that's the experiment we're doing now as Africans. We have wholeheartedly, as a whole, just abandoned all our African religions, from Africa, the Caribbean, and everywhere the blacks are. So you can't blame the old gods anymore. We've left them for 400 years now. So yeah, apart from Haiti, which had a spark and they immediately abandoned it. Yeah, let's not pretend that we are worshipping any African gods. If anything is to blame, the African gods left a long time ago, so we can't blame them now for what they're not doing. So we tried these new religions. We tried to out Christian the Christians. We tried to out Muslim the Muslims. Well, that's not working for us either. So I don't take this other position that, oh, it was our African gods who let us down. Well, we left them alone. That didn't change. So obviously it's neither, the African gods, and the answer is not the white gods either. I would say this, that if there is power, if you believe in something that is outside of this, there is some power that is out there. First of all, we believed in it. And secondly, other people are afraid of it. And if they're afraid of it, they're afraid of it for some reason. So yeah, that's all I'll say.
Thank you for that, Tan.
When Tan says that the Africans in the we abandon our religions, I want to be very clear that in the Caribbean, the practice of our religions, Obeah and all these other things like that, in the English speaking Caribbean, let me put that caveat. In the English speaking Caribbean, these practices were severely outlawed, and there was severe punishment is if Africans was caught practicing African religion. I find it is astounding that some people in the Caribbean still, hold true to the vestiges of African religions in the Caribbean, even though these practices were severely outlawed and punished. So it wasn't necessarily an abandonment as it was the threat of death in some cases and the threat of severe harm. So I think that it was through, I can't remember the word, but through force that Black people in the Caribbean didn't hold to the religions that they would have left from the continent, bringing them to the Caribbean. I want to be very clear about that. It wasn't just us deciding to just throw it in the trash can, but I'll leave it there.
Tan, could you tell me briefly, what's a creation story from Kenya?
One of the most famous one is the Kikuyu one, where there was the Agikuyu, the first man, and then his wife Mumbi, and so they had the first man and woman, and they came from Mount Kirinyaga, which is now Mount Kenya, where Kenya is named after. So God gave them after he put the first man and the first woman, Agikoyo and Mumbi, together, and so they had 9 children. They had 9 daughters. So when their daughters were about to, when they reached the age of marriage, Agikoyo and Mumbi went to God and asked them, Ngai, that's God, Ngai, well, what shall we do with our daughters now that they are grown? And so the Ngai, God created sent 9 men to go, and 8 men, I think. The last of the girls was left, and that's a tradition too. The last of the girls was left to take care of the parents when they got old, and then the rest of them were given the young men to marry. So that also is a bit of so Kikuyu tribes are named after the 9 original daughters of Mumbi and Agikoyo, and so that was one of the creation stories. Some of them, the people come from, from a lake or a river, and then they come out and they meet the man and the woman. Some of them are made from, like the earth, the dust of the earth, and it's made into a mud. But yes, that's one of them. So the man and the woman, and then the daughters were created first.
Thank you for that, Tan.
Hmm?
Let's go to
Coco, you
Sinead.
see that? No, hold on, Coco. You see that? You see their creation story. They have a man in the story and they have a woman in the story. But we
Absolutely.
get beaten. But we get beaten to us. We have two men, and then they turn the woman into a ghost. And they turn the woman into the Holy Ghost. And it's like, okay, so the man, so the ghost god impregnate the physical human or woman, and they had a child. This is what we've been taught in the Caribbean. Yeah, so it's just interesting how they take the woman out of the equation completely, and we get in a fuss and not understanding why we have this arrangement or relationship, how we denigrate the women in the West. But that's a whole nother matter. I'll leave it. I'll leave it.
I want to thank Trigger Happy 262 for coming up tonight during that topic. I heard what you said, but I do wish that you will choose to join us again in the future. In the meantime, we'll go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 7 tonight. Shoot the Breeze topic number 7 is, why do political leaders wait until they're out of office to pitch good ideas? This came with a link that's going to take us to YouTube.
Prime Minister P.J. Patterson has expressed his desire for Africa and the Caribbean to put more effort into capturing a larger percentage of the global trade market. The statesman in residence at the University of the West Indies P.J. Patterson Institute for Africa-Caribbean Advocacy extolled the Caribbean and Africa to push for greater participation and not be content with being on the periphery of international trade. He contends that in a global trade system based on norms enforced by the World Trade Organization, it is essential that the regions work to achieve economic growth and sustainable development. In addition, he pointed out that despite accounting for 1/3 of World Trade Organization membership, Africa and the Caribbean account for less than 4% of world trade. Hello, and welcome. This is Rain Smith, and you're watching the New Africa channel. According to the former Prime Minister, Africa's share is below 3%, and the Caribbean countries are about 0.5%. We cannot, and we will not, be content to remain at the periphery of the global trading system, and we must resolve to enter a new frontier in all 6 regions of Africa, he declared during the Africa-Caribbean Trade and Investment Forum at the University of the West Indies, Mona. In his argument that the colonial legacy still has a crippling impact that restrains the vast development potential of the 2 regions, he claimed that Africa and the Caribbean are dealing with a mix of traditional and modern issues. Patterson believed that slavery was the most horrific crime against humanity and a form of evil genocide. He also stated that colonialism was equally repugnant and unjust. According to Patterson, between them, countless lives were lost, entire generations perished, and our resources were mercilessly stolen. We must never relinquish our entitlements to full and long overdue reparations, even as we persist to attain our inalienable rights to economic freedom, economic self-determination, economic sovereignty, and economic justice. The goal of the forum, titled Key Strategies for Trading and Investing in Africa, highlighting opportunities in Sierra Leone, was to improve economic and diplomatic relations between Jamaica and Sierra Leone in order to promote investments as well as trade in goods and services. Patterson suggests that a wider agreement for a sizable market of Caribbean nations could result from increased trade between Jamaica and Sierra Leone. According to the most recent data from TradeMap, a division of ITC, a United Nations organization, Jamaica's imports from Sierra Leone in 2020 were valued at $242,000 as opposed to nothing in 2019 and $84,000 in 2018. In actuality, over the years, Jamaica's exports to Sierra Leone have been recorded as zero. The former Prime Minister exclaimed that the Caribbean and western coastal regions of Africa can benefit greatly from the blue economy. He reasoned that the prerequisite is for us to be vigorous in defense of the resources of the ocean. Aubin Hill, Minister of Industry, Investment, and Commerce, stated in his remarks that increasing exports was one of his ministry's primary areas of concentration. He asserted that he is ready to work hard to establish sustainable and mutually beneficial ways to boost exports and bilateral trade between Jamaica and Sierra Leone. We recognize that while we do not yet have a bilateral agreement that speaks specifically to trade between Jamaica and Africa, we believe that there are profitable opportunities for trade and investment in tourism that can be of significant value, the Industry, Investment, and Commerce Minister affirmed. Although Jamaica has exported aluminum, bauxite, and other minerals while buying petroleum and other goods from Sierra Leone, he claimed that trade between the territories has been very small. Hill mentioned that the government nominated a special envoy and ambassador to Ghana, Nigeria, South Africa, and Togo in March 2021. He claimed that this was yet another move by the Jamaican government to strengthen relationships with Africa, and more specifically, to find chances to increase trade and investment in support of the island's economic growth. As the West African nation positions itself to support trade ties with Jamaica, it inaugurated a new consulate office on Tuesday in Red Hills, St. Andrew. So, what do you make of the video? Why do you think Africa and the Caribbean have had such a small impact on global trade? Do you believe the blue economy can benefit the Caribbean and western coastal regions of Africa? Let us know what you think in the comments section. And as always, give the video a like, share, and subscribe to the New Africa channel for more exciting future videos.
Yeah, this captured a sentiment I've been pushing for a little while now. This empire that my Caribbean islands, you know, the shadow that we live in, you could put a heavy blow on this empire if you control those waterways. I'm talking the Caribbean. I'm talking South America. I'm talking Central America. Those waterways around Haiti, Jamaica, the Bahamas, Puerto Rico. If you could monitor those seas, control those waterways, you could put a heavy dent into this empire. So I'm happy to see that the dude is kind of talking about that ocean thing, this blue economy, and like the problem suggests, why are you talking about it now after you're out of power? It's a weird thing to do. Carl, what did you see in that video?
So to answer the question as to why they don't do that while they're in power, they don't want to get overthrown. They don't want to have an economic hitman come into their country. So that's probably why they don't speak on it, while they're in positions of power. Because now it's safe for them to speak on it, because we understand, the world global system as it is. They don't want any threat to their hegemony. So, to answer that particular question, when you start talking like that, that's when, you got socialism in your country. We got to overthrow it. That's when they send in the Marines, or they send in the proxy wars and everything to bring you back in line. So that's probably why he didn't speak on it while he was in power. It's definitely something that needs to be done, however. You can't sit back and just be like, hey, we just going to let things continue the way they are. They do have to be closer ties between the Caribbean, Africa, from trade-wise. We do have to be willing to challenge that. And I think that we're starting to see that too, is, as the world order, the way it exists, start to come under serious pressure. We start to see a rise of China and Russia, and start to see the U.S. decline in the global scale. There's going to be some opportunities to break away from that global system. And I think that we have to be organized to take advantage of that. So I think that, he's talking a lot of stuff, but, it's safe for him to talk about it now. It wasn't safe to talk about it when he was in charge. So that's kind of why I look at it like that.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with what you said. Azulius, what say you?
He couldn't talk about it because he wasn't allowed to talk about it. It's control.
He wasn't
Now
allowed.
that
Let's talk about it.
now that he's out, he could speak freely because he can't do nothing. I'm not saying most of them can't do nothing. Hey, if you're not afraid for the blowback, if you're afraid of the blowback, don't become a leader. So a lot of these people are just puppets put there, and then now he's out of there, so he could still have that fame to go around the people. So they get involved with frivolous, meaningless, um, bench whatever the word, sexy talk. That's all that is. He's not allowed to talk. He's a bitch. That's all that is. A bitch talk when her pimps allows her to talk. That's it.
Trigger Happy 262 dropped off earlier. He said his phone died the moment he was about to make some points that he wrote down against some of the panelists. He said he'll just post the comments when the video goes up. I appreciate you coming through, Trigger. Yeah, I was hoping you'd have stuck around for this topic too. I was curious to see what your thoughts would have been here. Did I get Tanzan yet? No, Tanzan. What are your thoughts on this one?
I think that people should be strategic. You should go into it knowing the territory and not learn on the job. So a lot of these people, they go in with idealistic you know ideas, and then they go in, they learn the reality, then they have the reality check and they can't do anything about it. I'm assuming they went into it with good intentions, and then after they leave, then suddenly the brilliance comes to them. I think that before people get into it, they should know what they're doing. Either choose your side, like we were saying with the policeman. Are you going to be a spook, or are you going to be part of the system? Those are your only options. People who go into it pretending, oh, I'm going to overthrow it from the inside, that's a bunch of nonsense. You're not a one-man person. The only thing you can do is gather information. You're simply a spy. You're not a power player. So if they go into it before with foreknowledge, then they might be more effective about it. Firstly, like I always say, is making the connections, making the relations. When you're in a position of power, you have the unending connections and relations, and you can get those in place with the time that you have. And then after you leave, then all those people that may still be in power, those are the people that you're going to finagle your way to get into other positions, or to get into some sort of king making influence and so on. So once these people have tasted power, then they should go back and learn how to utilize it instead of just talking about it. So while you're in power, you should be making those connections, those network, putting things in place. So once you leave, now you can concentrate on doing things behind the scenes. But just talking about it, that's pretty useless. So for me, what I would do if I was them is go in there, just like people go to college and university. You don't go there, just to, learn. You go there to make connections, to find out, whose dad owns this company, and how do you position yourself in a way that's going to be advantageous for you. So once you leave college, then now you can start, taking advantage of those connections. Now you can go back and call your friend and say, hey, I'm looking for this and that, and so on and so forth. So you already have a way in. You're not just there to enjoy the perks of dorm life and all that stuff. So that's what these people should be doing. If you find yourself in such a position, take as much information as you can, make all the connections and relations, and then once you leave, then take that information, and especially the connections you've made, and try to do something with it. Yeah.
I appreciate that, Tanzan. Wana Gaziki, why do political leaders wait until they're out of office to pitch good ideas?
Well, I think that with this particular gentleman, I think that he is a coward and he didn't have the testicular fortitude to understand that there is First of all, let me say this. Before I start. Um, the relationship between Africa and the Caribbean is greater than just a financial exchange. There is a cultural relationship between, in particular, the Western African countries and the Caribbean that should be renegotiated and developed because we are family, and that's not even for argument. We are family, and that relationship needs It was severed a long time ago, and it needs to be reattached. Because you can't have a bunch of black people who living in the Western Hemisphere coming from West Africa and have no relationship. And all of us understand that we come from the coast of West Africa. But needless to say, and you operate like British and French and whatever. But needless to say, I think that he was too cowardly to act on what the Jamaicans, in particular, the Rastafarian community, been singing about for ages. The Rastafarian community, in particular, musicians have made millions of dollars going all throughout the continent, singing about Africa, Mama Africa, Mama. As a matter of fact, they became very popular on the continent itself. That musical industry called reggae, because they've been singing about Africa from since years born. And they even extend the outside the Rastafarian community, say, listen, man, we African people, let's reconnect. And the politicians, the Anglophiles that they are, they've been paying a deaf ear to what their community been singing about for eons. Now this man, cap and gown man, out of power now, and he can't do nothing about it, like a dirtbag. And now he want to say, well, we should have a relationship with Africa now. Well, you ain't been listening. You ain't been listening to one of the most potent industries in Jamaica itself, which is the reggae music community. What they've been saying about for bygone. You ain't been listening to what your people been saying. Now you just want to engage solely on the basis of how much money I can garner by export. Come on, man. You have to give me a break. You have to give me a break. But he is just being cowardly. And I personally think that they have in the CARICOM right now in the Bahamas, which is a joke to me. That's a joke. That's a bunch of. But I feel that the individuals within these respective nations will develop a relationship, just as Dinah Samir has. He's engaged the president of Sierra Leone, and he is helping with the whole passport situation for a lot of Americans. And if this man heart was in the right place, he would make the same kind of arrangement in particular for Jamaican people to have dual passports, to have dual citizenship. So they could at least spark an interest for the individuals themselves would want to go, not the government, the individuals to go underground to establish relationships, to see what they could change, barter, and exchange, etc., etc., etc. But I believe that the people themselves will do it, not the cabinet ministers and the members of parliament. These guys, like you say, are bought and sold. They are Anglophiles. They are dedicated to Europe and Europeanism. But I believe that underground, the people themselves will branch out. Jamaicans, I think that they are the most traveled West Caribbean people in the Caribbean. They're the most traveled. Everywhere you go, you're gonna find a Jamaican somewhere. So they spread the message of what's going on outside of Jamaica. And I think that that's a good thing, because the exchange of information is imperative in a so-called globalized world we exist in right now. We need to know there are other options for Black people on these former so-called slave plantations called the Caribbean islands. We need to know that there's another option available for us that we could explore. And because it can't stick us into this arrangement of tourism, handing a plate and some banana, and you want some more drinks, and let me fix your bed arrangement you can't stick us to that. So we need to see that there's something that exists outside of this Caribbean arrangement that exists. And I think that this is an opportunity for it. I think that one political leader I always sing the praises of Mia Motley, because she's actually doing the work. And I hope, because and she's in power. But as we go forward, I hope to see more Caribbean leaders take it on. But I am not waiting for these people. I am operating as an individual actor, just like several other Caribbean people who are individual actors who taken it upon themselves to form relationships, bonds, and ties with Africa, regardless of what these parliamentarians decide to say, whether in office or outside of office. But I'll stop there.
Does anyone else want to add a final word?
I wouldn't say a final word. I think it's interesting that he said this at the University of the West Indies. Walter Rodney taught, and Walter Rodney was actually kicked out. He had his passport, his visa revoked in Jamaica because of his, his advocacy of Pan Africanism. So, now that he's dead and gone, and the Rastafari movement is now popular, now they want to come back and talk about, building ties between Africa and the Caribbean, where Walter Rodney got kicked out of the country for saying the same thing.
I appreciate that, Kyle. Since no one seems to have any other last words, let's go to Shoot the Breeze, topic number 8 tonight. Shoot the Breeze, topic number 8 is the sad origins of Nigeria's. Comes with a link to YouTube. Let me tee this up. We'll watch this video, and then on the other side we'll discuss it.
Nigeria was named by someone's side chick. Yeah, we're talking about Flora Shaw. She was described to be the mistress of Lord Lugard. While it is upsetting to know how the name Nigeria came about to be, it is even more upsetting to know how exactly the country Nigeria came about to be. Check out this video and I'll meet you guys at the end.
But I just found out something crazy about the origins of Nigeria that shocked the hell out of me. Nigeria was never meant to be a country. It was something else entirely. In this video, I'm going to tell you exactly what I discovered. Oh, and I want to acknowledge Burna Boy for bringing my attention to this in his song Another Story on his album African Giant. Thank you for inspiring this video. And all of you, let Burna Boy know he got to me, and now I'm sharing this information with you. The creation of Nigeria was never about democracy, never about Christianity. It was all about money, business, and profit. None of it for us. Pay attention. The area now known as Nigeria was called the Slave Coast up to 1870. This was the point at which the British had stopped slave trading and moved on to palm oil as their primary commodity out of Nigeria. One of the main suppliers of palm oil was the Benin Kingdom. And you have to watch my video of one of the greatest African kings most of you have never heard of, Oba of Oranwen. This is an important story for me personally because I am from that region, so they are my people. And his fight with the empire over palm oil is one of the greatest stories of African colonial history. Anyway, everyone wanted palm oil, and especially the British. A man called George Goldie set up the United African Company in 1879, which was then changed to the National African Company. He structured the palm oil business in the Niger Delta region, and by 1884, he had a monopoly that the British could exploit. So in 1886, Goldie violated the agreement he had made with the chiefs and moved his operations into River Niger and Benue. The company was also renamed at this point to Royal Niger Company. Goldie tricked the chiefs into signing unfair trade deals, giving Goldie exclusive rights to export palm oil instead of what the chiefs thought would be free trade. These contracts were written in English, a language we didn't understand, and based on laws that were not our own. Now, guys, this is similar to something I learned when I was in university about the deals done with the Native Americans in what is now known as the United States of America. A very similar thing where deals were done in contracts in English with laws that had nothing to do with the Native Americans. There was a meeting called the Berlin Conference in 1884 to 1885, set up by Germany's first chancellor, Otto von Bismarck. This was where the colonial powers discussed how to carve up Africa and structure trade across the pieces of our continent that they would take. We were not a part of this conversation. The best way to think of this is like the NBA drafts. Guys were out there making bids between lunch breaks and spa sessions. At this conference, the kingdom of Opobo was given to Britain. When King Jaja of Opobo tried to export his own palm oil, he was accused of obstructing commerce and then exiled. How crazy is that? And on his way home in 1891, He was poisoned with a cup of tea. Guys, I couldn't make this stuff up. The Jaja of Opobo story made other chiefs in the region very wary of their deals with the British Empire. King Koko of Nembe Brass was one of those chiefs. He tried to take down the Royal Niger Company and attacked the company headquarters in Akassa, Bayelsa on January 29, 1895. King Koko captured 60 white men and lost 40 of his own soldiers. He used the 60 hostages to demand he be allowed free trade, the agreement he believed he had signed with the British company in the first place. They refused, and he killed 40 of his hostages. The British Royal Navy retaliated by leveling the city of Brass completely on February 20th, 1895. King Koko went into exile, and the British not only took control of the palm oil he once had, but also fined the people of his kingdom £500 as well as confiscating their weapons. Tragically, King Koko committed suicide in exile in 1898 after being branded an outlaw by the British company that had taken his kingdom, palm oil, and reputation. The Royal Niger Company sold its territory to the British government for £865,000 in the late 1800s. This territory was known as Nigeria. In 1914, the Southern Protectorate and Northern Protectorate was combined by Lord Lugard. And like that, the Royal Niger Company was rebranded as a country, which would gain independence on October 1st, 1960. Lugard is a place in Nigeria today, like there's a street called Lugard in Ikoyi. The Royal Niger Company changed its name to the Niger Company Limited, and it was then acquired by Unilever. Unilever still operates in Nigeria to this day. And that, my brothers and sisters, is how Nigeria came to be. We have a long way to go to fix the country. And it starts with the February elections. But we won't ever have a hope in a solution to our problems if we don't know how they started. Remember, it's not about asking anyone else to fix this. This is about knowing your history. Nigeria was never a country we created. It was a company designed by colonizers for profit. And a lot of the infrastructure put in place for that siphoning of resources out of our land are still very much in place today. Crude oil simply replaced palm oil, and soon lithium may replace crude oil. I feel angry not just for what happened to my ancestors, but the fact that I wasn't taught about this in school in Nigeria, and that our children are not being taught about these things now. Nigeria is about to have the most important elections in our history. The results will affect not only our country, but the entire region of West Africa, and in turn the rest of the world. Because you know that's our resources are fueling a lot of people. Every Nigerian going to the polls should know everything about who we are and what we're up against and the creation of Nigeria.
Yeah, that's the history of how Nigeria came to be. And the company Unilever is very much still active, not only in Nigeria, but in other countries across the continent. They are buying lands and doing God knows what. Whatever it is they are doing is definitely not going to be to our advantage. Just imagine having the company that started the business that then became your country, Nigeria, still running in your country. That is wild. When I learned this history, I could not see my country, Nigeria, the way I once saw it before.
Sadly, many Africans in Africa think they've been promoted when they are finally employed by these multinationals, who are in fact responsible for destruction of the country, like Shell, Unilever, just to name a few. Although Nigeria was created as a business venture to enrich the British, Nigerians should keep coming up with ways to make Nigeria become a country that favors the Nigerians and not the British.
But what I want to talk about right now is why are we still bearing the name Nigeria? Why are we still bearing the name that was given to us by colonizers? I have said it before numerous times that I hate the fact that I have to identify as a Nigerian because I understand what that identity symbolizes. In order for someone to name you, they have to have power over you. And when they name you, they decide on your identity. And when you accept the name that they gave you, you are also accepting the identity that came with this name. You are also acknowledging that, yes, truly, they do have power over you. When you name something, you own it. It belongs to you. What name are we bearing and who gave us that name? The fact that we are moving around and navigating this world with an identity that is not even ours, an identity that we did not decide on, is insane. I am not Nigerian. I am an Esan girl and partly Urobo too. That is my identity. Have anyone ever noticed how our true identities have become our second identities? Let me explain. Somehow we become Nigerian first before we're even Ishekiri, Calabar, Hausa, Yoruba, Urobo, Ijo. Because when someone asks you where you are from, you don't say you are from Igbo land. You don't say you are from the Benin Kingdom. You say you are Nigerian. Your Nigerian identity is now your primary identity, and your true identity became your secondary identity. An identity that neither you or your ancestors decided on is now your primary identity. If no one else would say it, I would say it. That's messed up. If it were within my power, I would have shared the identity Nigerian off of me a long time ago. Don't get me wrong, I love my country and I love my countrymen, but the identity Nigerian isn't ours. If we must have a central name, we, the people, need to name ourselves and decide on our own identities. Guys, I know I went on a rant there. I was actually talking to Nigerians when I made that video. But you know, this is not an only Nigerian problem. It's actually a continental problem, right? This identity topic that we're on right now is a continental problem, as there are other countries in Africa that are still bearing names that were given to them by the colonial hoodlums, right? We have some countries that did change their names, good for them. Then we have countries like Nigeria and the other of them that, you know, didn't change their names. So it's this identity stuff that we have to deal with, right? Having people come to our own home and name us, that's insane, right? But when we leave the continent as well, we know that our family in the diaspora are dealing with the exact same issues, right? Because they had names that were, you know, forced on them as well. You know, they had their identities taken away from them as well. And just to be clear, this is not me saying that when it comes to this topic of identity, us on the continent and, you know, our family in the diaspora is the exact same thing, because obviously it's not. It's, you know, a different level entirely what happened to our family in the diaspora in regards to the topic of identity. And whilst we understand that what happened in the past happened, and unfortunately we cannot change that, I believe moving forward that there are decisions that we can make to re-identify ourselves how we want to be identified, right? I hope you guys could understand what I was trying to say here. I hope my meaning came across well, because lately my vocabulary has not been vocabularying. And let's not even talk about the tongue ties I have been experiencing lately. Sometimes I'm like, oh my God, I wish I could just make the entire video in Pidgin English. Because it's crazy. But anyways, guys, we've come to the end of this video. Yeah, that's it about Nigeria, the history, the origin of Nigeria, and you know who named us. It's crazy, it's wild, it's annoying, it's heartbreaking, it's sad, it's all of that, right? But we move. Yeah, we move. Let me know down below in the comment section what you think about this video, and I'll see you guys in the next one.
Yeah, I'm glad that she did at the end get to Africans in the diaspora too, because we have, and again, this is not one-upsmanship or oppression Olympics, but we have it real bad too, because we don't know what tribe we even came from. In fact, we don't even have that concept of tribe anymore in the Caribbean, from what I know. We don't even have that concept anymore. You know, we lost our names completely. You know, I mean, it's bad. It's bad. So the sad origins of Nigeria is a reminder of the sad origins of any nationality that you will consider black. Like we really don't know. It's a shame. I mean, the whole concept of the Ma'afa, where real talk, you could be married to someone who comes from your same ancestor. You know, that's how shitty they. Anyway, that's how shitty they got us, man. But in the chat, provide triggers for evolution said Gassim has addressed the genesis of Nigeria on his platform some months ago as well. Yes, he did. Real Black Gentleman's in the chat. He says Nigeria needs more than a name change. in my opinion. But it would be a +1. And if you rename the country, why not rename the river as well? Afro Native World is here. He says this is a global African problem. We bear colonial cage names. That's a harsh piece of truth there, but truth none the same. I want to mix it up a little bit. Let's go. Bueno, let's start with you. The sad origin of Nigeria. What say you?
I didn't know that. Can you hear me, by the way?
Yes, we got you.
Yeah, I didn't know that Nigeria started off as a company, and it really goes back to when Gas them up used to always say that he is not a Nigerian, he is from Isoko. So this really rings home when when he would say that, because I really didn't get some clear. Well, he did clear it up, but this really brings it home why he would say that I am from Osoko, because he understood historical context. So I would say yes, man. This name, there needs to be a name change for Nigerians. Where Nigerians come up with what they would like to name themselves, and also too, because for me it goes beyond name. It goes into how the government or how the country is actually run and structured. The multinational corporations. Fela Kuti been singing about these things for years, man. And we understand that there are a distinct few, oligarchs within Nigeria who try to maintain the system as it is, the status quo as it is. But I do believe that there needs to be a reconfiguring, a restructuring of all these peoples. In fact, I would even go so far as to say something controversial. I think that Nigeria, and maybe it shouldn't happen because we living in the present, but I think that in the past, that these territories needed to be broken up into distinct regions in terms of, and this is controversial, but in with tribes, you know what I mean? I don't go back to that, but we live currently, we are where we are right now, and the fact that Nigeria, it seems to be progressing into the so-called first black super state, super country, super whatever, superpower in the world. You just have to, I guess, go with the arrangement that currently exists and work out the details later. But it's the historically, the fact that they started as a company is crazy. It's crazy, man. But I'll stop.
I'm glad you brought up gas too, because that reminds me, gas them up, the Black Pentagrammers, which Tana's a part of as well. They talk about these things, how English is the spell and all that stuff, and the occultism and stuff. I wonder if folks pick that up in this story too, man. The spells that these guys cast and these contracts. They're talking about it right now in the video. With these contracts, man, they wrote that shit in English, and dudes was I mean, that's how. I mean, that shit is deep. That shit is deep, because why would I engage in any contractual agreement and I don't understand the language and terms in the contract? Like it has to be some type of spell on this shit. It's deep. It's deep. But
not only agree to it, but sign off on it. But
yeah.
what I think was happening is that what was discussed was different from what was signed off on, because these people, and you have to remember now, the African mind, as in terms of the arrangement, is he has no reason not to believe what is being told to him. Okay, so they have a big tribal ceremony or whatever, and things that are going to be discussed orally. And then at the end of that discussion, the white guy brings in this paper and say, well, just mark your X here. The African man doesn't understand. The African man said, well, we had a discussion, so we could agree on the discussion. So, okay, this is how you all do things. Okay, we'll sign off on this. Not knowing or understanding the terms of the agreement is completely different from what the oral discussion would have been. So you get Ku Klux Klan on the paper, but the discussion was completely different. I would assume that's probably what take place. But I'll stop to let the others go.
I agree. I assume that's what, but something's supposed to say. I mean, were we children? Like something's supposed to say, you know what? This strange looking man, this pale faced dude is gesturing for me to put a mark, which is another goddamn occultic thing, right? To put this X on this thing, this cross on this thing, and like no one paused to say, wait a minute, why am I doing this? What does this shit really? Does it? I mean, this shit could
we're
be just.
still doing that. Sorry to interrupt. Oh, sorry.
No, it's fine. Go ahead, Tan. You go up next.
Yeah, I was saying because I used to think the same of, all these chiefs, like, how dumb were they to sign these all these things. But look, do rappers still sign contracts? Do people going in Hollywood still sign all these things with everything that we know? We're still signing the same things, contracts. So we haven't really changed, and it's worse now because we know their nature. Before, you could give them the the benefit that, they hadn't encountered these people before. They were used to working, on their own, laws and agreements and so on. The gentleman agreement that if you say something, you're going to do it, and so on and so forth. But that was before we knew their nature. Now we do, and we're still doing the same thing. We still have signing, the dotted line. We're still handing over, our children to them. We're still, taking in. So no, I can't blame. In fact, for them, I think that they have an excuse. We really don't. We know them now, but we're still doing the same thing. So yeah, I wouldn't say that they were just simple-minded and all that. We are the idiots now because we're still perpetuating the same thing, and yet we know now who they are. Before, they didn't. So I think that we're still doing the same thing. And the other aspect of it is that she said a very powerful thing, that whoever names you has power over you, and names have power. If you strip away somebody's name, you're almost taking away their memory, their historical memory anyway, and their identity, their historical identity anyway. So you just left with this superficial thing. And that is why it was important, and it's a shame that Nigeria, South Africa, the two biggest countries in the world, didn't change their name. South Africa should have changed his name, not just because it's too bland, and it means nothing. It's just, it's the south of Africa. It means nothing. It's like having a country called Western Europe or whatever. So South Africa and Nigeria, they didn't go back and try to redefine themselves. They just accepted it. Now obviously we all agree to accept the borders. The wisdom of that is debatable, but at least redefine the borders in your own history and image and so on. For example, the reason why Kenyans, we are tribalistic first and then nationalistic, whereas the Nigerians, maybe they are a little bit different. But the reason why in East Africa, especially I'll speak of Kenya, is that we we fought for our country to define it for as Kenya. Firstly, Kenya is a Kikuyu word. It's actually Kirinyaga, but they shortened it to Kenya. But it's derived from Mount Kirinyaga, which is Mount Kenya, and so it feels African. We have an African language, which is Kiswahili. We speak to each other in Kiswahili, and we still remember our tribal languages. So when we fight for Kenya, it's not just our fighting for the lines that they drew. We actually fought for the unity of the people. So for us, the nation is the extension of the tribe. In fact, the nation is what helps us to overcome those tribal limitations, because we have learned to embrace each other as Kenyans. And then even though not secretly, but privately, we all know what tribe we come from, but we have learned to accept each other under the national banner. So because it was deliberate, it was I'm not saying that we're best. We still have English names with our tribal names as well, but we made a concerted effort to Kenyanize our education system as much as we could, not to change everything, but to make it Kenyan. So even in Kenya, you'll still find people who don't have English names, who are just called like Gitobu Manyara or Raila Odinga and so on. So there are Uhuru Kenyatta. Actually, William Ruto, funnily enough, our current president is the only one who, no, apart from Moi, he's one of the few who actually has like an English name. Before him was Uhuru Kenyatta, Moi Kibaki before him. Okay, we talked about Daniel Arap Moi. And then before that was Jomo Kenyatta. So even our presidents, and the same thing with, was it Hastings Kamuzu Banda? Yeah, he dropped his English name, as well as Congo and these other places. So you have to make a concerted effort to actually redefine your image in your own in your own way. And unfortunately, Nigeria didn't do that. As you know, I think the biggest thing was the language, that they didn't, come up with an African language. So they still have to communicate in European tongues, and that was quite a hindrance. Yes, we say why Nigerians are not able. No, they are, but they are all also very nationalistic, and they put their nation sometimes, above the tribe when they go out. Why doesn't Kenya break Kiswahili more like Tanzania tells the fool? Well, the aspect of Kenya and Kiswahili is a very complicated one, but Kenya does embrace, the diversity of people, and I think that's the one thing that is different in the East and the West, is that we just say that people are going to be different, and we're more, relaxed about it. So even with Kiswahili, yes, we acknowledge it's an African language, but we mix it up and we put all kinds of our own spin on it. So we have also Kenyanized the Kiswahili language. Yeah, in a way, and it's something that Kenyans, they take brotherhood and unity in. Like if you meet a fellow Kenyan and you speak Swahili, but it's that particular Kenyan Kiswahili that even though other people can speak Swahili, they don't necessarily speak that Kenyan Kiswahili. So it's another way of Kenyans just feeling more Kenyan and becoming feeling that special bond of Kenyanness. Now, it doesn't exclude us from Tanzanians, because we can still speak Kiswahili with the Tanzanians. And for them, they also use Kiswahili in their own different way to unify themselves. For them, I would think that they transcend tribalism, where the Kenyans recognized the tribes and are very tribalistic, but they still also say that, we're still tribalistic, but we can still be nationalistic. Whereas with the Tanzanians, for them, they put, the national unity first, and then the tribal second. So that would be the difference. Yeah, I'm not saying that Nigerians are not tribalistic, but I'm saying that they are very, very nationalistic. That whole Niger, whatever stuff. They're more into it than we on the East Africa. But yeah, that's, sorry, I jumped in.
It's okay.
Oh, it's okay. Word. Okay, hey, Tez is here. He can illuminate it more.
Afro Native World says Nigeria has many indigenous African languages. There's no agreement because of the major ethnic groups never coming to an agreement. It goes on to say Peter Obi, being Igbo, is constantly brought up during his president run, and Nigeria has never had an Igbo president. Interesting. Tezzy says Kenya is a Kamba word. Okay. Thank you all for that. Urzuli, what say you?
I don't know, but we all know that Nigeria is supposed to be the female version of Niger. So the word Niger, nigga, is African though. Nigeria, I guess whoever named that section turned it into Nigeria, but Niger, the French part, that's an African name, Niger or whatever. Because I heard he said the Niger River is really what it is. But at the end of the day, this is the history. This is the history of Black bodies all over the world. You saw your brothers, and then they came back for you. Whether it wasn't a group of y'all, it wasn't all of y'all. All is that the rooster coming home to roost, whatever it was. And most of the African countries are going through this. Like Ten said, we're not renaming ourselves. And some of the Caribbean people are not renaming themselves all over the world. So they give us our religion, they give us our nationality, they give us our education, they give us our science, they give us our religion, this is not new, but I guess I this is something new. I didn't know that it was like a company that Luger, and they said that guy, his wife is the one that named the company, or the so-called company, quote unquote. So at the end of the day, I thought African people said they weren't slaves. So they were never slaves. A lot of people say they were never slaves.
Wow, who said that? First of all, we already talked about the Congo, you know about South Africa, you know about all these other places. You think what? We just got stamped as slaves once we left the continent? Ezuli, there was a trans-Saharan slave trade.
I don't know what you're talking about, Tan. A bunch of Africans would tell you they were never slaves to this day.
I'm not saying that everybody was, but there was, of course, that happening on some parts of the continent.
What I'm saying, all these countries that are named right now were once colonized, and some of them are still colonized, covertly. So all I'm saying is, this brother finding out Nigeria, or we don't want to be called Nigerians or that and the truth, but Niger or nigger or whatever is the name of the other country that's next. That wasn't given to them by the Europeans, based on what I read. But Nigeria, it was given to them because I think they put the Ria behind it to make it feminine or something like that. I read somewhere. So at the end of the day, we don't have most of us black people. I guess especially on this side, we don't even have our own names. We don't know our own language. So it's one thing to point to. I can't point to everything that this brother said. Nigerians are going through. We went through and are still going through. We don't name ourselves. We don't know our original names. We don't know our original nothing. We're just in limbo, to be honest. But hey, it is what it is.
Yeah, I think I think it's interesting how we just keep these names and stuff like that. That's one thing I respect. That's one of the biggest things I actually respected with the NOI. The NOI, they talk all that Asiatic shit, which I don't care for, but that thing where they give up their slave master's name and all, that's an important and very powerful move, man. You know, like right now, my government name, my surname is a very European name, and it's crazy. You know, and we think nothing of it, not realizing that has an effect. That this man knows by your surname, right? This man knows by your surname your history. For example, if you are Roll down in the Bahamas, your people came from a Roll plantation. Like, these people still know who's who and how far that shit is going. They know it. But anyway, I digress. Let me hear from
Goku.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, guys. If you a Knowles too, because people don't know where that damn Knowles come from.
Wait, say that one more time.
If you a Knowles, I don't think that Knowles is really an American name. Knowles is a whole backyard Bahamian name.
Right.
But everybody bonks on it. Beyonce. Anyways, that's a whole other thing. Leave it alone. I'll leave it alone.
Well, Beyonce's daddy is a Bahamian, right?
They say he have some kind of connection. His grandmother or something like that, or mom from the Bahamas.
Right, some shit like that. Yeah. So yeah, that name thing, that's a serious thing. You know, when I see, like the NBA, the All-Star game is tomorrow. When I see these guys like Sean Kemp and all them kind of, Chad Johnson and all this shit, I know, I have an idea where your people come from. I have a little idea where your people come from. Trust me. And these folks know it better than me. You know? Carl, what say you?
Well, I'm gonna say I was a little relieved because I thought she was gonna start talking about she was a Hebrew Israelite. So I guess I breathed a sigh of relief. But I did mention the Conference of Berlin earlier in the chat, how Africa was divided, for the purpose of European exploitation. I didn't know Nigeria was an actual company, so I appreciate that bit of history. But just the whole idea of Africa, the continent of Africa being divided and exploited for European benefit, like keeping the names, keeping the culture. I mean, what's the country where they have the judges wearing those ridiculous wigs in Africa? So you got, you still hold on to those vestiges of colonialism. So it's there has to be a change in our outlook and our mindset and how we view the world and how we view the world through a colonialist lens. So I always thought that, and I think the other African leaders like Kwame Nkrumah, they wanted to focus on the unification of Africa along certain guidelines. Not thinking of yourself just belonging to some particular tribal group, ethnic group, but to think of yourself as an African people, because the entire continent has been attacked. It didn't stop at Nigeria or Ghana or Ethiopia. So even her desire to go back to her, addressing her tribal identity, and nothing against that. But I think we, understand we're in a condition of oppression. We got to leave the tribalism behind too, because that was used initially to divide us. So we got to leave that behind as well. But if we're going to organize and unite for our liberation, so interesting history. I'm glad, like I said, she didn't go down a rabbit hole I thought she was going to go down. But I think that now that you know this history, what do you do with it? Are you willing to say, hey, we're not going to be identified as Nigerians anymore? Nigeria is something you made up. We're going to organize and unite with our brothers and sisters, create an economic bloc, a military bloc to oppose, Western colonialism and their domination of our resources. How are we going to deal with Shell and Exxon polluting the Niger Delta? So, I mean, you call yourself Nigeria, but yet you have these multinational corporations who are polluting and destroying your water and leaving Nigerians poor while they steal their resources. So I think that when you have a change in the name, let's have a change in the outlook of your people and your goals and your future. So that's my thoughts on that.
I appreciate that, Carl. And by the way, this sister, what's her name again? Ivy Anita or Anita Ivy. She's pretty solid. Her videos are usually pretty solid. I actually had emailed her inviting her to join us, but I never heard back. But
she's getting
solid.
big numbers too, big numbers.
Yeah.
And for her content, it's surprising that she's getting such big numbers. But so does Widow Maya as well. But it's interesting that she gets such big numbers. And her content is so pro Pan African. It's very interesting.
Yeah, her content kind of doesn't match, right? Her content sounds like she would be from the West somewhere, but it's refreshing to see a continental African speaking on the topics that you would oftentimes find more Western Africans in the diaspora talking about. So that's one interesting thing I noticed about it. Let's welcome in Real Black Gentleman this week. How are you this week?
I'm doing good.
Good. What are your thoughts on the sad origin of Nigeria?
Well, the thing is, I kind of learned about that. Like, so I mean, it wasn't like new that like Nigeria was like a business. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's the whole idea of like having like a company with land and it's just like fenced in. The whole idea, it's like the word hinterland. Like when people talk, if you ever heard the phrase like off into the hinterlands, that comes directly out of the colonialism lexicon into Africa. Like I've said this before. If you look at Africa, you see these countries. You see like a Togo and a Benin. It's like these skinny little tracts of land that just kind of go upwards. Now, if you're like on the coast and you're just like thinking about, well, there's some resources way down there. You're just thinking about how you're just going to divide it up as if it were just like a property, like a development. And you have sublots and you reduce the lots down. I mean, the whole so many of the countries. I mean, someone had made an argument to me on another channel that when the Europeans divided the countries up, they kind of like put the borders around like a lot of the existing tribes. And the problem is, to some extent, that's true. But the problem is, to a lot of the degree, it's not true. It's like, for example, the Maasai. They go from Kenya to Tanzania all the time. I mean, there's a lot of tribes that are transnational. It's just the nature. Those white folks could never divide up Africa in any kind of reasonable way. I mean, that's why the countries look the way that they do. I mean, any kind of like reasonable, like if you look at Europe, for example, you know what I'm saying? The countries are more or less the same size. And when you look at it, I mean, there's a couple of micro states, but it's like you have a Germany, you have a Spain, you know what I'm saying? A couple of Luxembourg, you know what I'm saying? A Monaco. I mean, everything's more or less the same size. But in Africa, like no one really thought about like how people's engaged with each other. I mean, even the idea of like borders as Africans, I mean, you know, I don't think that, I mean, it's kind of hard unless it's like, you know, a river or a mountain range. I mean, those are natural borders. But if you're like an army, right? If you're an army and you're trying to conquer territory, and that's your empire. Well, your borders are as far as your army can. They're not going to sit there and like have diplomatic like arrangements with all the other countries around them. It's like it just didn't work that way. Like I can imagine there was a lot of like no man's land or like just basically land that's just in commons in between what we might call countries. I mean, you know, hunting grounds, as it were. That's just, you know, just places where it's just no one really lives at the moment. That's not to say that, you know, in 50, 100 years, people might not move from where they were. There's a lot of things when we talk about borders and these things are not like intrinsically African. Like, and like the idea of like I mean, if you look at Nigeria and you know, the way that they act, like everything is internalized. Like they could easily, if they were about it, go out and like basically conquer everyone around them, like Chad, Cameroon, Niger, you know, Benin, you know what I'm saying? Even all the way up probably to Burkina Faso. They could easily just, you know, take over there's 200 million people there. I mean, it's like if you just like conscript people and just like there's no, I mean, and it's like if they wanted to do that, or not necessarily in a violent way, you could actually like, you know what I'm saying, just like initiate a regional, you know what I'm saying, like just put it on the behest, like, come on guys, we got to do something with this land. Like I got something here in Nigeria, like you guys have some resources there, like. Really, like if you want a real functional nation, the whole idea is to have all the resources that you can in one spot. The way that Africa was divvied up is that some countries had some resources and the European nations capitalized on those certain resources because they were trying to get their pick. It makes sense to me. Like, you know what I'm saying? All the countries were companies, you know what I'm saying? It's like you know, with the Belgians, they saw the country as a business, as a company. You know what I'm saying? It's like in just the way that it's like, how would I say it? It's like Nigeria, they have a huge army, but it's like they're not invading another country. They're using it to suppress the internal situation. That's what Nigeria is. It's just it's a stagnated state. It's not doing anything. And it could do a lot. And it doesn't have to attack and overwhelm everyone else, but really, it's just like y'all just can't, and you know what I'm saying, Nigeria just can't annex Benin and Tono. It just can't annex, you know what I'm saying, Cameroon. Really, you know what I'm saying? Just like, you know what I'm saying, on some like eminent domain type stuff. This is the kind of energy that's like, but Nigeria is not built that way because Nigeria, because of the British and each other country and their relative, you know, European, you know, colonial power, they keep in their own little boxes that the white man made and don't ever think about erasing those lines and kind of redrawing them over a little 5 more miles over. None of that creative nationalistic expression is just not there in Africa. Those lines, as far as a white man is concerned, are supposed to be there forever. And let no black person say that line should not be there. I'm a yield.
I just want to share this with you guys. Well, 2 things, because this just came up. And shout out to the Pro Black Perspective. That's Oni out there in the chat. BB Toomey is doing this thing that I talked about on my show for years ago. I'm glad to see that they're doing it. Symposiums, call for papers, research in these different sub themes. That's what we're supposed to be doing. We're supposed to be doing research, like I talked about peer review earlier. We'll be doing research, creating, publishing papers, creating journals, and volumes of journals, etc. This is what you're supposed to be doing. They're doing stuff with economic power, military power, institutional power, educational power, agricultural power, technology, technology and industry, family, community, nation power, spiritual power. So that should be pretty good. That should be pretty good. What I really want to show y'all is you can go to bbtoomey.com. The brother Afro Native World sent this to me earlier this week. He's involved in it. They're having the first historical BB Toomey conference on Black Power, continuing the work of the ancestors. These are the dates. So the timeline is January 21st, so that passed already. February 11th, April 30th is the early bird registration. Closes on April 30th. May 1st, regular registration and paper submissions, and then the conference dates itself is in July. So if you guys are interested in supporting that, maybe you are out here writing, or if you just want to share the information, you could download the flyer here, download the flyer, and send it to your people. I thought that's something I should definitely mention. Is there any last words on this topic, the sad origin of Nigeria? If there's no last words, let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 9 tonight. Shoot the Breeze topic number 9 is why old Pan-Africans go off script and start preaching nativism, right? Should be topic number 9. Why old Pan-Africans go off script and start preaching nativism. This came with a link that takes us to YouTube. Let's watch the video and then discuss.
Quality handmade soaps, where handmade is the best made. Proudly making soap for over 5 years, Quality Handmade Soap sets the standard in both quality and safe ingredients. Perfect for the holiday season. I'm telling you right now, you see that Black Rose soap? I got that in my shower, and man, let me tell you what, your husband or wife will love it. Use promo code VHHN2022 to get 15% off your first purchase. Link is in the description box. Let's go.
The weakness is that all Black people who have had an experience in history try to make all Black people that. No, it's like the Moorish community. You had an experience in North Africa with the Arabs and the Jewish people running from the Roman people. But that wasn't all of Africa that had that experience. Okay? So take that experience, put it in its context, and forge your identity around that. But don't come and tell me I'm living out in the bush in South Africa that I'm a Moor, because that's silly. Right. You know? So we have to just learn history, get rid of the mysteries, understanding our racial relationship, unite on the basis of that. That's what we really call Pan-Africanism. You know, we are a melting pot of humanity, Black humanity, with multiple ways of expressing our understanding of divinity, cosmology, and ecology. And we call that explanation culture. And it varies depending on where we are. But the laws we're trying to teach one another is universally the same.
Right.
I seen that you been all over Europe, Africa, the Caribbean, teaching. What are some of your experiences that you've seen as far as the dichotomy with race everywhere? Black people in the Caribbean, Black people in Europe, Black people in Africa. Are there some like similarities between Black people in the U.S.? Can you kind of talk about some of the things that you've seen?
Oh, yes, sir. We are the same people. What the differences we see among us is the things of the Europeans that we've adopted in our character. If we dump their adaptations, we're the same. Some of us were brought to the Caribbean. We were enslaved there. We fought wars and rebellions there for centuries. Some was brought to North America. We were enslaved here. We fought wars and resistance. Some were in Europe. People never talk about before we were brought to North America to be enslaved, we were taken to Europe and enslaved. They never talk about European enslavement of African peoples, even before the transatlantic slave trade. You understand? And then there were those who went there with the invasion of the Moors into Spain and into France, and who stayed as a part of that population. And then there are those who migrated during colonialism. That's the military genocidal occupation of Africa after the Berlin Conference in 1885 by all of the white armies of Europe, financed by Wall Street. They said, well, America didn't have no army there. No, your army was your money. You paid the others to kill and murder Africans and rob their gold and diamonds and cobalt and other things from them. And so that's why history is important, because it'll clear this shit up real quick. It lets you see it, real birth. Wherever I've been, in the UK, and France, and Spain, and I've met another African, we do like the Yoruba term, lukomi. The term means you belong to me and I belong to you. You may speak a different language, you may practice another religion or culture, but we belong to each other. Same thing when I go to Trinidad, or I go to St. Thomas, or I go to Jamaica, I go to Haiti. We know we belong to each other. We understand the linguistic differences and the cultural differences. And sometimes we use the brainwashing of our European oppressors to use those European differences to divide us. But when we dump the European adaptation from our culture and our behavior, we just one people. When I step off of a plane in Africa, I mean, like, I can't even explain it. The love and the beauty. That don't mean people over there ain't gonna do some bad things. I mean, I own a hotel over there, me and some brothers. We got a big hotel. Some of the people misuse their opportunities, but they do the same thing here. That ain't an African thing. Greed ain't an African thing. Robbery ain't an African thing. You know what I'm saying? But for the most part, when I step on that continent, I am in heaven. You know, even on a bad day, even taking a car, we ran into a flood one time. We were trying to figure out what to do. So we said, okay, some old people were so smart. They said, look, take the battery out of the car, put it on top of the car. And they didn't want me to get wet. I got wet anyway because the water came in the car. They said, Prof, you get on the back seat and stand up, and we're going to push the car across the flood waters, which we did. Went to the other side, put the battery in, and went on down the road. We didn't know any of those people. You know, the three of us riding down the road and ran into the flood. The beauty, when people realize, because they don't know our history and culture on the continent, most of the people, they don't know about chattel slavery and the transatlantic slavery. They don't know what we've suffered and gone through. One day, and we were starting Emancipation Day in Ghana, and we were marching down the street, and I didn't know this could happen, right? These young people from the University of Legon decided they would dress up like enslaved people and be shackled and chained, and they were being beaten with a whip, right? I lost it. This is the first time I know this could happen. One moment I see the girl get hit with the whip and I see the welt come up on the back. And the next thing I know, I got 4 people holding me on the ground because I done beat up the brother that had the whip, right? And the minister saying, small, never come. I went there. I went there and didn't know I went there to rescue this woman. And the young people were standing over me saying, oh, Prof, We just wanted you to feel what y'all felt. We wanted to feel what y'all felt. I laid on that ground and cried until they picked me up. And I apologized to the young man that I jumped. And about a week later, Dr. Jeffries, my teacher, and I were riding in the north, and I'll end this. And we get to Kumasi. And the brother, who's our tour guide, showing us around the palace of the Asantehene, the King of Kings. When we get upstairs where he does the lecture, he just broke down and started crying. So we wanted to know, did we do something wrong? No, he had seen on TV the marching and celebration showing chattel slavery. They had never heard of this thing happening to their people. And he's crying. This is a man in his 60s, crying like a baby, saying, "We are so sorry. We didn't know this happened to you." Wow. Many people in Africa don't know we came from Africa to here because we haven't done the job of educating them or ourselves on the history of the last 500 years. And it is our job, especially here, because we have a greater opportunity and a greater access to the body of knowledge, greater access to technology, let us do the research to help enlighten our brothers and sisters at home while they enlighten us on that history that we missed out on for 500 years.
Yeah, Afro-Native World in the chat said so far the professor's on point. That's the frustrating thing about James Smalls and why I lost trust in him. Because these days he's talking about being an engine now. He's completely on the Tariq, Yvette Carnell, Tone Talks bandwagon these days, and and this video seems like it's recent too. So it's like you're talking out of both sides of your mouth type of thing. It's very disingenuous to me. It's very disingenuous to me. And in fact, I'll keep that last thought to myself. But no, he's not being nativist in this talk. That's the problem.
Not in this talk. No, not in this talk. He's made several speeches, but my question becomes, how is it that this man ends up on a platform that is a completely anti-African platform? It's a xenophobic platform, and it says many different things, disparaging things about Africans and Caribbean people, understanding what he knows based off of the material and information that was given in this video. This is the reason why I'm very careful when I call somebody an elder, because like Coco was saying, you're talking from two sides of your mouth, and you lose credibility in the Black world and the Pan-African world if you say what you're saying on this particular panel, but you share in spaces with xenophobic anti-Africans. That's what comes into question.
Yeah, absolutely. That's very problematic for me. Afro-Native World says, yo, you're referring to other videos. He was just on a Bibi to me like last week lecture series. Yeah, that's cool, but I have major issues. You know, I watched that video where he was talking that FBA stuff, and I'm like, wow, man. And this guy, people heralded him because of his association or alleged association with Malcolm X and stuff. But this guy doesn't really stand on anything, it seems. So I lost a lot of respect for him. You know, Tanzan, were you aware of Professor James Small? And if so, were you aware of his recent nativist talk?
No, not his recent stuff, but I've always gotten this feeling that while he studies and he knows a lot about, the stuff that he, his area of expertise, I think that the problem is not so much one of, of logical or historicity. I think it's one of unhealed resentment. And I think that this is something that we as both Africans, Caribbeans, and Americans have not really sat down. We've had our Truth Commission, but we've not had our Reconciliation Commission. And even that whole fuss with South Africa, that was not a Truth and Reconciliation Commission. That was that was a joke. That was just something to let the white people off the hook and to tell the black people that it's all your fault, everything you fought for is for nothing, and just move on. It was shameful. I think the way that the Rwandans did it was the best, where you keep it internal. There's no, people coming to, take notes and observe and all this. It's going to be internal. We're going to talk these things out, painful things. We're going to accuse each other and be angry and say all these things we wanted to say, and then we're going to get it all out. So I think we have not gone through that, all of us, both in the continent and outside, and it turns into, oh well, yeah, basically just turns into oppression and history. And so for these scholars, it's not that they're looking at something from a dispassionate view. They could be studying the material, but it's still, it starts from not knowing who you are, being resentful that the Western system did not teach you what you needed to know. And that's the same as in Africa, when the EVA, that's how she pronounces her name, EVA Anita, was saying that they were not taught the same, in history. In Kenya, it was different. We were taught our history, but we were taught in such a dry and insignificant way that, yeah, we learned about, this going there and so on, but we were not given any context or the meaning and so on. So we all have our grievances to one extent or another. Some people are not taught, some people are not taught properly, some people are taught incorrectly, and we haven't really got into, that emotional aspect. So when I see scholars like this, because even before all this, there was a speech that he was talking, and then he sounded very angry, about Africa, which, I'm not going to minimize anybody's feeling about it, but that was something about, it was a speech he gave about 15 years ago, and he was standing on the street and he was talking about, oh, these Africans and so on and so forth. So somebody might have a view of Africa, going back to Africa, but they might have a historical relation to it. They left it, when their ancestors left and so on. So that's the reconnection, but then they haven't gotten to reconcile with the present day Africa, with the Africans who are living there now, with the ones who also, underwent colonization, people who don't have any, knowledge, information, or memory of slavery or trade and all that things. So when you're talking to somebody like that, you're expecting them to, they bear the burden of history, and they're simply trying to survive in the present. So, and they also have their own history that they bear, within their nations and their tribes. So I think that in questions like this, it's not so much that they're turning nativists and so on. I think it's more of a comfortable position, and one that gives them some kind of reassurance and like a bandage over the wounds that we can't really confront with each other. Yeah.
Thank you, Tanzan. Real Black Gentleman, your thoughts?
I mean, I think a lot of what it is trying to make sense out of America in a life, and trying to find yourself here that isn't the white man, and just trying to cope. I mean, I just feel like, what I'm saying, a lot of the, I mean, even again, it's one of those, if everyone knows what they are, if you are indigenous, if you truly have like 51% native blood, you know it. And I mean, it's different, but like the nature of of black people and interactions between the black people and the native peoples here. I mean, people mixed, but it kind of became like it's the same deal with like, I mean, with white people, it's like the one drop thing. If you have the African Indians to dominate, it just tends, it makes you, it sticks around. So I mean, there's something to be said about the cooperation, but there's also some, betrayal. So like, that's the whole thing. It's just like, it's not worth it for me to go whole hog and say like, yeah, like, well, I'm indigenous too. I shouldn't, give up on the people here, when it's like, nah, it's just it doesn't, I mean, for me, speaking for myself, I see where they're coming from, but it doesn't fit. It's not, And I mean, just to say that, like, here's the thing, like, I am still trying to figure out like what's going on with the whole like people's thing here. And I mean, for a minute I was thinking maybe African people were here first in the Americas, but it's probably more likely that people cross into the Bering. So that's, you know what I'm saying? Those are Asiatics, you know what I'm saying? But like, there's still African people who did come to the Americas pre-Columbia, you know what I'm saying, pre-transatlantic, you know what I'm saying, trade or anything like that. And so that is to be spoken of, and it is to be, you know what I'm saying, I've read some things that are phenomenal. I mean, I've seen some things that are basically saying that like the Nile, you know what I'm saying, that the Nile Valley was out here in the Great Lakes in America, basically. And again, I mean, it's hard because I mean, I'm not out there digging up, you know what I'm saying, like, you know what I'm saying, you know, Brother Q down the street that we all know ain't down there digging stuff up. So it's hard to like extrapolate what someone else is doing. But data is data, information is information, work is work. And I mean, observations are observations. So it's like, yeah, I know that there are black people in the Americas, but were they widespread? I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that there are necessarily black peoples in America. Although, I mean, people do move around. So, I mean, there's always, do I think that there were like occasions and meetings of like basically, you know what I'm saying, kind of, you know, Africanish, you know what I'm saying, peoples in the America and peoples who came directly from Africa? Yeah. But I think it was few and far between. I still think that you can't major in the minor. You can't try to find the I like to say the elusive nappy Taino. You know what I'm saying? It's like, look, it's like, yes, there were people here. They were darker than the Europeans, but were they African? I don't know about that one. Now, in South America, it's different. I just feel like in South America, there's definitely more of an African connection. But in North America, Central America, and the Caribbean, well, in Central America, yeah, because you had the Olmecs. But once you go into kind of North, look, and I live in America, it's hard. I see dark-skinned peoples, but it's like, you know what I'm saying? To me, the jury's still up in the air. So it's like, I'm not going to like put all my eggs in the whole American thing just because we're here and we're kind of like, you know what I'm saying? We haven't figured out how to leave, I suppose. And, you know, that's, you know, I still think Africa is, you know what I'm saying, to me, that's the fatherland, that's the motherland. You know what I'm saying? That's the ancestral land, you know what I'm saying, for me. Not to say that I don't have peoples here, but you know what I'm saying, that's the main house. Everything else is like this little shed and stuff.
I appreciate that, Real Black Gentleman. Yeah, Afro Native World's asking me, where did he do this? You know, I'll be honest with you. I think I saw it. I think I saw it twice. I could be wrong. I think it was a Happy, HAPI video, and the young brother Chase was on the panel as well. I could have been during that, but there's another Sonetta-like video where he's talking that nativist talk, heavy. He's not being xenophobic in my memory, but he's definitely talking that talk like, yeah, folks was here, they are the real Indians, blah blah blah. Thank you for that, Real Black Gentleman.
I guess like the thing is like finding the population centers of like, you know, because the Americas is huge. Knowing like any actual population centers and locations and being able, and if people were able to like, you know, re-express that would help, because again, like people know black people's around, but in local, I mean, because the black peoples that may have been here in 2,500 years ago, let's say, they weren't all over. And my whole thing is like tightening that up would help.
All right, appreciate that. Let me hear from Azuliism.
Well, I always have my doubt about this dude, but not because of the reason that you guys said. Because me, myself, I don't believe in everybody was from Africa anymore like I used to. I believe we all came from Africa at a certain point, but I believe like Africans were here first. So I believe, I'm not going to go against him if that's, I've never heard him say what you said about the engine and stuff like that. I've never heard that, but I didn't, there was something off about this guy and all these people that appear in Tariq Nasheed's Hidden Africa. There's another guy, the light skinned one that always has
Phil Valentine, huh?
no, not Phil Valentine, another one. He always has a head wrap on. He got a long dangling earring.
Kabaka
Who? Which one you said, Tan?
I think his name is Kaba Kamene.
Yeah, I think something like that. Yeah, it was always weird about these guys. But hey, I don't know why he said. What do you mean? He went off script. I didn't hear him going off script on this one, so I don't understand why old African go off script and start preaching nativism. I mean, I don't know. Maybe the brother read something that appealed to him. I don't know. So how is that going off script? It's not one theory in this world, but I always had a doubt about this guy and those type of dude, especially if they hold Tariq Nasheed in regards, then y'all grifters to me at one time. So, but that's all.
Thank you for that, Zuli. Let's welcome in Brother Bakari this week. Brother Bakari, how are you?
I'm good, man. How about you? Peace to everybody on the panel and chat. Look, I just came up here just to say something about this right quick. Ain't gonna be long. I heard him a long time ago say he was part Cherokee. He said he used to go to the reservation when he was a little boy. That's what he said. I didn't know he had started disparaging Africans for Native Americans. I didn't know he has jumped on the bandwagon that black people was already here. People need to stop saying that. We just, you know what? I'm gonna tell you this is my take on that. When I hear the black people was already here argument, black people want to be associated with somebody else. They want to be associated with someone else. Being from Africa is bad. So let's make up a story with no proof, and we never have to prove anything. We'll say it, and then we'll tell the African people to prove that we wouldn't hear. You know, I that's my take on it. He's old. He's tired. I did lose some respect for him when I see him standing up with Tariq Nasheed in his FBA thing because that. But he's not the only one that I lost some respect for when they did that. But it seemed like that's what it has come to. Maybe he needs some money, and maybe now he want to grift and start saying we're African. And many people is not going to argue with him because he's an old man in his 70s. I know I wouldn't. So for me, for the most part, I really don't listen to none of those people. Now, honestly, I don't listen to much of YouTube no more. I don't even watch much social media anymore. YouTube because of stuff like this, because of the things that we say and we do, and how we intentionally disrespect one another, and we'll always disrespect and we'll talk about the ancestors and what our ancestors say, but truly don't have any respect for your ancestors, any respect for your elders. So my take on it with him, just like with everyone else, I'm going to disassociate myself from Africa. I'm going to say I'm here. I'm going to say I'm the real American. And then maybe white people will accept us and finally give us what we call reparations. And that's my take on it.
I appreciate that, Bakari. Let me hear from. Did I hear from Tanzan on this one yet?
Yes, I think so. Yes, I said about his the whole need for truth, reconciliation, talking.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for that. Bwana Hagaziki, go ahead.
Yeah, man. Shout out to Brother Bakari. Brother Bakari is my guy, man. He's just my guy. Anyways, hey, Brother Bakari, what happened on Friday? But that's a whole other matter.
Hey, yeah.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We'll talk about it later. All right. So here's where I am with this. If you share a platform with an individual who is publicly, he is supposed to be a scholar, yes, an elderly scholar. And I get what Brother Wakari is saying. He's an old man, done and dusted. But from the world that I live in, I pay attention to what the elders say because they've been living on the planet longer than I have. And any wise young person would be wise to pay attention to what elders saying. Now, in terms of what comes out of their mouth, I have to weigh and measure that. If a gentleman is coming out publicly with anti-African rhetoric, anti-African, anti-Caribbean rhetoric, calling black people who look just like him, disparaging names like Tethers and so and so and so. This particular gentleman, as a Pan-African individual, a scholar who understands ideology, why would he go on a public platform, share a public platform with him, with an organization that espouses these kinds of views? You become guilty by association. That's unfortunate. He may not have them views internally, but if you share platforms with these kinds of individuals, then you are responsible. You are being made to be responsible for your actions. And the people who are coming up behind you, we look to see, well, what are these elders doing? If you sharing platforms with xenophobes, you become a part of that crowd. And if you can say, well, I hear him say nothing, his actions should bear it out. So you are with them, and I associate you with them. You know, so that's where I am with it. The brothers and might disagree, but this is. Let me also say this thing too, because sometimes I hear in these discussions of some of us in the West, some in our news, and Africans saying what they should know. How come you didn't know about chattel slavery? How come you didn't know about? There are people in the West who don't. Most black people, if you ask them, they don't know that the majority of Africans didn't even go to the Americas. They went to the Caribbean. They went to South America. And slavery, despite the fact that people trumpet in this 1619 year when slaves went to Virginia, there were slaves coming in the West long before 1619. The Spanish and the Portuguese been bringing slaves here long before 1619. So our experience, in particular in the Caribbean, didn't start at 1619. And many people don't know about what the history of slavery in the Caribbean. Don't you know that the slave who would arrive here in the Caribbean, they had 7 years. 7 years. That was their lifetime. You know what I mean? Their time to live and die, 7 years. After that, most slaves would perish, they would die. The fact that we exist in the Caribbean is a big thing. But most people in the West don't know about that experience. So how could you thumb your nose to Africans when most people in the West don't know what's going on happening in the Caribbean and South America? You all don't know about your whole experience in the West. Y'all only know about a specific experience where y'all was located and the education that y'all understand, through the educational system or what you would have read. Most people don't know because most people don't, either they don't speak the language or they haven't been informed. So I don't know why we thumbing our nose at each other, talking about the experience that they don't know about. Because most of us are poorly educated and misinformed about our experiences. I think that we should sit down at the table respectfully with one another and share. And it shouldn't be a position where we thumbing our nose at people that y'all should have known this. Give me a break. Give me a break. The whole of Africa was at war and it's still at war right now. So we collectively should sit down at the table with respect with one another and share our experiences and grow from that point. I'll stop there.
Yeah, you're right. African Native World saying it here too. Africans first brought to quote unquote Hispaniola in the early 1500s. Yeah, as early as 1503. Right? Columbus hit San Salvador in 1492. As early as 1503. They started taking our people, man. Yo. Who did I not get to in this? I thank God to everyone. Carl was here, but looks like he has some internet problems. Does anyone want to have any last words for this prompt? All right, let's go to Shooting Breeze topic number.
Look, I wanted to say that I'm gonna finish listening offline. I'm tired of this one. I've been listening, so I just want to get on there and say that about Professor James Small. That's it. I think I tried to give him a pass because he's old, but
Bakari, before you go, you and Buana want to quickly talk about what y'all doing?
oh yeah, we gonna do it. So yeah, go ahead, Buana.
No, I want you to say it this time.
Okay, no. We're gonna do a sports. We're gonna do a sports channel. It's supposed to be Friday at 7, and the last 2 Fridays, I'll be honest, it's been my fault that we have not done it. But we're gonna do a sports broadcast. Our first one, we're gonna talk about boxing. But I want Buana to know that I am going to talk a lot about HBCU sports.
Yeah, because I'm tired.
But we're gonna talk about more than boxing. But the first one is gonna be about some of our legends, in boxing. It's gonna we just gonna start doing that series, and I think it should be a good, interesting series with Buana talking about his Bahamian, like Michael Thompson and Clay Thompson. I know y'all know Michael Thompson.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
We talk about Michael Thompson. Y'all didn't think I knew the Bahamian athletes, huh?
Nah, I was surprised about that one. You must see look that up.
DeAndre Ayton, ain't he from the Bahamas?
Yes, he is.
Yeah.
He's born there. He's born there. His parents are from elsewhere, but he's born there.
Bakari, we had some good boxers too now. Don't forget the boxers and the runners, but that's a whole nother matter.
Yeah, but I'm most definitely gonna have to ask y'all in basketball, why do the Bahamians don't like to dunk? Y'all would jump up and miss that damn layup. I see they do the same thing with DeAndre Ayton that Magic Johnson used to do with Michael Thompson. Man, dunk the damn ball.
Hey, but Bakari, I got an answer for that. In the Bahamas, is an interesting experience because we have this word called hacking. I don't know if y'all know what hacking. If you jump up in the air and try to dunk a ball in Nassau, I mean, these guys, they ain't gonna foul you. They can try to physically injure you. So I think the Americans appreciate someone flying through the air, and they'll allow someone to dunk. Not here. They can try to hack you to a point where you bust your head wide open, and
yeah, because he do the same thing Michael Thompson used to do, just jump up and try to drop the ball in a basket.
Yep.
But I think he get a championship this year, though. I think.
Yeah, with KD joining that team, if they can stay healthy, I ain't think no one beating them.
He's better than his dad, though. But Bakari, he's better than his dad, though. He's better than his dad.
Who?
So Thompson. Clay Thompson, he's better than his dad.
Yeah, he better than his dad was. Yeah, he better than his dad. I didn't know. I was watching a thing on him. You know what? He go back. He used to go back to the Bahamas a lot. Clay Thompson, he said that's where he do a lot of training. He go back and play ball with his friends and cousins and everything in the damn Bahamas. I was watching a special on Clay Thompson. Yeah, he said he go there a lot with his family.
Yeah, Michael Thompson, he created all athletes, man. All world-class type athletes. He has another son that was in the league. He has a son playing baseball, and a daughter who was like in volleyball, I think it was. So he's done good as far as that goes.
My only grudge with him is he ain't never take a Bahamian woman with him. Why you gotta go marry out?
Yep, he got a white woman, but you know what? Yeah, them kids white, but Clay Thompson seemed like the older he got, the more he started to relate more to his black side, just by the way you see like he might carry himself. You also see now he had him a black woman.
Right.
Does he? Wow, that's big. Yeah,
Clay Thompson had a black. When he first went in the league, he had a white girlfriend. The last one they showed, he had got him a black woman. Yeah.
Oh, good for him.
Yeah, she actually the last black woman he had before, she's an actress. She was in the first Spider-Man movie as a potential romantic partner for Peter Parker. But yeah, she's a nice black thing he had. I don't know what he's dealing with now, but he has gone black. Yeah.
Yep. When he got his big contract, he did. You know what? He did it in reverse. You know, a lot of times when they get them big contracts, they dump the black woman and get a white woman.
Right.
He did it in reverse. He got the big contract and dumped the white woman and got him a black woman.
Yes, man. Yes, man. Yes. You know, they could go find a nice little browning and spoil it to death. Let her see another side to life she probably would never seen if she wasn't married to an NBA player, man. Give her, you know what I mean?
So what channel is this? Is the sports show?
Right now, it's gonna be on my channel. I'm trying to figure out how to set up my second channel, man. I'm gonna be honest. I might be a little slow or something because I ain't figured it out right yet.
Yeah, Coco can help me. Coco can help me. He help.
Slow. I might be slow. But yeah, you was talking. So I know you. I know you planning to come because you was talking about the same thing.
What's that?
Coco. I said I know you planning to come and join because we all been talking about it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, for sure. I'll
Zoo might not come through. He a little upset with me. He might not come through, but we get over it.
Nah, Zuli is just strictly Mike Tyson, man. If you were talking about Mike Tyson, he's trying to talk to you.
Yeah,
he can't just say Mike Tyson. He got to like the Haitian heavyweight champion, the first champion. What is his name?
Bermain, something. Yeah, Stavern.
Yeah. He got to like Bermain Stavern.
Nah, all I like is if it's not Tyson or Ali, then nobody.
You don't like Bermain Stavern? I thought y'all grew up next to each other.
Just because he Haitian, don't mean I rock with him. What?
He ain't loyal. He ain't loyal at all. He ain't loyal at all.
So Friday at 7, make sure you guys tune in to Bakari's channel for that sports show. But we should try. I mean, if y'all want me to, I could create it. But we should try to create a separate channel for that show. In the meantime, let's finish this out before 2 if we can. Bakari, thanks for coming through. I'll be tuning in on Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Shoot the Breeze topic number 10 is Putin's brain. Let's see what this reveals. YouTube video. Putin's brain.
Everything is relative, and we in Russia, we could use postmodernity in order to explain to the West that if any truth is relative, so we have our special Russian truth that you need to accept as something that maybe is not your truth,
even if it's not true.
But if the truth is relative, that doesn't mean that truth doesn't exist. That means that absolute truth, one for all, doesn't exist.
Let's take an example. If you watch Russian television today, you'd think that Russia and America were about to go to war.
Yes, but the same if we are examining, if we are reading American press, we have the same impression.
Not really. I've just come back from America. You don't really get that impression. Do you think this is genuinely the case?
No, I think that now the situation is in Syria, for example, United States continuing to be unipolar or continuing to consider itself as unipolar power. It says no more Assad. And Atlanticist powers of the Western Europe repeats after Washington. We doesn't want any more Assad. But Putin, other civilization says stop. Let have Assad. And after that, there is our nuclear and military power behind Assad. So, and that is serious. If you are boss, you could not let the other decide, if you really is a boss, decide what to do in your realm of responsibility. It is conflict. And Russia says, no, you are not boss. You are not anymore boss. That's very serious. It is if we insist on multipolarity, and if behind us there is nuclear weapon and the iron will to defend, for example, in the little case of Assad, defend Assad. Assad is principally not because we have so much interest there. That is the question of who rules the world. That is the problem. So that's possible war. Only war could decide really who is the boss.
Do you think that's really a possibility?
If United States doesn't want to start a war, you should recognize, United States should recognize openly for all humanity, all mankind, that the United States is not anymore unique master. So let recognize that there will be no war. But we understand our position is that we are going to fight up to the end in order to show to everybody that United States is not any more unique master. It's very serious, because we are seriously going to show and to confirm that we are entering in a multipolar world. And the situation in Syria, on Ukraine, and anywhere else, that's only the case to prove that. We don't want that, but we understand that if we will be not ready to pay all the price for that, we could not gain.
So Ukraine and Syria are all about proving to America that they're not the boss.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. That they are not unique boss.
Can I ask you a personal question? When you watch the news on Russian television, do you believe what you see?
Absolutely, because
really, you're an intelligent man. Surely you can't believe
because
some of the most outlandish things.
No, absolutely. Postmodernism teaches us to understand, or sociology. I'm sociologist as well. And what is total fact, according to Durkheim? Total fact. The founder of sociology, Emile Durkheim, affirmed that total fact, it is the fact the society believes in.
So if enough people believe it, it'll become true.
No, the truth is the question of belief. And postmodernity shows that every so-called truth is the matter of believing. So we believe in what we do, we believe in what we say, and that is the only way to define the truth. The truth is the matter of belief. And that is not only our position, because when I see Western media, I ask myself how the people could lie in such way. They lie about everything in the world. But after that, I say to myself, stop. That is not lie. It is their truth.
But wait,
they are completely convinced that they are true.
I work in the Western media. I'm a reporter. I go out on the ground. I report what I see. Nobody tells me from on high.
No.
The
There is no
editorial line
such
should
thing.
be.
The fact, it's on always interpretation. There is no such things as a fact. Wittgenstein has proven that. There is no fact. There's only interpretation. You see because you interpret this or so. Our manner of thinking of any man, of any culture, of any civilization, it deals only with interpretation. You cannot see nothing without interpretation. What you see, it's interpretation.
I see you can argue that philosophically, but
it is not
if
practical.
somebody flies an airplane and drops a bomb on a building in Aleppo, somebody's
Sorry.
Somebody's
whose
dropped that
airplane?
bomb.
Who has fixed that? Whose airplane is it? What is the bomb? What is the quarter the bomb is falling on? what are the people, and there begins our interpretation, because it is the
it's-
war.
but
It
it's
is very
either-
difficult to go in it to see and to prove. For you, any bomb falling is a Russian bomb. Any killed by Russian bomb should be an innocent civilian, and any harm that is done in the Aleppo or in the Syria is absolutely from the beginning. You have no idea that could be different, because you are real, normal Western man, Western reporter, Western journalist. It is your truth to see, to say, to presume, to be completely convinced the Russians are evil. So that are their bomb.
But that's where you're wrong. I spent many years studying Russian and learning to love Russia and all things Russian.
But nevertheless, that are our bombs that destroy innocent civilians everywhere.
I'm not saying they all are, but sometimes they are, right?
Never.
Never.
Never. No. Not only American and American marionettes of ISIS and the other Jabhat al-Nusra bombs are killing innocent civilians.
Because those are the only ones that are
That's
killing
our
innocent
interpretation, our
but
vision.
you can't really believe that. I mean, I don't believe it. I don't believe that that Russia is responsible for all the destruction. Neither do I believe it's responsible for none of the destruction. I mean, it's just not credible.
No, but when we see Western media, we see when, for example, someone is a little bit on the other, try to say that maybe not in any case the Russian bombers that destroy the civilians, so it is cut. So maybe personally there are people who are with broader sense of understanding reality. But if we take the Western media, we see that normal reportage, normal observation of what is going on in Syria is completely biased by these preconceived ideas.
And I understand that, and
I
recognize that. But isn't it true that Russian television has seen that there is implicit bias in how people look, where they go, and they've taken it and multiplied it.
We could speak on two levels. Yeah. If you affirm that the West says the truth and Russia says lie, I would respond, Russia says truth, that this truth is absolute truth, and the West says lie.
Okay, so we're playing a check here. If I say to you, Western journalists are often biased and mistaken, but they try to tell the truth, whereas Russian TV has gone through the other side.
No. And if you say that,
and they're not even trying to tell the truth.
If you say that Western TV is sometimes biased, sometimes not, I would say Russian TV is sometimes biased, sometimes not. If you say we are sometimes not biased, but you are always biased, I would say exactly, you are sometimes biased, we are sometimes
so we're always
not biased.
Exactly equal.
Absolutely, and that is multipolarity. There, nobody has monopoly on the truth. The truth is relative. I could accept that, but only if you accept that. If you say our truth is absolute, I would respond immediately. Our truth is absolute. I don't believe that, and you don't believe it. Or maybe you believe. If you believe that your truth is absolute, you are normal Western man. But normal
I
Western...
don't believe anyone's truth is absolute.
Okay, we could agree on that at least.
I don't know about the rest of y'all, but if I'm to be honest, philosophy and philosophical arguments give me a headache. There's just something I haven't been able, even African philosophy. There's just something about it I haven't been able to embrace that subject very well. It gives me an absolute headache. Arguing what is truth and what is the absolute truth and all that type of stuff. It just gives me a headache. Real Black Gentleman, what say you to Putin's brain?
I'm still trying to figure out what I was hearing too, about the context of people expressing truth and lies relative to what's going on in just media, in just expression. Look, like you say, I mean, like hardcore philosophy. I've seen books. I've had them in my hand. I started to read them. Like it is all over the place. I don't really get into too much heavy philosophy. Like heavy philosophy, I can't do it. So I'm a yield on this one.
Yeah, I could appreciate that. I do. I really can. Sister Tanzan, Putin's brain. What say you to that conversation? Is Tanzan there? Unmute your mic if you are. If not, let me go to Buana. Buana, Putin's brain.
Yes. So I get it. I get the brothers don't operate. There are some brothers who don't operate on a philosophical level. There are some brothers who just operate on a level of pure mathematics, pure science. There are some brothers who operate just on spirituality. I get that. But this particular gentleman and men like McNamara in the United States, these men have the air of very, very powerful men. In fact, the leaders of nations. And it's through their reasoning, they are deciding whether to blow up the planet. No, let me say blow up the planet because I don't want to blow up the planet. But blow up as we know it, modern civilizations, or decide not to. These are serious power games that's being played. And you need to understand, we need to understand the reasons why people come to the conclusions that they do. Now, this man in this particular incident, he is, when he talks about truth or whether who is going to be, the discussion is who is going to run this so called global world. And we looking from a Pan-Africanist view, say, well, the white supremacists. But in their ideas, there's contrast and comparisons that's being levied across the board. And this particular gentleman saying that this whole idea of making unilateral decisions for the whole entire world, which America tries to do, he's saying no, 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 no. We living in a multipolar world now. You ain't the boss of me no more. I'm the boss, and I'm the boss of my world. And the reason why I am the boss is because I have the nuclear bomb back in me, the nuclear bomb. So you have a nuclear bomb, and I have a nuclear bomb. Yes, you could bomb me with your bomb and hydrogen bomb, whatever, but I could also bomb you as well, and we all die. And these guys having an argument of who could be the boss and what is truth, who determines what truth is, because you push out into the Western media, yes, these are the enemies, these are the friends, these are the good people, these are the bad people. But this particular gentleman saying, no, 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 no. You don't have a right to determine that. And I feel like us as people, black people too, we should also take the narrative of you're not the boss. We have a say so in terms of what goes on in this planet, in this world. Now, we don't have a nuclear bomb behind us yet, but I think that we'll eventually get there. But needless to say, determining what truth is, determining what reality is, determining what right and wrong is, there shouldn't be one narrative that exists in the world. This is we was talking about confidence earlier. We have no confidence in self. You know, the Western world perceives this world to say, well, they are the most so-called dominant force in the world, and they get to determine what reality is. And because we are men, black, whatever, we should also have a seat at the table in determining what is right and wrong, what reality is, and what is not reality, what is right, what is wrong, what is good, what is bad. And I think that this discussion kind of gives light to that fact. So these things of philosophical arguments uh, play out in the real world because at the end of the day, whether we choose to exist as a human civilization, as a species, or someone presses a button and they say, "The hell with it all, we're gonna all go to hell." These kinds of discussions is what's gonna be had prior to that act. You know what I mean? And I feel like we should have a say so as black men on this planet, black men and women on this planet. We should have a say so in these discussions as well, because we always talk about power. We always talk about might makes right. We always talk about being dominant. We always talk about control. But these are the kinds of discussions that we really need to be very clear about. And I understand it has given some of us a headache, but I say bear the course. You know, put a little bit of time and energy into it, because these are the kinds of power. We say we want power. This is the way you're going about it, because they are determining what right and wrong is. They are determining what reality is. They say, well, the truth, this mind says the truth is relative. There's no such thing as no absolute truth. Where we would watch CNN and take the information that we hear and see and say, well, okay, it must be so because this mind says so. It don't go like that in other people's reality. So I think for us, people like us who are trying to forge a reality for ourselves, it's very incumbent on us to pay attention to these kinds of discussions when they're had in terms of power, in terms of control, in terms of dominance. I'll stop there.
No, I think that's a powerful response to that. It was kind of eye-opening for me to think that, in truth, you would have these types of guys if you're leading a nation. You would have these types of guys, the Rasputins, the guys who know how to conjure up and perform, sleight of the hand tricks and all that kind of, like, you would want these kind of people, right, backing or telling you, supporting you in whatever ideology you're trying to push or idea or propaganda. And these guys who really study this shit and understand it's not a headache for them. These guys who just get it. I just don't get it, right? These guys get it. And to have those guys participating in your decisions, decisions for whole nations, whole groups of people, that's a powerful thing. That's a powerful thing. So yeah, I agree. Like, we have to get deeper into it. I tried to read Theophile Benga and stuff like that, but I gotta start to ground myself a little better in it.
Yes, sir. Because yes, Coco, because we are trying to get power. These men already have power.
Mm-hmm.
So the question becomes the how to's, the nuts and bolts of it. So I know we want to skip the class because it ain't something that it ain't entertaining. But I think that it's imperative on us to take the time to understand the dynamics of power before we get it, so we understand how to operate with it when we actually do get it.
Absolutely. Yeah. Did Tanzan ever come back? Tanzan might have fallen asleep.
No, I think I said about it one day, and I said everything, and not everything I said was everything. So I think that there has been something said, but it's not really enough. We still have that's the truth part of it, not the reconciliation of it. But I think that they're both necessary and they both go together.
All right, thank you for that, Tan. All right, that's the show tonight. You guys were great up on the panel tonight. Thank you, Tanzan, Bwana Hagaziki, Real Black Gentleman. Brother Bakari came through. Razuliism spent most of the night with us. Trigger Happy 262 actually made an appearance and hung out with us for a prompt. So good. It was a good night, and thanks to all of you who were in the chat. Real Black Gentleman, do you want to shout anything out this week? Okay, Real Black Gentleman. Are you there?
No, I have nothing to say.
All right. Bwana, you have anything to shout out this week?
Yeah, yes, absolutely. Shout out to Brother Bakari again. I'm glad I get him on the record now. So we could hopefully we could do something on Friday at 7 and we could get that popping. For us, I'm trying to keep us honest in terms of of actually actualizing the things that we talk about and discuss, as all men should do, and so we're going to back it up, our words with actions, and we say that we're going to get this started, so we're going to get this started. And for the rest of the audience, support a black business for the week, spend some money at a black business if you can. I'll stop there. Y'all guys, good night. Have a great night, guys.
I appreciate you, Buana. I'll see you soon. Tanzan, you have anything to shout out this week?
Well, I always shout out STB, even though we're on it. Yes, Haguziki. And I would say for everybody, yes, we definitely miss Gaston Map's contribution. I'm sure he would have had an interesting take on things. But I would say, there's a lot that we covered in the old programs. So, go take a chance and rehear those. But yeah, Tuesdays we should be back for the regular session, the African Mind one, the programming, and yeah, and to everybody on the KWAZ, promote everyone's Bakari, brother Bakari, brother Focused, yes, so. Yeah, it's been a great program, and it was good to speak with everyone. So thanks for that, and have a good one.
All right. You guys check out KWAZradio.com, KWAZradio.com. Check it out. Subscribe. The newsletter's coming later this year. So make sure you head over there. There's the merch store that's up. Go through, pick up some items, and help support the channel and the network. I'll be back next week, Saturday, and maybe you'll see me during the week. All right? Until then, though, you guys be good. I'll see you later. Peace.
Thanks for listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast with your host, Koku. If you like what you just heard, we hope you pass along our web address, bittermedicineblogs.com, to your friends and colleagues, and share our show to all your social media. Be sure to check out our archive section on our website for previous podcasts. This has been a KWAZ radio production. Join us next time for another session of the Bitter Medicine Podcast. Follow us on Facebook at Bitter Medicine Show, Twitter, Bitter Meds, Tumblr, Bitter Meds, Instagram, Bitter Medicine.